Stop talking.
Oh my God. What is going on, internet? And welcome to OnlyCops. Rest here, weary internet traveler. You need a break from likely election news. I'm not going to act like
traveler.
I'm above watching it in the background where y'all can't see it. But we will not be covering that today. We will be doing our typical Tuesday streams where we do keep score and we do mostly police adjacent stuff. We have a follow-up from that tiny little municipal department. There's like part 2 and part 3 from that series. And then apparently I can fix her Hooters girl here.
We're going to talk about Peanut?
You know what? Can someone pull something up from Peanut? I do want to talk about that. I don't think we have a video for it, but if somebody can send me something real quick, I do want to talk about that.
We don't.
Pull up his Instagram.
Here.
A little squirrel boy.
Yeah. And Fred. Everyone forgets about Fred, but Fred was also
Peanut.
Oh yeah, the raccoon.
euthanized. Yeah, he was the raccoon.
Right here.
Peanut has his own Instagram.
Is it Peanut the squirrel?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yep.
Peanut the squirrel. We will talk about that. I think that is an interesting and fascinating topic, mostly because,
especially in New York.
Well, and I think that
of all the places.
So we were just recently talking about this about the Breonna Taylor case. This is actually at my day job. We were discussing this, and they asked me for my professional opinion.
Did someone just get charged in that case?
Yes, and so we were discussing about why, and he was like, "Well, okay, we'll break it down for me legally," and I was like, "Well, if you have a bad warrant, and if you have a bad witness that you're using for said warrant." There was another one where the guy set up a fake house and a fake tip just to watch and catch deputies going in to do a drug raid, just to see like a Ashton Kutcher style gotcha thing. It's an important aspect that I think doesn't get covered enough in policing, in that ultimately, yes, I do believe politicians, ironically, are probably the worst part of our bureaucracy, and part of that is also judges, because judges are almost effectively a political appointment 9 times out of 10. But really that ultimately you are subject to the way the government decides to interpret what's legal and what's not. I think that's kind of why the education piece of this show. One, I want government to know what they're doing correctly. And unlike auditors, it's not for a gotcha thing. It's for a more harmonious republic that we live in here, at least in America, and then hopefully abroad. We can teach people how to better interact with said government. So that we don't have issues like this. It was another common case with this, where this guy had a legal boa constrictor, and it was like a big old boa constrictor, and it was pregnant with like 10 little baby boas, and it was legal in the state they were in. They were there for different animals, but they ended up killing that boa constrictor, and it was like $180,000 worth of animal that was like.
Oh yeah.
That also wasn't
his.
That wasn't his animal.
Yeah.
He had the animal from the owner. So
Was that the one where they raided the dude's thing and then the cop dropped like the $180,000 worth of eggs?
No, this was
they euthanized the thing. Yeah.
No, this was they were there. So they were there to euthanize a different snake, and so it wasn't a raid. It was just two, like whatever they are, Department of Environmental officers, and they end up euthanizing the wrong snake.
Okay, because I remember we watched a body cam on one. It might have been at least it might have been while me and you were gone, Bill. But I remember seeing the video in our Discord of they went into, it was like a shelter or animal rescue or something. I don't know, but there was like dealing with a very rare snake, and the cop like drops a bunch of eggs of an extremely rare that they had been like inseminating to try and get.
It was something like that.
Anyway, very expensive, super expensive, like endangered snake type thing. And they just dropped the eggs and broke them all, and they were getting sued.
So let me get my hellos out of the way.
Different case.
Probably. I'll get my hellos out of the way. I did already update.
Oh, wait. I did want to add, because since we're talking about, just to add to your point, Josh, that laws, there's like laws, and there's like the Constitution, and then there's case law, and all of this stuff. The way you live your life and how stuff is going to affect you is decided in case law. It is not just how the law is written. It is not just reading the statute. It is what have judges decided about this thing, because that's how you decide in between the conflicts of rights.
Yeah, because you got to imagine.
That's why we do the show.
Even and we talk. This is kind of where like let's say Bill, Keith, and I end up going on scene, and someone says, "Well, I was assaulted," right? There's a very case law supported definition for assault, even though yes, the law says contact that causes pain or offense or whatever. There's case law where they say, "Well, I think the definition of pain can be in a way that doesn't necessarily show bodily injury. It can just say, hey, it hurt me," which in pain's is a subjective threshold. And so that bit of gray area will say, well, what constitutes pain? That I sensed pain, that I thought pain. Like, anyways, it's important because that is the delineation between the cops leaving you alone and you possibly going to jail. And then conversely, on the law enforcement side, that's the difference between a good arrest and potentially charges for official oppression and a lawsuit could cost millions. It's important. That's why we talk about this stuff.
That's exactly why we talk about this.
The Dan Hammer was agreed, not first, but he was first in the chat. Thank you for being here. Poltergeist is still playing with his it's Edgar Allan Poe, but he's in his Halloween costume still. Peacekeeper Chris is here.
I need to change mine back.
Producer Juan is here, both in chat and in reality here. He is also going code 3 already. Actually, this is like code 2 because there's no siren.
Yeah, I don't have the sirens.
Mr. Imagine there's a siren going off back there.
So terrible.
All the complaints,
Like
all the
remember that
complaints
one
we get in
time?
the videos.
Remember that one time I accidentally kept pressing a thing on my little sound thing, and it was just I couldn't hear it, but y'all were so mad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Toastar, it's good to see you. Lapete, Robert, Cody Smalls, Christy C, Raging Phoner.
Cody Biggs.
Kimini's here. Dialysis Dude. Jordan Sutton. Let me see. Skimming. I think I got almost everybody here. Deputy Rex? With my eyeballs, so I don't know who this is. Notorious
Shout
Emu. To deputies. Yeah, Juan apparently has picked the dark side here.
I've switched sides.
It is
I
side
wanna
to
win.
side with Keith. Yes?
Yep.
Oh, this? Yes. That's a hello from Mrs. OnlyCops here.
I can't see.
I said hi to Robert, the Dannenheimer. I think I got everybody. RJ. Anyways, everybody drop a like. Spoiler Guy 2.0. P-Woo, Dylan B, Little Duck, Only Dads. I forgot you changed your name.
Yeah, no, I need to switch that. Let me do that real quick.
Pat B, Viper, Christian Halsey, Straw 8 Berry, or Burry, technically. QG Pizza Gaming. That is an interesting name. Mac Daddy, who sounds like a delicious side plate. Studious. And, Hyovi? Hauvi? Haovi?
Howve.
Also,
Good job.
Big Killa, which totally should have been a screen name in my Call of Duty days. Anyways, welcome. We're here on Tuesday. I'm sure someone in the chat will update us or collectively tell us what's going on in the world. Nothing important is happening in geopolitics today, so we're going to go ahead and get into the story of policing here. Peanut the Squirrel. When did this happen? Was this Friday? This is recent.
It's on the 30th, so like 5 days ago, 6 days ago.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that puts us. That's last Thursday. So last Thursday it happened.
Thursday,
It hit the news this weekend. But Peanut the Squirrel. How do I explain this? Effectively was like a rescue animal, right? And it had a social media following. And then there was what was the raccoon's name?
Fred.
Fred, the raccoon. Fred was an absolute G as well.
He also had, this dude had Peanut for 7 years.
Gosh.
So it was like abandoned by its mother, so it would have died without this guy.
So, and I don't know if anyone knows what dying of starvation or exposure or getting eaten by a local cat is like, but probably unpleasant.
So I've done all three.
Yeah. I would say so.
So anyways, this couple took Mr. Peanut in, and I kept him for 7 years, right? And apparently got famous, semi-famous. I think there was also a bit of controversy in that one of the owners was into some spicy content or made some spicy content. But there was
It was Fred.
Yeah, there was a not anonymous tip. Or maybe it was anonymous at the time, but it's not anonymous anymore.
It was multiple. So it was basically the animal rescue equivalent of swatting. Where like a bunch of people on the internet reported.
So animal rights advocate or whatever it was said that this was cruel and unusual or whatever, felt some kind of way and notified New York State. I guess this is code enforcement or wildlife or game, whoever it was that went. But the New York governing body decided it was important enough to then gear up and treat it like a SWAT operation. Go in, seize these animals, and then decide to euthanize them.
Well, so it was Department of Environmental Conservation, which is I don't know what that counts as far as like
state
law enforcement.
Probably.
Yeah,
it's probably state law enforcement.
I'm assuming.
Yeah, and so basically the reason they euthanized them was because Peanut, while they were confiscating them, bit one of the officers. Are they called officers?
Resisted arrest.
And so, and so because there are no valid vaccinations for rabies, aside for like cats and dogs, you can't like vaccinate a squirrel for rabies. They have to test to make sure that the animal, and the only way you can test is to kill the animal and open up their brains.
Test its brain.
Yeah, and that's why.
Why'd they take the raccoon? Why'd they kill the raccoon?
I think same thing, because it was sharing a location,
Same
like a
thing,
home with the squirrel. So they're
they're gonna say, oh, if the squirrel had rabies, it could have easily transferred to the raccoon.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. So
that's the rationalization for the raccoon also being euthanized.
The idea here is the government is designed to solve societal problems, right? And in this case, that governing body was probably designed to deal with the importation of illegal animals or potentially like the abuse of animals or whatever. Officer discretion is a thing. On the enforcement side of things, you get to say, well, is this, 65-year-old lady, with a sprinkle of weed really a problem? Or is it the other 65-year-old lady that's organizing a coup to overthrow the government? Like, gonna be a problem, right? Like, which one am I gonna go and spend some time, money, and energy on?
They're the same lady.
Exactly, potentially. But anyways, the government was, I guess, tasked themselves with doing this, and it caused both these animals. One, I think it exposes officers unnecessarily to risk. I do think that there are times when the government should 100% go in and save people that are victims of a very horrible, violent offense, right? I have strong feelings about what I would consider not victimist crimes per se, but you have a lot of situations. Child custody is a good example of this. Here is a good example of this. The consumption of any type of substance that can be mind-altering is an example of this, where there are times where it is a problem and there's times where it's not. If they were like mating these guys to make fur and they were like specifically trapping these things, or worse, that they were taking a non-native species, cultivating them, and then dumping them. You can look at what happened in Florida with like anacondas and all that wild stuff. It makes sense why they might be strict about XYZ. I don't know what the squirrel population is like in New York and whether or not the squirrel posed a threat to the population in New York, but I have my doubts. But that being said, I think air quotes anonymous tips and things of that nature that will eventually lead to warrants and then potential seizures is a pretty dangerous precedence. You're a handful steps away from, hey, I know my neighbors have strong feelings about the government, and now the government's going to come in and go do something. I do believe that America is founded on this idea that I should be trusted to be an adult until I prove otherwise. Or I should be trusted even with potentially dangerous ideas or potentially dangerous. Again, Am I gonna restrict, like German Shepherd dogs from ownership completely?
I mean, they do it for pit bulls.
That's what I'm getting at. Is it okay as a government to then stand there and say, I don't trust you with owning XYZ until you prove you're not? Once you prove you're not, I totally get it, because you owe it to local kids and you owe it to animals and neighbors' pets, right? But you have countries that won't even let you import them. Whole countries, not just a state, but a country that won't let you do it. I do think there's an argument on both sides of the fence there. But
yeah, because I was going to say on the flip side of that, since you are trusting somebody to be an adult, you are also therefore having to trust the information of adults when they call you and tell you, hey, there is an illegal animal trafficking operation in this house, and you have to just kind of take them at their word and go investigate, because like, what else are you going to do? Yeah. Right? Like, if you don't, and it turns out it is, like, they've got tigers and lions and bears in there in a fighting ring, and you didn't investigate, you look like an a-hole. Yeah. But you go in there and you do investigate, and you don't wear better gloves.
I do. No kidding, right? Literally, they make like specific
like bite-proof gloves. Yeah, I'm like, you're an animal whatever specialist. You're not wearing a glove to protect you from bites from a squirrel.
I legitimately, it was a pit bull. His name was Chapo. I'll never forget this. This dog was almost as big as me. He's an enormous pit bull, and his owner had a felony warrant for his arrest, and he had his dog tied to. He was going to like the corner store, and he tied his dog to like a water, it's like a water pipe meter measure, because he didn't want to bring him inside because his dog does not like people. So he ties it to him real quick, walks inside. That's where we ran into him. We go and take him into custody. His dog's like not happy that we're touching his owner, right? And it's pulling so hard on that water meter, I was like nervous it was going to break. And he was in cuffs in a patrol car, and I was like, I don't want to shoot this dog. Will you be cool? Like, you got a felony warrant. Like, you're going to jail. But will you be cool and take your dog and put it in the animal control thing? And we legit, supervisor was there and everything, took that guy out of handcuffs, had him handle his dog, and his dog still gave him attitude. Like, it was a very out of control thing, but am I going to trust this tiny little lady that showed up for animal control was basically going to have to fight a very aggressive dog that was her size? I was like, what situation am I putting myself? Tactically, dumb. I should not be taking a suspect out of custody. I'd be roasting the hell out of myself, being like, dog, he's going for a felony warrant. But it's that or get into a gunfight with a dog, basically. And so there are times where I think judgment should be applied in the same way we should trust adults with making adult decisions, and we should trust sometimes witnesses to give us good information and at least vet them. I think we also have to at times be able to trust law enforcement to use a little bit of discernment and be like, is this the bad guy I'm going for? Or am I pretty far away from being Jack Bauer? This is
maybe just write a ticket, go make sure you get your papers in order because you're clearly unlicensed.
Right. And that's fine. I'd had no beef with that, right? Yeah. Because I understand the ethics behind what their objective was. But I do think that there should be consequences when poor judgment was exhibited. In this instance, poor judgment was likely exhibited, and it cost the lives of these two perfectly innocent animals, right? Likely an exposure to a deadly disease to these two officers. And if whoever decided to write the warrant and say that this was a merited investigation should be held accountable. In the same way, bringing it back to the
if the bite thing is real.
That's what I'm getting at. And if it's not vetted, and that's the excuse they're giving, and I don't have an exposure report, or I don't have any of that other stuff, and body cams weren't on, like the second, I don't think you should be able to do any kind of warrant service.
Do you think DEC wears body cams though?
Probably not.
If troopers don't, I don't think it.
Well, they shouldn't be going in people's homes.
That's what I'm going to say. Yeah. If I can't hold them accountable, I shouldn't be giving them the authority to do such. That's kind of my beef with it. And like you have to, I believe intrinsically in respecting the complaints of taxpayers, but also the rights of the people suspected of those complaints. Both of those things are equally important. And if you're going to be in law enforcement, you have to be able to juggle those. Big L. Mostly because two animals died out of it, and now we have this whole hullabaloo. And we remember last time what happened when Harambe died.
I was about to say.
Yeah,
do you think this is going to be Gen Z's Harambe?
100%.
It's not like it can get much worse than
this is where the timeline splits again.
Yeah. So hopefully the timeline is fixed. Whatever terrible things that have beset this country get righted again. But maybe that's enough to bring the country together.
All right. R.I.P. Peanut.
R.I.P. Peanut.
R.I.P. Peanut.
So we did not clickbait you guys. Oh, you know what? I'm going to take... Was this federal? This is state, right?
State.
We agreed state.
We're going to 20.
I was going to say 50, dog.
Minus
50.
Okay. I'm taking 50 from state.
Squirrel killers.
I think minus 50 for each animal.
You know
I was
what?
gonna
I'll
minus
take it.
society for
they're also
yes.
they're also getting hit for this.
Because
So.
I'm like, I
taking
have
100.
less beef with DEC than I do with society for calling in something stupid.
I'm gonna
'Cause
take.
that's the same thing as like,
but
yeah.
if you're
They
if
also
you're,
have the discretion to be like, yeah, we went and checked it out. There's nothing going on.
Again, imagine the rookie episode where they're like, "Yo, so and so," or what is it? There's plenty of episodes of this where like someone makes a complaint. And it's like a Darman complaint where it's like, you're a little racist, dog. Like, this is not a real complaint. There's nothing criminal happening. You have to have the judgment.
Josh almost had to go to an apartment for a complaint about dog poop falling on someone's steak.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know. But we decided to do that over the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying. There's other ways to...
Let's take 25.
hold my
result,
negative points beyond like 30 for me until we have more information. That's just what all I'm gonna, because if it comes out that like the complaint was something egregious and then there were maybe a ton of them and then they had some other stuff and then like the squirrel jumped on the dude and bit his face or something, like very different than what we have for right now. I'm gonna withhold, but I will since society.
Let's take 10 from the complainants and then 10 from the suspects for likely not having paperwork vetted and all that.
Oh yeah, they definitely didn't.
You can, that's what I'm saying. Is like you can, especially if it's like a relatively lucrative thing.
It was also like, from what I
famous,
read, they were like going across state lines because they'd already gotten in trouble at the previous state about it. Right. So it's like iffy on that.
Should have come to Texas.
Because
like
I
Peanuts
said,
should not pay the price for
you can have a tiger.
Dumbass owner.
Well, that's what I mean. Is if you do the paperwork and you get certified and you have somebody come up that says you have proper accommodations to take care of a fur-bearing animal. You can have owls and shit here. You
I've seen people do with there's so many otter like caretaking accounts. It's crazy.
So, anyways, God bless Texas. That's what we learned today. So 20 from society and 100 from state boys.
That's what we learn every day.
But also, if it was one of those damn squirrels that bit through my roof, then I feel very, very different.
That's very different.
That was like a $5,000 repair.
That is very true.
They were nesting in the attic.
So this is going to be...
The whole group of them got through the trees, chewed through the roof, and then hung out in the attic. So
Las Cruces police.
Celebrities get treated differently is all I'm saying.
They do indeed. Allegedly stopped the vehicle for illegible license plates. I'm stopped for that. I'm going to see if we get a look at this license plate.
Las Cruces. And for the illegible. And let me and Bill read it, and we'll let you know if it's illegible.
That's fair. I'll take that. That's fair. You know what? Hold on. I'll give that to chat. Oh, you know what? I'll give it to Juan. I'm gonna give
Josh
media?
Josh would have read this and would have come back to like a 2001 Chevy pickup, and we would have been like, wait a minute.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna give plus 10 to media. There you go, Juan.
I'm Tom.
Josh becomes the DEC all of a sudden.
Hey, man. Hi, Sergeant Chavez, Las Cruces Police Department.
This is a really weak sauce flashlight.
Illegible plate right there, okay?
It's a Phoenix light. You just didn't charge this thing.
It's that little one, though.
It's the baby one, yeah.
I mean, I have like a weapon-mounted one that's still brighter than that.
The plate itself.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's charged.
I think it's,
You can barely read it. Okay?
Oh, am I supposed to put it in?
It's like midnight. Maybe he charged it in the
question
morning.
you whenever that happens. If you want to come see it,
Sorry,
I'll show you.
no, I have seen how it looks like blurry kind of.
Yeah.
And I just got the
Well, she's dumb for verbally admitting that it's hard to read.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go ahead and start with taking. I'll take 5 so far for suspects for not shutting up.
Stop talking.
Take
Sorry,
that.
I'm so nervous.
Oh, no, it's a.
I haven't been before.
Is the vehicle registered to you?
No, yeah, it's mine. But I just got the sticker for it.
And this is a Honda,
Oh,
so
okay. Yeah,
it's a pretty common car.
You should have
I'm
asked for
assuming
a
your
new
license plate lights
it's
probably would
No,
completely
and
faded.
when I was putting it on, I saw that.
As long as you don't have anything weird on it, it should be fine.
Yeah.
I did notice that.
No, okay.
Idiot. Dumb.
Just a second.
Just gave him PC for this.
Return to unit for crime ops traffic 87. Hi, Mr. Go ahead and step out for me.
So he's already asking for a second. I'm assuming if this is a DWI investigation now, like his PC for the, or his reasonable suspicion for the stop was going to be the blurry license plate. And if he now thinks he has reasonable suspicion for the DWI, I'm glad that he's already asking for it now, so it doesn't feel like he's making it up. I just want to see if he articulates it now.
I'll go back over here, okay? All right.
I can read that really well.
Alcohol in the vehicle, okay? How much have you had to drink tonight?
Well, I don't know about that, dog. Yeah, like this crappy Axon thing, I can see that.
What is hard to read?
It's not even like one of those crappy, like obstructed ones where they have like a license plate cover.
A cover, yeah.
That's.
Yeah.
That looks pretty. Hold on. Does she move away of this at all?
Maybe she needs glasses if she thinks that's blurry.
I just want to see if we're gonna catch a better view of this.
Go ahead and step out for me.
Yeah, kind of when he walks by before she steps in front of it, you can see it. Like right.
Hold on.
Right there. Yeah, that's super clear.
There's nothing.
Like obstructing it.
No.
Unless it's those first three letters, which really haven't come into view. No, that's like 0, 2, 3.
C2.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe 0.
It might be
The glare
C.
might.
Yeah.
The
Might
first
be a
one's
C.
0.
Might be a 0.
But part
2,
of the
3.
issue is his light making it like reflecting off of it.
Yeah, WAT.
Okay. How much?
Oh, it's definitely reflection. It's the ISO, like the exposure of the camera.
I fell
Yeah.
asleep earlier.
Yeah.
I came to pick her up.
To pick her up?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, not anything.
Damn.
No.
Okay. Are you willing to submit to some field sobriety tests?
Okay, so he's working the DWI now.
Okay. Make sure you're okay to drive.
Say no.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm gonna get my lights real quick.
Consent.
That's why you got arrested. You got arrested for dumb.
Dog, now that I'm seeing it, that doesn't look obstructed at all.
That's the only reason for the stop?
That's kind of
I
sus.
think
Thrown out.
he said it was
Yikes.
blurry or illegible was what he was saying.
Could be the state that is.
Sounds like he needs glasses.
He might need glasses. Sergeant, how long have you been on?
He said, Sergeant, how long have you been on?
Stop talking. Right.
Maybe he smells alcohol because he's been drinking.
There you go.
He's got blurry vision from drinking.
Yep.
All right. Let's step.
Oh, another sergeant.
Like, how many fingers do I see?
No shit. He's verifying.
Yeah,
First thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna check your eyes, okay? What I
Looks
need you
pretty
to do.
normal.
Not too bright here.
So my question too is, so he said, well, you said, have you drank any alcohol? She said no. And he's like, if he didn't have driving factors, right? If he hasn't articulated ETOH, he hasn't confronted her about like, no, I think you've been drinking because bloodshot eyes, I could smell it on your breath. You swerved, you were leaving the light. Like there's no other qualifying statements to build the reasonable suspicion for the investigation. He also hasn't asked, do you have any medical exemptions? Have you had an injury recently? Do you have any injuries? Do you have corrective vision? There's a lot of other things that have to qualify you both for reasonable suspicion's sake, outside of just volunteering. She did volunteer. But also from like a, do you qualify for SFSTs? Like to even, for this test to even be valid. None of those questions have been asked. It's important. Shit matters. This is how squirrels die.
Follow the tip of my pen with your eyes and eyes only, without moving your head. I'm gonna keep moving it back and forth, and just keep following until I tell you to stop. Okay?
As not the instructions for that test, but it's fine.
He's also. Oh, there we go. I was gonna say he's pretty far away.
Oh, way to block the camera.
There's a little bit of tracking
A little bit.
that I can see. Just a smidge. So this is the lack
You can
of
see it at the.
as she's going
You can
across.
see it at the edges.
Yeah. So what we're looking for is lack of smooth pursuit. He's now at maximum deviation, probably. And then either he's moved on to onset prior to 45, and now he's doing vertical. She did a great job of doing the test, but
Yeah.
she verbally consented to it, which kind of negates any of him having to build reasonable suspicion, which is why you never consent to anything. You guys are idiots. Let him articulate that he has reasonable suspicion, and then if you refuse, that's fine. You go with the warrant, but you have to have reasonable suspicion for it. Unless you're just trying to absolve yourself of the suspicion, then sure, consent to the test.
Also,
Absolve
The
yourself
only
in court.
thing that helps your BAC come down is time.
Yep.
So, if you can answer less questions.
Win yourself some time. Yeah.
If you can make it a little harder, make the process a little longer. Just saying.
I let a guy do air squats. We're waiting. He was sitting there. He was so hammered, but he was sitting there doing air squats and just took me yesterday. I was like, you know what? If you do 20 in a set, I bet you come up with zeros. But it got him to stop fighting because he was handcuffed. We were about to have to handcuff him to and he was just wearing himself out in case we had to fight him. But he's just sitting there patiently doing air squats, and he was all pumped. He's like, "Yeah, take my blood, take my blood." He's like, "Yeah, you fucking idiot!" She was hammered.
Let's go over there. There's a line.
But it was a smart strat. He was like, "I'm gonna make you write the warrant, and I'm gonna sit here and metabolize this shit as much as I can."
No. Yeah. Let's ignore what
Are we gonna ask? Are we gonna
Let's
ask
go over here, man.
if she's got any ankle injuries?
Just stand on the end of that line right there.
Nope.
We'll use this line, okay?
Why'd we go so far away?
All right, so you see that line before you, right?
There's also
One line.
somebody not secure in the vehicle right now. That's whatever. This is how patrol cars get stolen. Right here.
All right, so what
Come
we're
on,
going to do is
Sarge. And
I'm going
Sarge
to talk you
2.0.
through it, and then
see
I'll
this.
give you the instructions, okay? Put your left foot on that line like this. Okay, now put your right foot in front of the left foot, heel to toe, touching heel to toe,
There we
arms
go.
down to your side. Okay, now stay in this position until I tell you to move. Do you understand? Okay. When I
While I give instructions.
tell you to start, what you're going to do is you're going to take 9 heel to toe steps on that line. Okay, you're going to touch heel to toe on each step. Okay, when you get to your 9th
Can you
step,
demonstrate?
you're going to leave that front foot on that line.
Also got to count out
You're going to step out with the other foot, take a series of small steps to turn around. I'll show you how to do that. And then you're going to take 9 heel to toe steps back on that same line. Okay?
Oh, he said he was going to
Now-
show her. Okay.
On each step, I need you to look down at your feet. Get back in that position.
Okay. This is an okay
Now,
walking turn.
on each
test.
step, I need you to look down at your feet the whole time. Count your steps out loud so that I can hear you. Keep your keep your arms down to your side at all times. And don't stop this test until it's been completed. Do you understand?
Not bad.
Okay, for demonstration
not
purposes,
bad.
I'm going to do 3
This
steps.
is-
You are
at
doing
least he
9.
hit all the check
Okay,
boxes.
get back in that position.
Sorry.
Heel to toe like this.
Sorry,
Okay?
I'm drunk.
I'm gonna demonstrate, okay? It's gonna be like this. 1, 2, 3, up until 9. Step out like this. Series of small steps to turn around, and then back on that line. 1, 2, 3. Okay?
Not a
Yeah.
great
All the way to 9.
demonstration.
It was
he's
not a
really
great
bad.
demo.
I told you he was drunk. That's why he's seeing blurry.
Also,
I'm
I'll
hearing
just
a
let
little
it go.
slurred speech on him.
I'll give some to Chet. I'll give some to media there. I'll give one another 5. He's doing pretty good today.
His eyes.
He's in good form today.
In the demonstration, yeah?
Sarge can't do it. Everyone's calling him out.
Sorry.
Spoiler guy also gets it. I bet the patrol cars are unlocked.
Okay,
This
you
is
may begin.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
As instructed, yes.
1, 2, 3,
this was one of the better walking turns I've seen. She still failed it technically, but but it's like a very middle. If I didn't have it on HGN, I'm probably not going to the one leg stand at this point. If I didn't have, mind you, if I didn't have HGN, I wouldn't have gotten to this.
That wasn't bad.
She'd probably
Wasn't great, but it wasn't
yeah,
bad.
If she's got alcohol in her system, I would say she's below like 1. Like she's probably
Yeah.
like 09 or 08.
Yeah.
Like
All right. All right,
because
so this next one,
nerves could play into that. The wind.
what you're gonna do is stand with
Yeah,
your
but
arms like
walking
this.
turns
Arms down
tough
to your side.
anyways. Because like
All right, stay in this
sometimes
position.
I struggle to do
as
it.
Big Sarge
Dude
demos.
struggled to, yeah. Sarge struggled to do it while
I
showing.
tell
Oh,
you
they got a
Yeah.
third.
Yeah.
They got a
Yeah.
third officer over there.
Either left or right, it doesn't
forget
matter.
him.
It's up to you. You're gonna raise it approximately 6 inches off the ground. Approximately 6 inches off the ground, like so.
You got a big Sarge.
Okay. If you notice, my foot is parallel with the ground. It's not pointing up, not pointing down, but parallel. Okay. You can have your knees straight, arms
Bro,
down
I
to
would
your side.
cramp.
No, not yet. Okay. Look like this. Okay.
Does it
Now,
matter? Okay.
holding this position, you're gonna look down at the elevated foot and count in this manner: 1001, 1002.
Free advice: if you bend that other knee Just a little bit. It makes us easier. Free advice. I used to bend my knee when I did it. I also wouldn't count off if somebody else did it. It's just easier to balance that way.
1003 and so forth until I tell you to stop. Do you understand?
Bend that.
Any questions? No? All right,
See it,
you may
girlfriend.
begin.
1001, 1002,
A little higher.
1003, 1004.
There you go.
Listen, she's been lied to by men for so long about what 6 inches is.
1009.
It was demonstrated, okay? It was demonstrated.
You think she's gonna believe him?
Look down at your foot.
2015, 2016, 2017.
I wonder why Sarge is doing it if they got like a P1 here. He might be the only certified person to do it.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that.
18,
What a bad time.
2020, 2021, 2022.
I mean, outside of her arms being up,
This is a solid test.
Okay, you can stop.
She's not swaying or nothing. So technically, I would only make that 1 point.
that was
I don't
only
know,
1 point.
I don't know that I give her 2.
Yeah.
That's a pass, technically.
I'm also trying. What were the 4 on the walk-in turn?
There was
She stepped off the line during instructions.
she didn't do heel to toe. She stopped, I think, and then you could probably articulate like sway while getting instructions.
You
but
think?
that's a really weak one. That's like
I don't.
This is-
technically. I don't think she failed walk-in turn either.
I would have.
she
That's kind of
just-
what I'm saying is I would have struggled
Yeah.
to call that a fail. Like I know,
Yeah,
like,
she just forgot heel to toe for one of them, but that
and that only counts as technically like one, but you don't count every single time she does it. As
And she did
different points,
9. Her turn wasn't a series of small steps, but it was a turn on 1 foot.
so-
Like,
Yes,
I don't know, dude.
she gets arrested. I'm riding. Yeah, I'm having beef. One, again,
don't look at the title, Robert.
you still have to. Yeah, you still have to. Oh wow! I didn't. Wow, I did not see that.
Again, what time was your
I
last
didn't see
recap?
reasonable.
I fell asleep
Suspicion.
earlier. I just couldn't pick up my sister up
Okay, but what time was your last drink out?
like 3 or 4 hours ago.
3 or 4 hours ago?
Okay,
I think we need a
verbally admitted.
follow up on this to see if this case got kicked.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead and face the building for me.
Well, this happened a month ago.
Put your arms back.
Yeah.
Ms. Lopez, you are under arrest for driving under the influence.
This
A
was
good
the-
lawyer would have
Yeah,
an
this would've been
absolute
done.
field day with
That would've
this.
been done. This backup officer here that we're getting from,
Yeah.
free advice. Help. Don't hold. Help. If I did that in front of Keith, Keith would have been like, well, if you're just going to be touching my inmate, just go sit in the car. Like, you don't have, are you searching her? Like, what are you doing? Like, you're not holding her and you're not helping with the arrest. Like, this is, and maybe she's not
Your
being
cell phone
combative or
looking at this
whatever,
scope
but
in the
like,
car?
treat everyone like they're going to be combative.
Okay, we
Prepare
can
for
grab that.
combative.
Sarge is not good at cuffing.
Big Sarges. Come on. Come on.
Sarge is in training today, I think.
Come on, Big Sarge. You got it.
Wow,
Thank
he's
God
not
she
back.
wasn't
She is as
yeah.
compliant as hell.
God, we're going to take 5 for handcuffing. That was pretty bad.
Trying to manhandle me.
These sound bites. So shout out to the Discord. Yeah, public defender's gonna crush this if she doesn't actually get a DWI lawyer. DWI lawyer, super crush this.
Bro, judge is gonna look at
Is your
this and be
passenger
like,
sober?
"You brought this to me."
And it's mostly for procedural reasons.
No.
I have
do you
big
have somebody that
issues,
can pick
but
up the car? Wait, what's that? Oh. Somebody to pick up the vehicle, okay?
Oh, okay.
Oh, she's already in there.
I work here and he's
You were gonna.
She was left completely alone.
She came to pick me up, so I just feel bad.
Okay. Where
We've
was?
never like been in trouble or anything, so I just feel really bad.
Probably still alright.
Where's she coming from? She just came from
She
home.
has
Or
a
what?
Hooters, and I asked her for a ride, and I just feel bad. She works at Hooters. So.
okay.
All right, Miss. Listen to me carefully, okay? I'm gonna tell you something important. You are under arrest for driving under the influence. New Mexico Implied Consent Act requires you to submit to a breath test to determine the alcohol content of your blood. After you take our test,
I'll be honest, I would have rather done this before I went and put handcuffs on.
Yeah.
Because I would have rather have done that prior to Mirandizing. Mostly because I don't think you had PC for the arrest to begin with, and that would have at least given it to you. But I think as a procedure, you're going to likely get more compliance out of somebody on a breath test if they believe this might absolve them versus they're already under arrest. They might tell you pound sand and just not submit. And you'll have recourse for that, but like just from a procedural standpoint, that's how I would teach it if I was having to teach someone how to do it.
That's the additional independent test. If you choose to take this additional,
this could also be a policy thing.
Okay, I have to ask you again. Do you agree to be tested? No? Okay. This officer's going to hook you
Let's
up with the
go!
sensor
Refusal!
Should have started with refusing.
If she refuses SFSTs, nothing happens.
Probably. I don't think they have reasonable suspicion.
Because he hasn't articulated any belief other than that.
Blood is very much superior in every way. Blanco.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why we're shitting on SFSTs and saying that breathalyzers are the way to go.
They're not.
Shitty SFSTs aren't good, but the tests themselves, when administered correctly, are very good.
Properly articulated, reasonable suspicion, and properly administered SFSTs crush everything.
Yeah, and if it's not that, that's why it gect destroyed in court.
Yep. It has to be that.
Scoot over this way.
Sergeant's finishing. 25 minutes later after refusing to submit. Yeah, continue to refuse, girlfriend. Stay strong. Like, how does this become aggravated?
Because she refused the breath test by their law.
That makes it aggravated?
What the hell, man?
Hold on.
Dude.
Negative 20 for administrators.
Yeah.
Oh my God. It's a Fifth Amendment right. It's not. What do you mean? And a Fourth Amendment right, for that matter. Like, if you don't believe they have probable cause, like, why would you?
You are not
submit?
entitled to my breath.
That's what I mean. That's wild. That is wow. So that bumps it from a misdemeanor to a felony, just refusing. Doug, the best we could do is
I think it's I guess so. Would that make it a felony, or is it just like a
typically
B to
when
an A
That may
misdemeanor?
just be a higher misdemeanor.
I think it's just
I
a higher
hope
misdemeanor.
so. It better be.
Let me look.
That's
Because I'm pretty
bullshit
sure,
if that's
like even
a
in
felony.
Texas, an aggravated is just
This is
a
what, New
misdemeanor.
Mexico?
Bro. Damn, said flicked her hair and whipped it.
Yeah, it's like a
penalty
class
for ag in New Mexico is 48-hour jail sentence, which could increase to 90 days.
Oh, so it's still a
$500
misdemeanor.
in fines.
It probably
Still a
goes from like a
misdemeanor.
B to like an A or something like
Yeah, it
that.
goes from a B to an A.
Yeah.
That's I'm
Yep.
looking at Fort Worth aggregated DWI defense lawyer.
Yeah,
My dog.
It's still a misdemeanor, but I would be.
Yeah, I'm also
Man.
probably with Blank on that. Good SFSTs would have probably absolved her. I think also
That's me.
the lack of there was no articulated reasonable suspicion.
I just haven't changed my
Halloween
YouTube
costume.
name.
Yeah. Have you really not? Oh, you're
That's
still.
me.
Oh, that's you. That's so funny. That's so funny. I keep thinking it's Blake. It says Blake.
forgot to change it back.
I was like, man, he's on really good behavior. I was literally about to say that. I was like, he's doing great today. I'm so proud of him.
No, good articulated and good demonstrated SFSTs, and then an officer that knew what they were doing.
Oh yeah.
Unless you had 6 on HGN,
It's just
this is not a DWI.
in no universe that DW.
No. And she's like, this is the most sober DWI.
Like, you don't even have driving factors.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even know how you write that warrant.
That's my thing is without the driving factors, without like saying slurred speech or like open container, she verbally admitted to, like without any of that stuff, like get wrecked.
Frag is really on this breathalyzer kick.
What's Frag want?
He said that handheld breathalyzers are super accurate.
So the only reason why we have a different feeling on the matter is we have very good lawyers in Texas. I mean, very good DWI lawyers, like especially in DFW. Like it's like a
But also,
whole thing.
Did you have a handheld breathalyzer?
Nope.
Because I sure didn't.
Our DA's office, the district attorney, would not even accept that as evidence.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter.
Even if we had them, they would be like, "That's adorable. Get me blood." because that is the end all. And even on blood, I had to keep the alcohol pad that we used, the packaging for the alcohol pad we used. I had to body cam the whole thing. The nurse had to sign off on it. I had to sign off on it. We gave a time. We did all that stuff. We were so incredibly meticulous and methodical because any one of those things is gone.
Yeah.
That probably doesn't even make it to trial. It doesn't get past like the discovery phase. The judge is like, sign that piece of evidence wrong, kicked, like immediately. And I'm okay with that because you just do a good job. And you don't have to worry about it'd be like if I'm bagging your groceries and I just take a potato and spike it on the ground as opposed to putting it in the bag like I'm supposed to.
Right.
The same thing in law enforcement. Just do your job correctly and it's not an issue. I have no beef with that. It's a transport only vehicle.
It's slippery?
I wonder why.
We'll take a seat, Jesse. I'll take those cuffs off, right?
Yeah, dude. DWIs were a whole
Go ahead and
thing.
stand up. You're good. No worries. Yours as well. But if you want to hold him right there. I went ahead and gave him the phone numbers that you wrote down. You have them right here, okay? No problem.
Having an illegal license plate?
That's what it... What? No, that says illegible.
Oh, illegible.
See,
I just skipped through.
This is why we made sure that we read the license
so
plate, not
that's
you.
what's here. Thank you.
Well, to be fair, Josh got me on the one in the DMs earlier, so.
DWIs.
But I was driving. Also, so.
The second one, the other one.
I'm useful every once in a while. I have my niche applications in law enforcement.
One more. 41? Yeah.
But like legit, even in my reports, I would write double checked and read. I would even put it in there. I was like, I read it again. Because somebody could totally bring up, like, oh, dude, you're dyslexic. I'm like, yes, but I was certain. And the evidence will show that I was correct.
Dude, good luck with this one.
That's not me, bro.
Oh, yeah, this is that's
like,
a,
all you're going to have to do
one.
is pull up the dash cam.
Yeah, that's a hard one.
In court and read the license plate.
I'm going to take...
be like...
They didn't do anything that I would consider as conduct unbecoming. They weren't rude. There were no lectures. However, this is likely no PC, in my opinion. Like, if I was the bigger Sarge as opposed to Big Sarge, I'm probably like, well, why'd you pull him out of the car? It'd be like my first question.
Yeah.
What were your factors for initiating what you believe is a DWI? Because if she refuses tests, as I would advise anyone to do, you're going to have to write a warrant. Do you
Refuse
think right
everything.
now? That's what I mean. But do you think right now that you have enough for a warrant? No, then what are we doing?
Yeah.
Assume you will not get
Do you know why I
compliance.
pulled you over?
Yeah.
No.
No.
You were lonely?
Dan, thank you for writing next for me. I'm taking 10 from municipal there, just for no PC. Oh, actually, no, I'm taking 15 because I took 5 away already for handcuffing. That handcuffing was bad. So the reason I bring all this up is assume you're not going to get compliance because it's theoretically their right to not have to comply to it. They could be subject to it. And if you're able to articulate it, sure, you could charge them with resisting and all that stuff because you'll have all the evidence you need. But like, I assume non-compliance and I'm like rewarded by just being a nice, respectful person that they do comply. But don't expect it. Too often, I think, especially in what I would consider less strict counties where like the judges don't care and clearly the attorneys don't care, so management doesn't care, and so the P1s don't care. They skip a lot of these steps, whether it's handcuffing technique or scene security or simply...
Clearly we skipped SFSTs.
No kidding. But it's
training.
It's important. Like, I don't know, man. It's
Corey
important.
and his friends like to drive around Hartford with his RC car riding along beside them. And they were all curious what the cops would do if he tried driving it through a sobriety checkpoint. But to everyone's surprise, the cops loved it, with one cop kneeling down to check for the mini car's license, while another
They put stop sticks in front of it? That's hilarious.
And
Do you
nothing
think
was better
that
than the
license
last
plate is
cop
illegible?
who pretended to try to stop it from leaving.
Well, think about it this
After
way.
they're stopping it.
Operating a motor like a non-registered vehicle. This wouldn't meet any of the criteria for a legal vehicle.
Nope.
I think
the tint's too dark.
I think you could seize it.
Taillights out clearly.
Taillights aren't high enough off the ground, not bright enough. Like, you know what I mean? It's not insured, and it's blocking a public thoroughfare. Like, dog, seized. You tow it for $5. This is a good time. That's hilarious. They had a good sense of humor about it, though. My goodness. I will give them a +1 for humor. I'm assuming that's municipal. We'll give them that. At least they weren't like weird about it. Treated it like a terrorist attack or something. Cops? Is this British officers? Wow.
Oh.
Somebody tell me if
yeah, you can see by the whole crown and the watermark. Look at that.
Bedfordshire?
Bedfordshire.
Tell me if this is municipal, state, or
it's Bedfordshire sauce.
Bedfordshire.
Berkshire.
Oh, yeah, upend it my way, yeah. Right, upend it your way. Or do you want to go this way? Oh, no, yeah, upend it my way, yeah.
This is that Always Sunny episode where Frank comes out of the couch.
No kidding.
Shane.
Dog!
He's hiding in the sofa. Out you come. Amy, we've got one
He was just trying to relive his birth.
Right, upend it your way. Or do you want to go this way? Oh, no, yeah.
I wonder why he was hiding.
My way, yeah. Wait.
Probably avoiding arrest.
Oh, like they had a warrant or something like that?
Mm-hmm. Or it looks like it says it's supposed to be an empty property, so maybe he was
like
living
squatting?
there when he's squatting. That's the word.
Especially in a place where like there's like a lot of government housing basically, and they probably have to be very strict about. It's like, hey, dude, we're paying for all of it. You can't just be using it when we could be using this for somebody else. You nicked, mate. You gotta be careful with that.
Damn, we can't use that word anymore.
Whoa. Juan ruined that word for us.
Clip it, Josh.
I'm gonna say British police. What do you think this is? Probably. I'm gonna give it to county. We'll +1 for creativity here, on them looking.
County? You think so? You don't think they'd be municipal?
British counts as county?
I'll give it.
Counties.
I'll give it. To,
I would say municipal or state. Honestly,
I'm gonna look up Berkshire.
Somebody, let us know what this is. You guys got a couple seconds here.
It's an area
uniform. I can
England.
see. I'll tell you that PD. It's municipal. Yeah, I think British PD.
No,
okay.
County.
Is it county?
Is it really county?
Bedford is the county town. It's a very rural. So yeah.
What in the world? Okay, I'm with you on county.
Is a ceremonial county in the east of England.
I will also give a +1 to suspects for being creative here. Hey, everybody's being creative.
Look at RJ's comment.
Amen to that. Amen to that, brother. Miami Police, Officer Joseph.
I just need to say this. God bless Texas.
God bless it. Dog, just Texas in general. Because,
Well, the election results just came in for Texas, so.
Nice. Did our job.
We did our job.
Some of us did.
Some of us did, yep.
Hey, those that
I
voted.
have proof.
Those that
I'm going to
voted,
send y'all the picture.
Yeah, those that voted did their job. That's all that matters.
Yeah, there's still like 10 million registered gun owners who aren't registered to vote. That's embarrassing.
Are they legal guns?
Most probably are.
Probably, yeah.
There's definitely some that aren't. That's for sure. But to be fair, Chicago's kind of like the mecca of the not so legal.
I mean, if you're a registered gun owner, it's a legal gun.
To be fair, even of registered voters, the amount, like the percentage of those that vote,
small,
it's like,
yeah.
I mean.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah,
but it's just
so
like
bad. This is a non.
You can't complain if you don't.
Exactly. There it is.
Make your voice heard.
Hopefully this is not safe rap. We're gonna.
I saw your story, Juan.
Yeah,
I know you bought that on Amazon.
Yep, I bought like 50 of them. I got the whole roll.
I need to see this.
I got them on every surface, every screen.
I need to see this now.
You should start posting it every day on your story.
Yeah,
be like, I voted today.
I voted today. It's just on a different item of clothing.
I gotta see it.
I gotta make my voice heard.
Why'd we pause here?
My bad.
Because it's a nice shot.
transparent.
Sussy
Everything I know, I
stress
like to give it back
Why
to
are we
people.
watching him take
and
his shoes
hopefully
off?
I can plant the seed inside them to get them to
police.
start training as well. My name is Officer Moise Joseph. I've been a police officer with the city of Miami for about 16 years now. I am
that's a Kimura.
Trillo. I'm also the lead
God,
instructor.
imagine, dude, you decided to resist arrest, and it's like, if he's bald, looks a little chiseled, and like his uniform looks pretty put together, that's not the guy you fight. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
For the
This is a bad
tactics
time.
here in the police academy. I'm also a level 1 Gracie survival tactics instructor.
How has jiu-jitsu helped you to be calm and patient?
I tell you what, that judo throw would be devastating on concrete. Like that last throw. It's like a hip toss.
How has jiu-jitsu helped you
Like
to be
broken
calm
back.
and
Like
patient in your approach as a police officer?
Knowing how to separate or differentiate jiu-jitsu and police jiu-jitsu.
If he's a
Understanding my
legit
policy and
purple
procedures
belt,
at work on what they allow and what they
that's not the guy, right? Like don't fight that guy.
So it's more so control.
So this is a really, this I can get behind. I might make fun of the safe rap and all that. Let's see if I can get to it. This was actually taught. Millennial, if he's in the chat, he'll be able to explain this probably better than I will.
I haven't seen him.
Yeah, where's Millennial?
Yeah, he got sports stuff with the kids, I think.
So this is like the worst case scenario. 1, you're mounted, and 2, like they're going after your gun. This is exactly how this is taught. But since you know where they're going, which is great, you just simply pin the wrist to the gun, and then you go over the river and through the woods. You basically will leverage that wrist to go.
You tie their arms into a little knot.
Yeah, this shoulder socket exists on their body because you allow it at that point. Once you've grabbed that wrist, R.I.P. to that shoulder. Very, very good demonstration. Stop.
That wasn't
That
me.
was perfectly timed.
That was not me.
That's incredible.
His silence speaks volumes.
Keith doesn't talk anymore. He just communicates through the soundboard.
Yeah, just the soundboard. That's
That
gonna be
wasn't even
me.
the soundboard. That was just Keith.
That was just Keith. But this is a very good demonstration of that technique.
So it's more
that's like he tries it all, and you basically
so control. At work is more so control. But I have the submission
There you
if I
go.
need it.
I still make
Dan said he's a purple
We don't
belt.
stop until we get him in cuffs.
When he gets
I'm grateful
blood
to
on his
take my
blue belt.
passion and
My hero, Dan.
So the class I'm currently working with is Pack 148. We're
They call them packs.
currently going over handcuffing techniques.
Police
Dude.
Academy
Police
class.
Academy class.
Look at that gooseneck. Oh, on the wrist. This would be if
Yeah,
he
that
put
would suck.
any amount of beans on that. Oh,
Oh yeah.
cranking that over would be very unpleasant.
But you know what? To be fair, if this guy is a jujitsu addict,
Yeah.
his wrists are probably fairly
He's very
flexible.
flexible, right?
So that's not hurting him as much as it would hurt like you or me.
Yeah. So one, he's actually securing the elbow from dropping. So he's keeping the elbow from, so he's taking all the leverage away from this arm. He can probably handcuff that arm, then hold it, and then wait and finish out this by himself. This is with no other help, but he's also preventing the hips from coming up. This is a very good
Couple techniques. Now, one of the things that we look for when it comes to handcuffing is allowing and teaching an officer how to stay relaxed in a stressful situation. De-escalation is the cornerstone to our training unit. We utilize the FDLE curriculum along with the training I've taken throughout the years to make the minimum amount.
That's also a very strong position.
Yeah.
Oh, again, goosenecks to hell on that wrist. This is basically
And holding the elbow.
Yeah, this is moving that arm very unappealing to the person that's there without injuring them. Now, this probably isn't taken into consideration. I just like the way that they're describing this. This is basically what we were talking
during a physical encounter. One of the ways
But also
we train
here,
them is how
all the leverage is going to come at your shoulder, and that is not going to feel.
Yeah.
Like if you're going to move out of that, basically your whole body weight's going to be on your shoulder to move, and that joint is not built for that.
stay comfortable being uncomfortable, which also prevents them from panicking. In this technique, the offender induces stress on the officer by utilizing a headlock position without
very
letting go,
good technique.
where the officer have to.
It's literally precisely how it's taught here. So a very good example of this.
Are they teaching Gracie, or are
this
they
is Gracie?
just
He was
doing
Gracie certified.
Okay.
This is exactly how it was taught here. So one, the leg sweep was great.
Being uncomfortable, which also prevents them from
Headlocks
panicking.
are very,
In this
very
technique,
common
the offender
in
induces
fights.
stress on the officer by utilizing a headlock.
So he literally, you're going to watch
Position.
him chalk that heel so he can't step back. and then he is using his weight to basically go underneath his hips. His hips have no choice. He's actually looping. You can see his hand right on his hip. He's pulling his hips back while keeping his foot from coming back. This is basically tipping a table over. Very, very easy to do, even if you're way weaker than the person that's got you in the headlock.
Without letting go.
And then immediately went to a dominant position. Here where he's pinned, he's got his waist pinned, and this hurts. Once you take that forearm to the neck, and because now they're starting to basically stretch and put stress again on the shoulder where you're weakest.
Yeah.
This
remember
shoulder
the
is weak.
Remember the paper cutter thing that they taught us, like across the face?
Yeah.
I hope they show that, because that
Offset have to defend himself by using proper technique, grip, and escape into a dominant handcuff position. So at this point, we are now entering the grappling portion of the defensive tactics block, where we highlight each and every recruit's strengths and weaknesses to make sure they are better prepared.
Bro, she's getting after it. I was about to make fun of how old this lady looked when she got after it.
They may face.
This is a very good clinch.
Good for her.
Yeah. This is a very good example of clinching. This is a very exhausting position to be in. So instead of just simply standing up and holding someone down with your hands, they're actually looping behind the neck and pinning all of their body weight to basically their face and their neck. This keeps them from coming up. It's like, see, you might get bit here. That's the only downside to this position, is you might get bit, but like there's no getting up from that. Like, good luck unless you're a very skilled wrestler or jiu-jitsu guy that you're going to basically have to backflip to get on top of them. Yeah.
You might get bit, but also if you dig your shoulder a little more into their cheek,
their jaw or in there.
you're gonna turn their face.
They may face.
That's a very dominant position.
The objective of this
not hard to
is
maintain.
for each recruit to be able to,
especially if you could trap their arm
apply each and every technique
on their
that they have
face,
learned.
basically.
So each and every one of our instructors has some type of martial art or combative training that will be assessing the.
So this is good to see. There's clearly
composure,
like a
the application of each technique.
They're controlling hips here,
and their ability to.
And she's not doing a good job of trapping the head, because she could probably rear up and punch the shit out of you here. But she's getting the technique.
Think through the transitional movements.
Probably gonna
in this grappling exposure, there's no submissions, because as a police officer, our objective is to control and then handcuff.
There are no submissions.
So I wish we would have done more of this.
Yeah. We would do it every once in a while, but
not enough.
It was not enough.
It's because our class was so big, we had to spend so much time on technique.
Now, I will say there is likelihoods that there will be injuries. I got injured doing this because we had jackasses in our class.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, to be fair. This does actually, ironically, benefit smaller officers. If you're smaller and more flexible, a lot of these techniques get easier for you. However, if you master these, the bigger you are, the better. Like, if you're twice the size of a person and have these pretty squared away, like, they're basically helpless. Like, it doesn't matter if they're cracked out or anything like that, you're effectively helpless.
What's that one? The strongest man is Eddie Hall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That also did MMA. And
yes.
Yes.
He fought two guys at once.
Yes. That's exactly what I was thinking of. I was like, no, that's where you can see like the size difference plus the technique. It's like he's fighting two professional UFC fighters and just tossing them around like rag dolls. He used one to beat the other one.
Yes, he did. It was awesome. It was awesome.
Brother. Good times. We should pull that deal up.
Very good. I think what's also good about this is a higher stress. It's not controlled. It's not like karate where you're taking techniques and doing it. This is designed to spar. One, you're going to have to get a little creative, but it puts stress on you in a controlled. So like they're on mats. Nobody's going to, or you can get knocked out doing this.
You can still get,
you can still
get knocked out and hurt.
But like for instance, like I was probably almost 10 years away from like real football. By the time I got into policing, it was good to get back into actually having to be physical with people, and like physical with people trying to be physical against you. Playing a pickup game of basketball is not the same as fighting. So this was good.
It also helps for stressful situations, like
because there were times where they would say, "Don't let them win." You're like, "All right." I ain't running. Hell no, I ain't running. I'm about to whoop your ass.
Yeah.
And now what sucked, I was like 215 when we went to academy. So I wasn't allowed to fight people oftentimes under 200 pounds. That sucked.
Yeah.
Because there was a big gap between like 180. We had dudes that were like 260. And like not fat 260 either. There was a couple guys there that were very fit. I got stuck fighting them the whole time. That sucked.
It was like, what? You, me, and maybe 6 other people that were over 200 pounds.
Yeah, that was it. But those were the people I got stuck fighting all the time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, but wouldn't it be beneficial for the people who are like maybe 180 or 160 to fight? Or did they have like training?
Yes, it would have been, but our class was so big with so many people, and they were trying to teach all of us. Like some of us had 0 experience, like even wrestling with siblings. It's like sometimes some of our classmates were like, they'd never touched another person before. So it's like you're trying to teach these people basically how to save their life in a fight.
Mm-hmm.
And to teach technique, sometimes it had to be done with another classmate that was kind of same size, or we did have a legit purple belt in our class, and he basically just rolled with the instructors because like he would have smoked all of us.
Yeah. So y'all needed like an honors class and like a regulars.
Yes.
And like a short bus class.
Yeah, because we only had, what do we have, 80 hours, Josh?
Yeah, it's about 80 hours.
Which isn't that much.
No. I would argue these skills, you're starting to get, I wouldn't consider it mastery, but like a good foundation for it in those 80 hours.
It's a very good foundation, yeah.
But I think you're pretty far from mastery.
You're like a white belt with some technique.
Yeah.
So it's still better than like 90% of people you'll deal with, but it's that other 10%.
Yeah. I would also argue, like, because you got to imagine
if you kept up with it.
Yeah.
Because if you didn't do it after academy, you're not going to remember shit.
Yeah.
Especially when you get into a stress situation.
I remember in service, you would have guys that didn't touch it, or also like were on day shift and not getting in fights all the time, that they were a year away from even trying the technique, as opposed to there were some of us that were having to fight people all the time. And so you might not be practicing it formally, but you're having to use it more often.
Yeah, you're using the techniques at least.
Yeah, SROs were never very good at this, but like you got like a Midnight's guy that worked the warp on like a bad side of town, and they would keep more of it, but they would still really struggle against somebody who's actually practicing it all the time in their free time. Just like
also, let's be real, when taser deployments became a use of force, hands-on went way up.
The second I couldn't threaten you without doing paperwork, that taser never left my belt line.
I'm like, if I have to do a use of force, I'm putting hands on you.
Your boy's like, you want to catch these hands? Like, that was the threat, basically. Like, it was, there was no, it's gun or hands. Back in Keith's day, you would have got the sap, basically. But, and I will say this, if I spent just as much time trying to get good with a sap as we did at jiu-jitsu, you'd probably be a samurai with that thing, you know. But I don't see a lot of departments having the funding or the capability or bandwidth to spend this much time. Miami PD's probably an enormous police department. Bill and I were at a relatively enormous, our academy, I was laughing, my local police department answered 760 calls for service in 1 month. And I was like, oh my God. It was weird for me to think about.
That's,
as a department, they did 17 arrests in 1 month. And I was like, I mean, it's a small city. Like, it's a very small city, right? So, like, I can't.
Got some crime, though.
There is crime, but I kind of chuckled about it. I was like, I probably participated in like 40 in a month. Just me, you know, and half of those are mine that I'm not the backup officer on. Like those are mine.
Right.
So I was doing that much, but like we had the bandwidth for that. We also had the population for that and the land mass.
Dude, it was outside of the lockdown year, right?
Right.
It was a slow shift if I didn't make one arrest a night.
Mm-hmm.
Like
I remember you
and
and
if
I,
it was an early arrest,
yeah.
I'd be looking for a second arrest.
There were times I remember you and I laughed that we wanted 10 traffic stops.
Yeah.
With at least 1 or 2 arrests in those, and we're likely going to make, whether we wanted to or not, another 1 or 2. If we were riding 2-man, could easily do 4 arrests, work like 30 calls, and do 10 traffic stops in a shift. Like that's how busy we were. But anyways, it's different. Not everyone's law enforcement experience is the same.
Oh, is this scenario?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. So they do
that is a hard lesson to learn right there.
Yeah.
Mikey, are you okay?
The legs are one of the most dangerous things. Getting heel kicked in the face is a bad time.
Yeah.
The second she relaxes,
I do like they're doing their scenarios in full uniform.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. This is critical. All of that stuff. There's 2 things that always kind of crack me up about martial arts. One, the introduction of a gi, because no piece of outside of a Carhartt jacket is that firm. Gis are great because they give you this really nice, awesome thing to grab onto and hold onto. The second part is they're doing all of this stuff in like the opposite, right? You're just like in an athletic shirt and shorts. You're like, dog. Like, a vest and a belt are some of the most immobilizing things to you.
A gun on your hip, like,
it's a bad time.
And the taser in the appendix.
It's a bad time.
Ugh.
Bro, even rolling on your radio hurt. I had a couple times where we ate shit, like coming downstairs or something like that, and I landed right on my radio and having like
radio
a
did not
bruise.
feel great.
Like,
but to be fair, radio was likely to fall off before anything else was. So.
That's true. I had one of those really nice, like it was a safari leather one.
You did.
That thing. If
Mine
that
was
thing
that
fell
stupid plastic clip.
The clip-on ones were bad.
And they wouldn't give me a different one. They're like, it's not broken?
Yeah. I ended up buying one.
Oh, damn.
I should have, yeah.
I do like, you see how they're like, this guy's straight up laughing. He's like, get wrecked. and you know why? This guy, and this is kind of where training scars can become a thing.
Oh, he got his gun.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So this girl here, do you remember there was a cat lady we had to arrest?
Yes.
She broke into somebody's house. So Bill and I, the lady's like, we got a mini story time here.
She assaulted that lady.
Yeah.
Remember she came in her house and hit her?
Crazy old lady came into this house and assaults this HOA lady, basically. And so we ended up having to intervene. And so there was a rookie on this call, and Bill and I were riding 2-man, so we just worked as a 2-man unit. She couldn't go by herself, but we didn't want this call, let's be honest, because it was a no call.
It was her beat too. So
anyways, this lady becomes combative. This is like a 60-year-old lady, like becomes combative, and she ends up. She tries to get up, so we just kind of push her on the floor, but she's not going to put up much of a fight if Bill and I are involved in this fight. And this poor little rookie decides to do precisely what this female officer here is doing. And that's her training was, well, if there's 2 officers here, go for the legs. My job is the legs, right? And so she's immobilizing his legs. Well, now she forgot Bill and I are involved in this fight, and we kind of stopped her mid her going down to bear hug this lady's head. Say, hey, don't touch the feces-filled floor. She ain't going nowhere, dog. Just apply cuffs. Like,
yeah, come on.
Like, we were able to win this fight.
There's literally 3 of us. 2 of us weigh a combined 450 pounds.
Right. Like, this lady's not winning.
I think we'll be okay.
But this demonstrates when one of you knows technique and trust that the other one's doing their job. This guy failed, and that's how she gets her gun taken.
Right.
That's where these techniques, and this is kind of what's dangerous about, again, why I bitch about the safe rap and why I always give a little bit of pushback on saying, well, see, it's doable, is if one person fails. I got like a good 3-minute beating in Six Flags scenarios because they had to teach another officer a lesson, and he was like, dog, I'm fighting a 280-pound testosteroned up SWAT guy, And he's like, "Are you gonna help?" He gave me like 3 or 4 really good punches to the face, and it pinned me against the wall, so there was nothing I could do. I'm fully mounted and under a wall, under a guy that does nothing but work out and take tests in his free time. Right?
Your partner in that scenario did not finish field training, right?
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So I'm just sitting here, just thud, thud, and then I felt him like just hit me less. He just started touching me after the first like 4. And I think he probably saw it. He probably saw my face like, oh, golly. Like, bro, chill. And he was just waiting for this other officer to get involved. And he's like, hey, you need to be able to save this other officer. And I was down there for like 3 minutes until she figured it out. And they yelled at her.
Sounds like such a fun time.
It was a good time to be the test dummy for this. But he was nice about it afterwards. He was like, yo, dog, I'm sorry. And I was like, it's cool, dog. It's a good learning environment. But this is a level 3 retention holster that he's like laughing about. Like, I took her gun. He let himself get taken here. He's also, they're being jerks. I love these guys.
Oh, man.
Anyways, this is good training. I would like to see them wear boots, though. That's my only other complaint. You lose a lot of ankle mobility in boots. Like your feet don't roll as much, and then you can't point your toe as much in boots.
Hopefully, they're doing this kind of like we did at Six Flags, right?
Yeah.
Like out in kind of a real world-esque training.
That's my hope, yeah. I'm going to...
Socks that they're wearing, would that affect too? Like, do they have enough traction with that? Or is that...
Yeah, on that kind of mat material, yeah,
okay.
you got enough.
Yeah,
it's still better
just
barefoot.
Don't want to ruin the mats with boots. So hopefully they do it on concrete later.
I'm going to +5 municipal. This is good training. And I'm going to give 1 to administrators for letting them do it. So we're at -9 on municipal, and we're at -19 on admin.
This is the one thing that I think everyone should request that their local police department does.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I think you're
that legitimately can save multiple lives, like save officer lives, save suspect lives, save innocent people lives. Like
that prevented probably 3 shootings for me.
Yeah.
That I had a guy that resisted but got absolutely destroyed when we went hands on. Like he stood 0 chance.
Yeah.
He swung like an idiot, got taken to the ground, and by the time I already had him in a Kimura, and I always pick dominant hands. I was like, well, the left hand's less likely to hurt me if he's right-handed, right? And by the time we got him into handcuffs, we go search incident to arrest, and he had a Glock in his pants. I was like, well, I'm glad we won that as fast as we did, right? And at least he elected to swing before shoot. And I was like, goodness. But if I was stop resisting and batoning him or trying to tase him and all this dumb stuff, he would eventually got tired of it, and we get into a gunfight at 0 yards.
Right. But like if you're confident going hands on, you're less likely to go for your gun immediately.
Exactly. That's kind of what I mean is like you de-escalate by escalating, right? But you take all the options away from them and protect them from themselves like the tyrant that we are. But question, can cops do blood?
He's asking VNR.
Yeah. So VNRs, we were allowed to when we started, and then they stopped that. We can thank, God, who was the guy that was selling singles?
Mike Brown?
I don't think it was Mike Brown. It was the guy selling cigarettes.
That was who was that guy?
Was it Freddie Gray?
I don't know.
Gosh, I cannot remember this guy's name.
So damn many.
It was in New York, is what I remember, and the guy was selling cigarettes, and a VNR was applied, and he died later due to heart issues. But they attributed his death, and I think they even won
to the VNR.
To the VNR, and then VNRs became deadly force just after that. So no, but you're allowed to do it everywhere else.
You could do it as deadly force.
You could as deadly force, yeah. I would still, in all of the situations where I would do a VNR, because I know it's deadly force, you're probably getting a different form of force. Just because
something more effective that can be done typically.
You're going something more effective that you can do from distance.
Yeah, typically. Yeah. Well, and it's mostly because like it.
You're not gonna VNR the guy with the machete.
Yeah, no, not VNR that guy. Yeah. It's an interesting. I don't know. It's an interesting topic only because like the VNR itself got politicized, and that's why it became weird. It's odd because like the one thing that almost never got politicized, which you think would, was the use of firearms in law enforcement. Like pistol usage in general, could care less. Rifles, a little different, right? Shotguns, they could care less. It's weird. Like no one complains about police departments having shotguns. I'm like, dog, buckshot is not a friendly way to go. Like there's no way of winging you with buckshot, or a slug, versus handguns are probably the most dangerous. They literally statistically are. But it's really weird. Once something becomes politicized within law enforcement, like the pit maneuver shouldn't be at all. But like you'd be surprised at how many police departments just won't touch it with a 10-foot pole because of liability. Same thing for VNR, so on and so forth. But welcome to policing. Everything's political.
I'm gonna own one of these one day. Probably not a police vehicle. Oh, that door. Yeah, let's probably not do that.
It was Eric Garner in 2014.
That was it, yeah.
Eric Garner, thank you.
Yeah.
See, I cleaned
and it was New York City.
Who said it?
Yeah.
Give him points. Chat's getting points. Let's go. +5 for chat. They probably Googled it, but I'll give them points.
I mean, I was trying to Google it, and all I found was like recent articles of trials. So
no, Gardner was fleeing felon.
The dude on the subway.
Yeah. That was a different one, and I think he just recently, I think he got charged, and then I think on appeals he won. But he got charged initially, which is wild to me. That was wild. But it came out apparently, which this is shady. This kind of tells you don't trust your government a little bit. But VNR happens, gets recorded, and I think it was like a Marine or something that applied a VNR to a guy that was assaulting somebody else. Yeah. And he did it to try to stop the guy from fighting, and the guy wouldn't stop. EMS shows up. Guy's still alive. EMS leaves him or like starts moving him, and then he either dies en route or dies at the hospital. I don't remember which one it was.
I think he died at the hospital.
But EMS transported him alive. They tried to paint it that he died right then and there due to the VNR. Could have been a litany of other things, but they left that out of the report. Yeah. Mostly because that company didn't want the liability of having someone dying in their care and custody. But that's neither here nor there.
They wouldn't do that.
They wouldn't do that. No, not for liability.
See how I clean them? Let me get in. You ain't never seen a black man willingly get into a police car, huh, people? Nope. Nope.
He's still going to trial, actually, so he hasn't been acquitted yet. This is funny as heck, though.
Yeah, we out here in these streets. Hold up. Let me, Okay. Oh. So I probably shouldn't have locked it. Locked the damn door. Oh, there you go. Hey, get me about this mother.
We just need to take this audio and get the body cam of that San Diego cop. And
Oh no!
Probably shouldn't have locked that.
Jeez. I feel like this guy's probably got like he's in the autism spectrum or something. Poor guy. Weirdest stuff has happened. Lock your car doors. Oh, spoiler guy said it. Yeah, lock your doors. This is municipal. I'm gonna take one from municipal for not locking. Nothing came out of it, but and then I will -1 for suspects for self-arrest. There you go. Feeling generous today.
He just there was like a mousetrap. He just puts a piece of cheese in the back of the patrol car. See if a criminal will climb right in.
LA. So this is county boys.
Here comes there we go. Oh. That's rad. Look at that. I've never seen this
officer
before.
presence.
Oh my goodness.
A motorcycle officer coming in.
That took him by surprise.
And again, that is just the intel that
it's still not as cool as Air One straight up fist fighting a guy in the middle of a field, but
that's true.
Got from that
this is straight officer presence in effect.
The county sheriff's helicopter.
As they say, they don't want that smoke.
Those two
is what it
suspects
is.
were. Here they are, making their way south-north along the periphery of that.
Oh, there's Air One, my dog.
Oh, Nate, look at that.
Yeah.
Are they getting involved? He's getting involved.
Come on,
Let's go.
Do it.
Dennis, what are your thoughts on this?
He's like, hold on, I got to make sure my helicopter doesn't get stolen.
The golf cart.
Yeah, he's locking the doors.
Where'd that cop get a golf cart?
No kidding.
Look at the pilot in his helmet.
Dog, he's about it.
Is this in Florida?
He made this guy put his gun down. This is in LA.
No, LA, Orange County.
Oh, LA.
Look at this. Look at this.
A lot of visibility. And all
He says, "Little boy, put your gun down." Everyone is here. It's like, bro, holster up, homie. I'm not getting
That's
close.
incredible.
Oh, they were at the golf course. That's where he got it.
Mutual aid situation there. That is something, and I have not seen that. I have not seen an LA County Sheriff's helicopter land on the paw.
Those guys just, what the hell's going on? That's what this
Is that a
guy's
dog park?
thinking. Yeah, there's a dog. Yeah, look.
And
I think it's a dog park.
Yeah, near a dog.
Yeah, on the other side.
park there with the CHP officers.
Wow. So that's state boys and county.
County. Yep.
I will give likely the air unit is probably.
Surveillance
You
video
think that's
helps
county
solve-
or is that state? You think
Air? Probably
Air's
state.
probably state. I'll give state
Well,
boys. Well,
it was LA County?
I bet you it's LA's. Like it's their actual LA County.
It's definitely LA's then.
Okay. So I'm gonna give 12 to county. It's gonna put them at plus 13, and I'll give 10 to state boys. That puts them at negative 90. That's what they get for killing a squirrel. Keith with the soundboard. Police dog. Is this our people? I'm guessing police.
It's Fluff. Dan's about to get.
It's nice to have a partner that never talks back to you. There have been times where I'm just venting and I know he's listening. I know he can understand when I'm upset or when I'm happy. He can read those.
Okay, so we're at -5 already for not being supportive to the dog.
Yeah.
You chose this life. The dog didn't.
His emotions off me. When I go back to the
judging.
cruiser, he's always there. He lets me know he
He's so over
understands.
it.
When I get dressed for work and Sonny sees me come out in uniform, he goes straight
Oh,
into
it's a
cop
happy
mode.
dog.
He hops in the car and he's all business. He's always worked up, pacing in the back of the car. Then we come home from work and he turns a
wanted to
switch
bite that
off.
carrot.
It's family time. He has these interactions with my daughter where he can literally just relax and lay on the ground, things that he doesn't normally do in a police car. And she crawls all over him. She can grab his toes, his paws, his ears.
That kid just got 5 different kinds of immunization shots right there. That one lick.
And do whatever, and he takes it like a champ.
What is this sniffing dog? This is big enough
Gotta
to be
be.
the bite
Better
kind of
be.
dog. I better only
When
be a
we
sniffing
first
dog.
had her, we were so nervous. Sonny was our entire life
Ooh, look at
up
that
until our daughter
cutie.
was born. We never knew if he was gonna understand what it's like to share the spotlight. It's just a very humbling experience to watch him understand that.
Dude, that kid's getting the best.
Sonny
life.
is
Has a
very
wolf at home
independent.
as a friend.
He has his
What a good
space
time.
where he can go and be left alone, and I don't.
One of the
bother him.
safest kids
Now
in the
he
world.
chooses to-
No kidding. If that's a bite dog, and it's already like, okay, I've adopted this little bald
Dude,
dog.
even if it's just a sniff dog,
Yeah, the breed.
imagine the aggression that it could
What attitude adjusts
use
somebody.
if needed.
Dan's in a cadaver dog.
Always be right next to him.
He'd be a cadaver making dog.
He's a very toy-driven dog. I've spent 5 years with Sonny trying to get him to give me the ball
5
back,
years is a
and we
long
had our
time for it to
frustrations,
not
but
be a
she has
dog.
never
Bite
even
dogs
learned to
don't
say a
last
single
very-
word, and
like
she can get
7
it back
is
from
long for a
him.
bite
And
dog.
that's where I see the
For the breed.
It's always
Let's
up
skip
and
through the fluff piece. See if
right
we got
in.
anything.
Sitting in the dining,
And
and he's gonna help her.
All right, we'll give. This is municipal. I'll give 5. I mean, this really wasn't law enforcement related. I mean, it was, but I'll give +5.
I mean, the cop doesn't deserve shit. The dog deserves
It's really the
all
dog.
points.
The dog's the officer. So
Yeah.
That officer deserves therapy because clearly he needs somebody to talk to.
no kidding. I'm talking to my dog, venting. You know,
Yep.
the dog's like, does he ever shut up?
Needs
Just
a
give me
friend.
the toy. Like, police. This is our people. Oh wait, hold on. Highlight the significant error
US
from the U.S.
Marshals.
Marshals. Are we taking points from the Fed
Oh,
boys?
take some feds, yeah, add to their deficit.
They're in a bit of a deficit today.
Federal agents falsely
Deficit.
arrested a 66-year-old Valley woman at gunpoint. The
Let's start off with -20 for Fed boys. Yes, we're doing not great today.
Okay, but can I say this though? Of all federal agencies, the marshals are my favorite.
Agreed.
I like them the most. I've worked with their fugitive task forces over the years.
I would say they do the best
cold,
work
man.
of the federal agencies.
Yes, yes. Give me the marshals any day.
So similar to how like game wardens have this very cool like pressed like Yellowstone-esque like mystique around them, you know, like in law enforcement circles.
Yeah.
Of federal agencies that are alphabet agencies, effectively, the U.S. Marshals probably has the highest like prestige around it.
Yeah.
Like, a U.S. Marshals like it's what Chuck Norris did to Texas Rangers. Really, like it's kind of made this like prestige to him. I will agree with that.
Mystique.
Mystique. Yeah.
BC-15 investigators are first to have exclusive new video of the shocking arrest.
Oh, she's guilty.
We broke the story, and now
Oh, look, Fed's doing Fed.
this wild case of identity.
She ended up better than Peanut, at least. So
It took the federal government more than 6 months
almost didn't.
to
For now.
publicly release this dramatic video.
God.
Revealing visuals highlighting a significant.
Hey, shout out to them at least having body cams.
Yeah.
Very true.
Shout out for Fed boys. That's rare.
An error by U.S. Marshals.
So is this just
And it
marshals or
also
is this a
proves
task
what
force?
Hold on. Also,
It should be
Significant
task
error by
force.
U.S.
Well, I don't know.
hold on.
It says property of USMS.
Oh yeah, that's marshals. Yeah.
Is this like a pepper ball gun or like a 40 mic?
Maybe.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
This isn't a rifle. There's no magazine here. I think this is a 40 mic because also the back.
Canister?
Yeah, like the back of this receiver makes no sense. This looks like a little thumper, basically.
Yeah.
Damn, at point blank, dog. Like, jeez.
By U.S. Marshals.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, at that distance, that could probably still kill you.
That's what I mean.
If you're her age,
McCarthy knew all along.
that'll break every
Ever
rib.
since this happened,
What? We're not getting
Sorry.
audio for her? What's going on?
I
I
can
am
hear it.
so
Oh, it's for
freaking
some odd reason
disappointed
cutting
in
out
my
for me.
government. It's not funny.
Turn away from the sound of my voice.
This
That's not good, 'cause
exclusive
you're the
new
stream.
police body camera footage captures the moment.
Why are we watching
6
it on a
US
fake
Marshals,
laptop?
armed with rifles, wrongfully arrested Penny outside her Phoenix home.
You have an arrest warrant. Turn away from the
Yeah,
sound
for
of
some
my
odd
voice.
reason, it's randomly cutting out the audio for me.
Turn away. Turn around. We'll discuss it.
Turn away, you're gonna get hit.
The video clearly shows Penny had no idea why federal agents were there or how they could have a warrant for her arrest.
I truly, truly believed I was being kidnapped.
Do you want to confirm who I am?
ABC-15 fought for 6 months to obtain these videos through a federal public records request. The first time we're seeing exactly what led to Penny's arrest.
Turn around and face away from me.
And it all happened in less than 2 minutes.
Can you prove you're the
Ma'am, you see that we're the police.
How do I see that?
Can you prove you're the police?
What was it like?
Mega base suspecting plus 10.
I don't care if you have that little badge, baby boy.
Sound bites. Oh my god. Oh, you know what it is? This earpiece broke for me. The cat's bit a little bit through my wire, so now only this ear works. That's probably stereo.
Oh, it could be mono over
Watching
there.
this video.
It just makes me more angry than before.
Penny's story started with an email. No one believed her until ABC-15 listened to what happened, and we uncovered serious failures by the federal government.
I'd like to know why this person was arrested as Ms. Rozak.
Just days after our investigation aired, and in direct response to our reporting, prosecutors dropped the case against Penny, and the federal government admitted it was wrong. Penny never should have been arrested.
I'm not Carol Ann Rozak. I've never been Carol Ann Rozak.
She was not this woman, Carol Ann Rozak, not the Oklahoma fugitive federal agents thought she was. Not the
Jeez.
person seen in this mugshot from 20 years ago, who was
Oh,
wanted on a
man.
parole violation for nonviolent crimes. What do you see on these videos?
I see abuse of power, period.
This brings us back to the body camera footage and Penny's crucial question.
Do you want to confirm who I am?
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. We'll discuss this later.
Never discussed it later.
Stop moving and stop looking back.
I Dude, whether it's like a wrong address or whatever, like it takes 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's
like
that's pretty bad.
It takes next to no time.
Yeah.
Ma'am, you see that we're the police.
Pretty bad.
Bro, for the amount of times I've misread a license plate, you know how many times I've walked up and been like, oh, wait a minute. I've, like, in the middle of walking up to a car, looked at the license plate and been like, oh, damn, I read that wrong. Walked up, told the driver, yo, dude, you know, my name's Officer Josh. Here's my Sandra Bland card. I totally read your license plate wrong. I thought you were out of registration since, like, the 90s.
I'm dyslexic.
Yeah, I can't ask you questions. I have no reason to stop you. You were completely free to go unless you really wanted to.
No, you need to tell him it was blurry, and now we're gonna step out of the car, please.
I'm sorry, sir. When's the last time you had a drink?
Stared at his jeans.
Yeah, no kidding.
I don't know you're anybody. This is
Pause
not
it real
my
quick.
world. This
I am off for the night. I love you all.
Bye.
Good luck,
All
chat.
right.
I will be in the chat. I just need to go do some other shit. So
I love you.
Keep me posted too. I'm bouncing
I
between
will.
screens.
I will.
Thanks, buddy.
Bye-bye.
I need to figure out how to record officers react remotely.
Soon.
We need, let's
need
do
to.
that soon.
Because I'm running out of them.
Oh, I messed it up. Oh, hold on. I thought I fixed it. I didn't.
Oh.
I'm
Then
fixing
you
it.
just cut your head out.
Chat.
And then
I promise. I'm fixing it, chat. Forgive me. It's not instantaneous. There it is. Whatever. That's close enough. That's correct enough. Okay. We're back.
does not happen to me.
If you turn around again, you're going to get taped. Understand me?
Yeah, that's pretty
They
good.
did nothing but treat me like crap and lie to me.
Oh, I should have let him tase you. You could have gotten some real good money out of
She
that.
could prove who she was.
Yeah, no
It's not
kidding.
until Penny's in handcuffs. U.S. Marshals finally tell her who they think they're arresting.
Carol Rozak. That's not who I am. Penny McCarthy. Yes. Yes.
In case you were
I've never been
wondering.
Carol
it's not
Rozak.
me.
I can prove who I am. Okay.
How would you describe this case?
A textbook example of federal agencies not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Josh Colstrud is a criminal defense attorney with
supposed
years
to be
of
arresting
experience
squirrels.
as a federal prosecutor
Hell
in the
yeah.
U.S. Attorney's Office.
This case is concerning because of the manner in which Ms. McCarthy was arrested.
We asked him to review the videos and evidence in Penny's case.
Your reaction?
It is stunning to
There it is.
watch.
Stunning.
And it's scary that
I do
this
agree,
can
though.
happen in America.
Colstrud believes the video
Is it? When I hear people say this, I'm like, you haven't been to enough of America if you haven't seen like weird stuff happen. Like,
Yeah.
I think people treat America the same way like people that have never been there probably treat like China or Taiwan or Japan, that they're like, oh, it's this idea in my head, so it's that way everywhere. It's like, no, dude, like, yes, there are wonderfully clean and wonderful parts of Japan, but they definitely have ghetto places there. They have gang violence there. You know, in the same way that though America does absolutely have like ultra wealthy, super cool Silicon Valley-esque places, there are nicer places in Afghanistan than there are in weird places in America. That's how weird and diverse the American country is.
show Phoenix
That is
U.S.
America.
Marshals used excessive force.
This was an aggressive arrest, and it's unreasonable on so many levels.
He also calls into question how federal agents made this arrest before fully verifying Penny's identity.
In this case, they didn't do that. We have to hold these agencies and the agents accountable.
The only public accountability we do have.
This was the only picture they could have got of this lady. You know, like, take this lady, get this lady a headshot, dog. Like, what are you doing?
Regarding the clear disconnect between Penny and Carol comes from this court audio recording a day after she's detained, when the judge also questions why Penny was arrested.
But it is strictly based upon information that they had, Facebook postings that led the end.
Man, I'm not allowed to, like, confirm on a warrant without getting a name, a date of birth. I have to look at pictures. I'll be looking at like tattoos and stuff like that. Like they're very picky about whether or not I'd confirm on like a felony warrant. I gotta have like a warrant for murder or something crazy like that, but they are not getting taken to a jail. I might detain them. I for sure have at least reasonable suspicion, right, to go and do a detention. I've detained plenty of people in cuffs and been like, well,
yes, cuffs come off.
Yeah, you do the investigative work, and you're like, my bad. You know?
Yeah. Sorry for the misunderstanding. Dude. You know, forgive us. Here's a Starbucks card.
Dude, something.
Yeah,
Bill and I have a funny story about a guy in an 18-wheeler. We had a stalking case. It was very serious. The guy went up from Austin all the way up to Arlington to stalk this lady. Gave a description of this guy and that he was in an 18-wheeler. And the second we left, we were in an apartment complex. An 18-wheeler happened to be driving up, and the guy like matched this dude's description completely. And we approached that guy very ignorantly. And then felt bad once we realized it was not the guy. We're like, my bad, dog. Like, I mean, if it was your wife that was getting stalked and whatever, how'd you feel? You know,
and some cool aliases.
Evidence that wasn't sufficient.
Wait, what?
What?
I heard something in the background.
Oh, it wasn't me.
Oh.
Sufficient to go forward with a hearing. A full fingerprint analysis would confirm Penny's prints didn't match, proving U.S. Marshals arrested the wrong person.
Yeah. The U.S. Marshals are above the law, is what it says to me. And the United States government allows that to happen.
It's also true. Who I am?
It's a hell of a system.
We are committed to getting answers for Penny. We asked U.S. Marshals multiple times for their perspective on the video you just watched, but the agency did not respond by our deadline. In a previous statement, the U.S. Marshals said it was conducting a thorough review of the actions taken by Deputy U.S. Marshals, but the federal government has yet to provide an update on that review. We will keep asking questions. I'm investigator Jennifer Kowaleski, ABC 15, Arizona.
So I looked up the case.
Do what?
Oh, I was just looking up her case because the basically the Carol lady that they were looking for, it was for a parole violation for nonviolent crimes in the 1990s in Oklahoma, 3 states away. And apparently there are federal records showing that she went to prison for all of that. And like was including the so she went to prison for that, and I guess she broke her parole or whatever. But like it was 3 states away. It was at this point, what, 30 years old?
Nice.
And so, like, again, we go back to Peanut the Squirrel.
Dog.
Are there not higher priority?
Wasn't there like
a nonviolent crime lady? It was like fraud and what was it? Bank fraud, interstate transportation of stolen property, and false statements to a financial institution. So cool.
What I also
not great crimes, but also like.
But like, especially if you're like a high visibility, like again, the U.S. Marshal is a very high visibility thing. You can easily, the second you get involved, the likelihood that the news picks it up is very high.
Mm-hmm.
If allegedly there's cartel gangs taking over like apartment complexes in Aurora, go do that. You know, like be a hero, or like be the people that get to show up and be like, yeah, the U.S. Marshal showed up, and we're like, no, this is not happening. You guys are idiots. You know, or you make one arrest, even if it's not happening. Look, I arrested a El Salvadorian gang member. Like, you're a hero now. Like, I don't know. It's weird. But 'tis the life. Oh, this is the chick from last week. Shout out. This is part 2. Mm-hmm. These are pretty short.
Part 2, Halloween night.
They got really good B-roll for this.
Mm-hmm.
Like the transitionary shots.
And round 2.
Pretty good. I do like that these cars are equipped to ride 2 man. They're not doing it, but
what's the difference?
They have spotlights on both sides, and likely have like our MDC could swivel. Like ours wasn't just meant to be. If anything, it was easier to use it in the passenger seat than it was the driver's seat. But it was cool because I could literally be finishing up a report after taking someone to the jail while Bill was driving around. And I would go in between and we'd do traffic stops or whatever, but like you could be crazy productive with a 2-man unit. You just have to have the right officers, because I could totally see a 2-man unit like going into Plan P and doing nothing, or worse. You have like San Diego PD stuff going on, or whatever. But I think if you have 2 like highly motivated officers, or really what I think would make a lot of sense is you have like a senior officer and then like younger officers that, let's be honest, are going to do the stuff that the senior officer doesn't want to do, but at least they have the experience to kind of hone in like, hey, this is probably what we're looking at. You know, this would be my recommendation. They probably also know more about like resources. Like if it's your first year on, you might not know what the line is for the county attorney's office or the county's like women's shelter or anything like that, versus a senior officer who's just a lot more seasoned wood. Versus like you're not blowing your back out or ripping your knee or something like that trying to chase somebody with a young kid. You're like, hey, it's your turn. Go get messed up for this. This is your job. We got 4 officers for a traffic stop. Let's go.
Go ahead and spread your free. I'm gonna have you walk over here with your person, okay?
Can I give her her bottle, or can you?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that for you right now, okay? I don't want to have you sit down on the floor. You have white pants. Yeah, the only reason we're taking you out of the vehicle is because you're unlicensed, okay? So.
I don't want you to sit on the floor because you have white pants. Bro, this is the most respectful thing I've ever seen in my life.
Well, if I remember correct, this is like a super rich area.
Nice area, yeah.
These are slap on the wrist situations.
There you go, baby.
Don't have strobe features on your flashlights if you're on patrol. It does not help you. It does nothing for you. Turn that feature off. It's dumb. If you're using strobe to disorient somebody, you should be going hands-on. If you feel the need to do that, give somebody an epileptic seizure. Also, with children like this, unless you're planning to take the car, do not touch those kids in any way, shape, or form. 1, you're a filthy cop, which is you're surrounded by germs and cooties, and 2, liability. Don't do that. Now, you're arresting mom and dad because they're being belligerent and drunk and whatever, and you got to take custody of the kid. I get it, but like, just be cognizant of that, man.
So because you don't have a license, you're subject to search at any time. Oh, okay. Yeah. So like, let's say if your sister wasn't licensed, that's an arrestable offense, right? I'm not the lead officer right now, so we just make sure that there's no weapons, nothing illegal in the car, and then she's super cute.
Thank you.
My sister just had a baby. It's like he's about a month and.
Keith, were you the chatty Cathy type? I was. Like in these situations, I'm talking like you had to pull people out of the car, so this is gonna be like a 30-minute thing. You were stuck there standing with somebody.
Most of the time, if I was trying to pull and make sure that, you know, if we had multiple occupants, and I'm trying to pull the story, get that person's story, but for the most part, I just kind of stood by and, you know,
just hung out.
Pepper sprayed it when I need to. I'm just kidding, but no, I didn't chat a whole lot.
Dude, I would have drove. See, like, so I will say this. Keith and I would have gotten along for a lot of reasons, but I know I drove because that was my way of making sure that, like, I kept that person's attention was just to talk to him. So I would talk about nothing, and I can't. I mean, look at what I'm doing now, but
I haven't said anything in like 8 minutes.
Exactly, exactly. But I would talk to them constantly. It was the easiest way of me making sure that I'm holding their attention because I don't want them. One, I keep their brain occupied. It shortens the amount of time I can do it. I can also test to see where their irritability is. So like if someone's just sitting there quiet, I have no idea what they're thinking about versus I can keep them occupied. Now, if it's just me and there's like 4 people there, that's a little different, or if like this is potentially my arrestee, that's different, but like you'd be surprised. You have to be very good at verbal judo though. I don't recommend it for most people. Kimini, can you list federal agencies from okay to worst? Thank you for saying okay to worst.
Do a federal agency tier list.
You'd imagine working for a smaller agency. So NCIS.
It's really not that small. I mean, they're
I was about to say.
Like the military investigator, you know, I mean, over the entire naval. So, yeah, I mean, they're.
So.
They have small offices.
Most okay. I'm going to stick by my guns and say like the U.S. Marshals are probably like the most based, I would say. You do have some law enforcement action that happens with like the Coast Guard, where they're doing like drug interdiction. There's that really rad video where they jumped on a submarine and the dude was like banging on the top of the submarine like, "You're under arrest." Like I was like, that's kind of rad. In the middle of the ocean, like, this is my ocean. Like, see the bald eagle flying in the background, hear the cannons firing or whatever.
Freedom.
I know they have, I think on like the alphabet ones, probably the FBI. The CIA is a little too shady for me. The ATFs, I think, too political, at least openly political. They're all political bodies. These are all tiny little kingdoms. But the ATF in general has been used a lot, at least recently, like politically. And so I don't like, law enforcement agencies shouldn't be a political tool. The same thing I have like my issue with judges is you'll see judge appointments, but also like appellate judges. You'll see them in like the circuit courts that it's very much a political thing. They're like, well, I'm a Ninth Circuit judge, so I got to vote this way, or I got to rule. It's like, no, you should be all interpreting the same law, right? And you guys should all be in the best interest of individual liberties, right? The judges are and should be the bastion and defense against bad policing. Policing is going to interact with you, good, bad, or whatever. Judges and the court systems are designed to protect you from that. I truly believe that, because their job is to make sure that you're going through the right procedures, that you actually had probable cause. But too often on both sides of the coin, they're political appointments. And so they're going to like subjugate people to
a certain level. They're political appointments. At another level, they're elected appointments. Yeah. And I don't know which one's worse.
I was going to say, yeah. Because like even if it's like, let's say you're in a very conservative state, right? And you're in a very conservative county within that conservative state. And you just happen to be a resident there for some odd reason or traveling through there or whatever. The Constitution should apply to you in Texas the same way it applies to you in New York. Now, there's going to be some differences, like peeing outside might be way more appropriate in the middle of nowhere where it's like unincorporated land versus the middle of a playground, right? And that's fine. You're like, well, I'm free. I should be able to pee wherever I want, right? This is public land. But I do think that, like, generally speaking, there shouldn't be as big a divide as there is in what are criminal cases, because it's different. Civil's very different. You can HOA or whatever you want to go do with zoning and all of that stuff. That is what counties and cities and even states are designed to do. You guys want to have ag exemptions as a state? Do ag exemptions. You guys want to do and encourage, I don't know, people going green or whatever, that's your prerogative. But the criminal application of federal and state law applied to you, the individual, in a way that can put you in prison should be almost unilaterally applied, and it's often not. And that's kind of what Juan's getting at, is now I go to like a crazy liberal place, same thing. If I happen to be a particularly conservative person in a very liberal place, I should feel just as safe from the government there as I do somewhere else where I may agree with it more. The idea of the Constitution and the courts is to protect the few from the many. That's the whole point. And just because you're in a place that might not agree with you, you should be allowed to be the like minority opinion and still feel safe. And that, now, from a law enforcement standpoint, there's nothing I can do. Don't pick a fight with Philly fans in Philadelphia. In the same way, you don't pick a fight with Cowboys fans in Dallas. But like the way the law is applied to you, and
well, you can right now because apparently we're gonna.
Yeah, they'd make fun of you. Yeah, they'd make fun of you anyways. But like that's kind of my beef. But Juan does make a very good point. You know what? +1 for media. Look, I'll give you a +1 for that.
Yeah. I know like there's obviously a lot of problems with appointing, but there's also a lot of problems with elections because a lot of it gets in. That's when you introduce I'm going to do things to make my donors happy as opposed to, and that can go both ways. It can be, I'm going to judge certain, things that come my way and to benefit certain people, or hey, I can't do my job if I'm fighting with the cops all the time, so I'm going to make things go their way all the time.
Yeah.
Make their really bad arrests be fine. Like,
this is why I don't like unions.
Really
the majority should never rule the few. Ever. It's like, it should be an American motto.
There's no weapons, no drugs inside, anything illegal inside the vehicle. But we found this NOS tank.
And the minority should not rule the majority either, though.
Oh, great. 1,000%.
There needs to be a balance.
Yeah. And it's like, it should be designed to do both, right?
Balance it out, yeah.
I think law enforcement's function is to prevent the minority from affecting the majority, the court's standpoint is to do the opposite, is to make sure that the majority cannot hurt the minority. That's kind of that is the check and balance, in my opinion. Because again, guy running around assaulting random people is the minority within a population. Assaultive individuals is typically a very small segment of society. Your job is to go out there and make peace happen. But if I'm doing it unjustly, that's where the courts can step in. Should. Conversely, the same thing.
So, which it doesn't, so we're going to be returning it back to him.
Pulled out a NOS tank? I thought this was America.
Maybe she's a dental assistant.
She's a dental assistant.
Could be.
I love you, Keith.
So if she's unlicensed, like, is that, are they just ticketing her for not having a license, or is it like?
It's like driving without a license.
Yeah.
Going code 3.
Right now at this point, because I wish I could give you more details because we don't have that. So we're just going to make
Too
sure
bad.
that they're okay.
You better stage, girlfriend. I've been very proud of you so far.
We do not know the circumstances of this call.
Look at her clear that. Dude, I remember getting made fun of for this. Every time I drive code with a writer, they would talk about how much you end up having to whip your head around a lot. And to clear an intersection, I would always do check it, confirm, check it. And then even as I was driving through, I would still give myself like a last second look because I'm about to go through a red light or whatever. But you'd be surprised at how much you end up having to, like, even in pursuit driving, that you're like
whiplash,
triple checking, like, before I go and do something sketchy. But yes, your eyes and neck get very tired from doing this if you have a very busy shift. That's a write-up.
Yup.
I'm not saying don't do it.
Really?
Just saying. Oh, where I was at, yeah. The second you cross that center line, you better have a damn good reason. You better be on your way to save a baby. Like,
I'm sorry they treated you that way.
Dog. I'm like, my knee-jerk reaction to most stuff is so policy like adverse. Like, I'm so nervous about policy. But yeah.
We're shutting code because he put out code 4 and it was a dispo 4, meaning that the call is unfounded. The officer showed up before I did, and they talked to the people that live at that location, and they said, "Oh, nothing's going on. We're gonna go."
Teenagers on the roof, and the RP lost house of the subject. Okay, for the RP, sir, so this is right across 820 Orange Grove.
I'll be code 6 on the call at Orange Grove, 800 block.
I had 1097 for on scene. They have, I guess, codes. Code 6, I guess, is on scene for them.
22 to control. Who's the RP on this call? If you can have them step out and meet us.
RP would be reporting person.
Just asking if they can do a flyby.
Hey, so I seen about 50
mag lights.
And I haven't seen them come down yet. All right, sir.
Yeah.
Were you the one that called, sir? Yeah. Okay.
Sure. So right now we were advised that Air 16 from LAPD, they're gonna come and then they're gonna check the roof for us.
Must be nice. Dog, you know how we check that roof? Yeah, everybody look at badge numbers. Like, hey, rookie, go climb up.
So they have paratroopers.
No kidding.
The ladder.
We don't have communication with airship. They communicate through dispatch, and dispatch will tell us if they have any
That's
update
lame.
or any more information. They got here very quickly, though, right? That was impressive. Did they all come down?
Oh, well. Large group.
We on the roof? I saw you come down. How many people are up there?
So, airship flew over the roofs and they didn't see anyone. I think it's time for boba. We're going to go get boba, which we still will after. But we have a possible trespassing at an elementary. There should be no one inside.
It's the middle of the night. Yeah.
2506 Southwest Brand and 5th.
So likely, like, kids, but oh, it's 100% kids. Look at that.
Mm-hmm. Trying to TP the school.
I was about to say, what is this weak ass? Like, bro, the second he got down, it's like, oh, on the fence. Like, hands on, hands on, hands
Okay.
on.
Well, they
So
wanted him
spread
to
your feet.
get his backpack off.
Okay, keep your hands behind your back. I'm gonna put it back on.
expect resistance, dog. Like, bro, they're comfy here, dog.
Mm-hmm. Not in this town.
I guess.
Technically, you guys can't be inside the school, okay? It's considered trespassing. Okay, so if I run you guys are gonna come out good? Do you guys have...
You not taking these guys, Keith?
No, they look like 8th graders.
Oh, they are minors. Oh, I'd be doing a field release. I'd be doing a field release. But I'm not letting them go. They're getting field released for sure.
Yeah.
Unless they had like we have direct.
Is that where you drive them to an empty field and you release out there?
No. Like a possum, basically.
Yeah, exactly. You just go to a rural field somewhere.
So what
like make your way back from here?
Yeah, what we would do is there was a field release card. So if we had them especially if they're like 8th graders, we'd write the offense report just like you would for anybody. For criminal trespass, and I'd assume they probably can. I would enforce something like that 100%, especially if it was like a city infrastructure or something like that. Like I have the authority to do that. But instead of an arrest report, you would put in basically field release. They had like a checkbox in our stuff for the field release, and I would only release them to parents. And if they could not get a parent there, boom, straight to juvie. It was a good time.
Have anything illegal in the
That
backpack?
also sucked.
No?
Juvie Secure was the worst.
No drugs, pipes, no?
Just because it was far.
There's a lot of gangs out here, a lot of activity out here. You guys want to be safe. Just go hang out somewhere else, but not inside of a school, okay? Go
They're letting them walk?
We're going to go get Boba.
I always want
Well, she's got to get Boba.
God of good policing. Am I off base for this, Keith? Bro, I was like maximum enforcement for that stuff. I was like, nah. Because they're going to expunge it anyways. Like, it was so rare charges ever stuck for kids, but I'd at least make them take the ride.
Yeah.
Like, parents at least have to show up. I do the, like, fill out form or whatever. I'd make a whole spectacle out of it. They'd have to sit there and wait for parents the whole time. It was annoying, but, like, you can catch them then. They start suffering consequences then that don't seem cool. Because now all it is a cool story for their friends. Oh, the cops showed up. I showed them.
Yeah, I showed them.
You know, like, also
made them let me go.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm getting at, dog. Like, God bless it, Robert. God bless Texas. Unless they keep hiking my property taxes. In that case, no.
They do be doing that.
What?
So,
my county's doing that, to be fair.
Conducting our CRMs, like we've been saying, our community resource management.
Community resource management is done when you're really bored. We used to have to do this for Keith. You ever do something like this? We did report cards for vehicles. So when people would either leave their vehicle unlocked, it was dumb because we would run around pulling on door handles and looking inside of parked cars. So if they were leaving purses, valuables, we would literally give them a report card. And all it was like just telling them, hey, stop leaving stuff in your car because we keep having to work vehicle burglaries.
When I liaised with the one of the tribes, we'd go and we would check like the vehicles that have like tribal registrations.
Yeah.
And then we'd make a list of plates and then drop it off in a box, and they would pick it up, and we would like snitch on all the vehicles that were left unlocked or any doors that were found unlocked on the tribal property.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty fun.
It was a good time. But you totally look like, I mean, you're in full uniform, but still.
Oh, yeah.
It looks super shady. Just like run around, pull on door handles, and looking in the windows.
Yes.
Make sure no one's breaking into any businesses or see if there's any abnormal activity.
They're out here doing Terry stops. This looks abnormal. I'm stopping you. Why isn't Texas a sovereign nation anymore? It'd be expensive. That's really it. I would have to have state income tax, and I feel like that would cost more than my current federal tax. But if I get to save on taxes, then I'm down.
Okay, I'll go ahead and talk to him. Thank you.
Oh, then I have to get a passport to go anywhere outside of Texas?
Yep.
Be all right. You don't need to leave Texas or anything. It's all here.
Most of it is.
¿Por qué le está colgando? She seemed to be under the influence
Except
of
decent weather.
a narcotic substance. She said she was being chased by someone. And then she started.
Yeah, but if she's being chased by somebody and staying on the sidewalk, she ain't a danger to anybody.
Started telling me that the rocks she was holding hold a value to her and her family's history.
She could be a geologist, and her whole family could be geologists.
So, a lot of people who are on methamphetamines tend to believe and see someone chasing them. And it's sad that, you know, like it's gotten to the point where a lot of people genuinely believe that, and you know, and they become very paranoid about seeing shadows, someone chasing them. So right now we're just gonna go respond to.
Good question. If you're trying to get somebody like that off the street, is if those shadows catch you, what are you gonna do? Very good question. Because I'll often say something really out of pocket, like kill them. I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's enough.
If we had somebody that was a little twisted up, you know, their brain's a little cooked, you stand, it'll just kind of lean over and look behind them, kind of stare off behind them. Say, you know, like, who's that? Come on, you're safer in my car. Go and get in my car and I'll get you out of here. You know, take him to the jail real fast.
I don't want to say I'm above that, because I've on more than one occasion been like, well, you know, we just installed a force field in the jail.
Yeah. I only had to tell the truth in court, man. You know, I could tell all kinds of stories.
I've said that more
Storyteller
than once.
when I was out there.
Especially because they'd have like a misdemeanor warrant for like a ticket or something dumb. And I was like, well, I can confirm on the warrant and get them out. What was good though is they would be clean for the time that they were there. And they'd have like $600 or $700 worth of warrants. And I'm like, dude, you're going to sit on them for like 4 days. Then the warrants go away and it didn't cost you any money and you're already homeless. It's a couple days of you not doing meth. Now you're going to be miserable in jail because you won't have any meth. But like you won't be outside. You get a shower out of it, some food.
Yeah. Meals. One time you'll get 3 meals.
And you're not going to be in county. Like you're going to be the scariest dude there. That's local jail. Like everyone's going to be terrified of you.
Yeah.
You're just like a tweaking dude. The jail was not pumped when we brought those guys in.
I'll be right back.
I'll be here.
Officer Mobile, he's at a traffic stop. 23 code 6.
I'm guessing code 6
means
is
you have
on
a
scene.
right?
Yeah,
So every time I say code 6 means I have a right to the call.
Gracias, chica.
Go ahead and separate your feet. No, I just want to go home. I'm going to go with my feet. I'm just going to pat you down for any weapons, okay? Go ahead and put your hands behind your back over here. Go ahead and
She's
separate your
very
feet.
polite.
Are you okay? Yeah, you're like tipping over. Okay, just go ahead and stand right here. Actually, I'm going to put you on the other side, okay?
That was pretty good search technique.
So we're traveling eastbound on Truman, going this direction, and we saw this vehicle that was stopped alongside the curb right here. So we did a T-stop on them. They pulled in right here. As we're pulling them over, I saw them with a big balloon. So basically, people, what they do is they use NOS to get high, and the way they use it is they inflate the balloons and just take hits. So she was sitting right here.
Whippets, baby.
She had the balloon inflated. So
Rippets.
So look
Pretty
at
much.
here. And then I can show you, we'll empty it, but this is how they look. They come in all different sizes and shapes.
This is why this stuff got expensive.
She's going to be cited today for possession of nitrous oxide. What we're going to do is we're going to empty out the contents in the tank.
Oh, let's take a hit. Let's go.
It's been going out for 4 minutes. Approximately 4 minutes.
I bet
There's
that
not
valve
too
opens
much
more.
opportunity to feel lonely here because your partners always back you up. They always respond to your calls. But
There goes Keith. Must be nice.
I keep my work life like really private. I tend to not talk about work outside of work. For the most part, people are like, oh my God, wow, you're a police. Oh, what's the craziest thing you've seen? That's the first thing that people ask me. What's the craziest thing that you've seen?
Damn, yeah.
I just tell
Emu
them, like,
gets
look,
it.
like, there's every day something different, right? Okay, so Officer Murillo got a code 37 low jack hit. So we're gonna be responding with him and we're gonna try to find a stolen car altogether. Let's see, we're gonna find it. You always try to memorize where your partners are at, right? You always want to make sure if someone comes out
It's
with
actually
a help
good
call,
policing.
you know where Rodriguez is at, you know where Lopez is at, you know where Murillo's is at, right? Because you never know when they might need something and you need to respond to them quick. 23 to control. 23 on 2.
Was it like a 4 mile square area?
I was gonna say it's kind of hard to get lost.
Yeah.
Vehicle description again, please? Or thank you. It's the same one. So if we keep getting it pinged, it's because it's probably in the area. And they have 11
All right, I'm
bars,
code
so
6.
we're getting close
Code
to
6?
Yeah. Had a code yellow, but I'm back.
So now that we have a ping, so Officer Murillo's up there, right? My low jack is hitting north, so it has to be somewhere in between. So since we're here, we're just gonna be driving very slowly. So the higher the tone gets, the closer you get. You'll hear it go deep, 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 deep. Faster, higher pitch, well, we're like pretty much sitting next to the car. And we are looking for a stolen black Volvo. 16. Guys. Oh my God.
Man, it's gonna be a recovered vehicle report. Oh, is the worst.
I think I found it.
I think I found it. It's unoccupied. Surprise, surprise.
And we are looking for
This is
a
very
stolen
old
black
I
Volvo.
used to have this exact same system.
12872.
The Volvo?
Didn't I say you were gonna find a
Did you? I don't know.
For the shit, I was like, no, you're gonna find something. You want to
Yeah, thanks.
Recovered vehicle. Bro, it's immediately. Nose goes for this report. It was super lame.
I tow it and make sure
You
that
have to wait for the tow
they're
truck
gonna come
to
and then
get
give it to
there.
the owners.
That was Ari Goza. That was a good catch.
It's always a good thing to find stolen vehicles because imagine you wake up and your car's not there, you know, and that's your only method of.
You're right.
If I wasn't a police officer, honestly, I would just be a manicurist. I really enjoy doing that.
Well, if I wasn't a police officer, I'd probably be a soccer player.
That's
somewhere.
Nope.
In Europe.
Non-professional.
Definitely not in Europe.
For sure.
Maybe like a Sunday league.
Well, for me, I went to school for like, I got a degree in science, so I'd probably pursue something in that field.
Good job.
Thank you.
I would be on the internet and get paid to do it.
There you go.
Stuff. Get wrecked, kids.
You're doing cam work.
Thank
I'm a cam boy.
Cam on the internet. You're an e-boy.
An e-boy.
RP.
Never high-fived over recovering a stolen car. Mostly because it happened a lot, and it was just a very boring report.
He just assaulted me with a bottle and fucking.
Where did he?
Now, that being said, I was guilty of, while I was doing the report, sitting really far away from the car just to see if anyone would approach it. Be like,
And leaving your door unlocked so they could walk in and back.
yeah, exactly.
He assault you.
Arrest themselves.
Okay, where did he assault you? What
Right here,
happened?
man. It's
No,
on camera.
in your body.
This is pretty
Where?
common.
Oh, right here on the side of my head, right here.
The injury.
Okay, let me see.
Pa' que mires. Pa' que
I
mires.
don't know what he's doing.
Okay, where are you going?
Shit, I'm right here fucking trying to fucking recover from other shit.
Okay.
Bro, you glance off my fucking head. You think I'm lying?
Let me see.
Brendan,
Turn
take
to your
that,
left.
bro. Brendan, take that glance off my head, though. Brendan, take that. It shows on camera. Go, Brendan, take that. Bring the fucking camera back, man.
I'm gonna go talk to him. So he says that he was assaulted. He said that he was struck in the head with a water bottle. I don't see any
assault?
type of injury, but we're gonna go see what's up. Oh, I know you.
Water bottle was empty.
How are you doing today?
Was it
It's
a
like
plastic,
water bottle?
It
Yeah.
was plastic, empty plastic
It
water
can still
bottle.
hurt. Okay, it caused pain.
Good.
If the cap hits you,
You want to press charges for assault? I'll take
I
that.
think I do. I was offended.
He hit you in the head? Let me see where.
Caused me
Get hurt.
emotional pain.
Okay. Let me see your hands. I'll go like this.
Very good investigative technique. If his punches were thrown, you're going to see marks on hands. Very, very good.
I'm just gonna make sure you got no weapons. Okay, so go ahead and turn around.
I do like the frisk for weapons.
Just go ahead and lean on this so I don't want you to fall. Okay.
Like he hold it like this.
So that shift, this pull-up that she does here, tells me that her belt is too loose. Right here, you're going to see this pull. You can also see that her inner belt and her outer belt. This is why I'm not a fan of these basket weave belts too, is they're not Velcro. So they don't actually like stick together. So the inner belt's meant to go through your belt loops where your outer belt's meant to keep her to it. This separation here, she's going to be pulling on that thing all day. It's really not good for your hips. And it's also not good for keeping your gear secure. Because you're basically the only
Boy,
thing...
don't make me take off the leather.
I'm gonna leave this basket weave print on your ass.
Exactly. But she does
Why
have.
do we even need to be here for stream? It should just be Keith with the soundboard.
Keith with the soundboard. But adjust your equipment. The belt should almost be uncomfortable. It's that tight. Mostly because you don't want to lose your gear.
Yeah.
You're not hiking up your belt all the
Okay.
time.
You didn't assault him first?
And there's also no excuse because she's got a weight bearing vest, so she's
I'm
not
just
having
gonna
to
get your
carry
information, okay?
everything on her belt like we had to. Back in my day.
Do you have any marks?
No. Nothing, not even him.
Do they all have leg holsters?
Yeah.
So
They all went drop leg.
both of you guys have to separate right now, okay?
Hey, look! Go the other way!
Look, go the other way. Like he's trying to get away.
You know what? That's the best policing I've seen so far. Let's not make this a report.
Walk the other way.
Also, this is also very relatable. Yelling at old people to separate so they don't actually assault each other in front of you, and then you have to do something about it.
We're gonna arrest you if you don't stop following him, okay? So stop following him. Stop following him.
I'm not gonna follow, but he followed me though.
So lie and say you're taking a very serious report, and we'll write a warrant for him later. Bro, give him the call sheet number, like, because it's a dispatched call, like, because you made scene. Here's the call sheet number.
He's not following you.
He fucking hit me with a bottle though. Roll the tape back.
Walk the other way,
Roll the
Luke.
tape
I
back.
am walking the other way. I'm watching him at a distance.
Right now, since both of them have very conflicting stories and we're not able to prove that neither of them were assaulted with any type of bottle because no one has any injuries, and both of them declined medical attention, we're just gonna make sure that they're completely separated, right?
Peacekeeping,
So
baby.
they got in some type
That's
of
good
argument or
policing.
dispute, because the thing is that when sometimes they don't want to tell us the truth, right? So it's either a drug deal gone bad, one of them is mad at the other one.
A lot of times it was like favors being exchanged for drogas, and you know, this might have been a domestic. I'm just
Sounds civil.
I love you, Keith. Never change, dog.
It's a contract dispute.
I'm not even looking at the dope. Y'all look for the bottle. Y'all look for the dope. Y'all look for the bottle. Y'all look for the do nothing, baby. Y'all look like y'all go.
Well, who's stuck with this car? This is a busted, ass, like maroon car. I mean, it's a Crown Vic, so I'm not gonna complain. But hubcaps, come on now.
Whatever y'all did, man, y'all need to stop bothering him. I'm not bothering him. I ain't saying you're bothering me. Just leave me alone, bro. Shut up. You do your job. You too. You didn't do your job. You saying it a lot. So what?
At least they're not going back and forth with him. They realize he's crazy.
Because I got hit with the bottle. Y'all need to take that.
Good call.
The other guy's not even here.
He was right here. He was following me. And I had to shoot him.
Where's Mr. Brown? I don't know his-
I looked away, but he walked up.
Oh, it's an undercover car. That's right.
That makes sense.
You need a paramedics?
I need paramedics, man.
Okay.
There it is.
Interior control. If we can have fire department respond to 801 Truman.
Girlfriend, kick it out, dog. Central. Go ahead and get a fire to approach to. I might talk a lot, but at least I'm efficient. Like
For Luke, he's complaining of shortness of breath.
10-4, I'm just confirming he's at McDonald's.
A-firm.
A-firm.
23, I'll be code 6 with Luke at the McDonald's.
Y'all let him go. Y'all let him search you. Y'all didn't do shit. Y'all didn't do nothing, man. Trying to get the dogs.
Are you just drunk or are you...
No, I'm
Also,
not
fire's
drunk.
gonna be
It sounds like I'm drunk. I'm talking with sense.
It actually does sound like you're drunk.
No, I'm
That's
fine.
why
I'm
I'm
talking
asking
with a
you.
lot of sense. You know what? You're drunk.
PI.
You're drunk because you fucking made the wrong decision.
That's where she's
Asking you
going,
if you're
dog.
drunk
No,
or
I'm
if
not
you're under
drunk.
the
No, I'm not
influence of
drunk. Are you
something.
drunk?
Drunk, starting confrontations with other people.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking you because paramedics are going to ask for
I'm not
this.
drunk at all. I haven't drank anything.
Okay.
Allegedly.
So are you under the influence of something?
No, I'm not in the shit,
No?
man. Shut up.
Okay.
Oh, dude, what a trick setup, dog.
You would have made a phone call. I got to make a phone call. Man.
Biking under the influence?
No, he's on the side.
Luke, they're on their way already, okay?
Yeah,
Do
we
it.
need bikes to get
Do
there.
it. Pedestrian and roadway.
He's going to be calling
There it
911
is.
requesting fire and paramedic, which we already did.
PI,
Another
dog.
crosswalk. Get him for jaywalking.
Right there. Also, within 100 feet of a like an actual crosswalk, you got 100% got pedestrian and roadway. It's a Class C. Tack on the PI if you're really feeling petty. Like, dog.
But he's going to be doing it again with the payphone.
Pero why? Be done with it.
23 engine 898 is on scene.
Girlfriend, they can show. Oh, maybe they don't have. Our EMS had access to our dispatch, so they could mark like on scene and all that stuff. I didn't have to say it for them. That's been there.
We're gonna get you up, okay? You check my father to the hospital.
What about his bike?
So pretty much we have to book it under our safekeep because we can't just leave his property out here. So when he's released from the hospital, he'll be able to go back to the department and then give him a slip pretty much saying that that's
I was about to say, Doug.
That's going behind a dumpster somewhere and just,
but like,
you
take
know,
him to jail, dog. Like, what are we doing?
How does he even drive?
Put it in the ambulance with him.
That's embarrassing. We're
Right.
parking the bicycle on safekeep, but luckily we're right across
I've
the
done
street
that a
from the
couple
police station,
times.
so we're just gonna walk it over.
Yeah, you're never right across from the street from the police station. It's a tiny little beat. She's gonna walk it?
Yep.
I would have rode it.
Yeah.
Man. Then we had to get like, we had these like aluminum tags that we had to put on.
That's funny. This is a what? A Genesis. I
There it
want
is.
to say like maybe 80% or 90% of our career as law enforcement officers consists of writing reports.
Yep, accurate.
We spend a lot of time here writing reports.
I spend time in my patrol car giving officer presents while writing reports, but neither
We
do
do have nights, just like today,
Well,
you
she
know,
can just
where
go
it's been
outside
a
and
little
see
bit
her
more
entire beat,
active
though, so-
outside, so we don't
That
spend
is
so
true.
much
Out the
time
window
on
and be
the
like,
station.
hey, just open the
If
blinds?
we
Yeah.
have a
Stop that.
report to write, we're gonna be
Yep.
here. Okay, let's go out to the field now. Just ran this up.
Give it back to the kid he stole it from. That's funny.
Great B-roll.
You see how they made that same turn?
Yeah, they decked out these cars with some GoPros and stuff. I love it.
No
You
brake
can see
light?
the front one.
Okay, I was about to say, how long is it going to take for you to light up this car?
One jump cut.
Hello, hello. Do me a favor, just turn off the car, yeah? The reason I stopped you is because you're back.
So the second you have somebody that's doing that many moving violations at that time of night, I'm a fan of passenger side approach. I'm going to be honest. And maybe because I'm sussed out and I've had too many sketchy calls. But like, you're doing, I like the takedown light. We call them takedown lights. I don't know what everybody else calls them, but like a little spot. Yeah, takedowns. So you just basically flood the car with light. And then if you pop over to the other side, they can't see you coming. And you get to look into the car before they see you. Play a little chess game here of trying to see them before they see you so you don't get shot in the face when you're approaching this car.
Back tail is out. The left one. You guys were all making all kinds of turns, and you just ran the stop sign back there. Yeah. Oh, okay. So
Just
it's
busted up.
Okay. Just go ahead and sit right here for me, okay? 23 advice when you're clear for a code 10.
He's been shot 16 times.
Nice.
He got hit in the head.
And what?
Wait,
Wait,
he hit 16 times, bro.
6 foot, 200.
How'd you get in?
Bro, 4 officers for one guy? Bro. Municipal,
nothing else to
baby.
do.
Municipal, baby. Let's go.
To hanging out the clips.
So I'm wondering if like these guys are just because they have the camera crew, these guys are just attached to her. Like every call she goes on. they're
Nah,
sending them
this
with
is
her?
probably how they actually operate. Because
Really?
like normal calls for service and normal manpower requirements. If you ever notice when they do county, you won't see anybody. Maybe 1 or 2 other guys with them tops. If it's like a very heavy call. Worse when they do. I don't know that I've seen very many troopers do like police cam stuff, but they're by themselves probably every single time. This is pretty common for bigger cities and municipal that you can get this many. It's just you would have a sergeant pretty salty at you if it was like 4 of y'all there for one track, because you have to show that you're on scene. Because if not, they want you moving around doing something. But if it's 4 of y'all on scene, you're like, you got someone detained? Is there a crowd there? Like, you would have Big Sarge showing up like, hey, you and you leave. Like, stick one person here. We don't need all this.
My dad was blood, so it was just like.
Oh, wow.
Oh, you actually have a scar?
Yeah, look at it.
I haven't seen it. Oh my god.
Oh, it scraped you. It glazed.
It bounced off my.
Math for police.
What are you on probation for? For a pistol? Okay. Hey, you have anything illegal in the car? I'm not gonna find anything? Okay.
I'm guessing since he's on probation, she's just getting to search the car. You do lose a lot of rights, dog, when you're on probation or parole or whatever. But
just the trunk. Hey, I have to ask you though. Why were you doing all those turns?
Huh?
Why are you doing all
I'm
those turns?
lost.
Look, right here.
And I was
you
on
made
the
a
phone.
left.
I'm telling you, I'm lost and I was on the phone.
And the reason you got pulled over is
Don't
because of
admit
that
to
tail
that.
light.
Tail light.
Okay.
that wasn't nothing. It's very common traffic stops. There's investigative stops. Otra vez.
23, 28, 29.
Go ahead.
And I'll be traffic on McClay and Silas. Correction, Cornell.
Traffic McClay and Cornell. You take back no hits, current regs, 2010 Nissan.
I'm gonna showcase real quick what you're looking for in DWIs. You see how close they are to the center line here?
Yeah, you look for lane corrections.
Yeah,
I gave 3. 1, 2,
Yeah,
3.
they keep
boom,
bouncing off
lights.
that center line. So when we talked about earlier about getting reasonable suspicion for the DWI, you're looking for what we call driving factors. Swerving, braking late, braking at an inappropriate time. So like they stop like 15 feet away from like where you would normally stop for an intersection, or worse, they stop like almost in the intersection. Something else that you can collect for driving indicators for DWI. So you'll stop for failure to maintain single lane of traffic, so crossing the line. But as a DWI, I saw a pattern. It's not like once where you're like, oh, shit, like I'm doing it. At the very minimum, they're tired, but you have reasonable suspicion. This is what you would be looking for. And then, of course, blowing a red light was a big deal. That's another indicator of potential impairment.
23,
Very
23.
good. It's rare you ever get to see it, but that was a very good perspective of what you're looking for.
Go ahead.
And I'll be traffic on McClay and Silas. Correction, Cornell.
Traffic McClay
Good
and
cross
Cornell. You
street.
take back no hits, current regs, 2010 Nissan Adelberita.
Good use of the takedown.
It
Bro, look at
is.
this approach. I'm still, again, a fan of passenger side, mostly because I don't like being out in traffic like this. But also, notice how much more her belt is separated. She just hiked it up. Velcro inner belts. They need to be a thing. But she's approaching this car a lot more leerily. One, you can't see Jack out of that back window. So I'd be nervous also about people being in the back seat. It's nighttime. Sketchier stuff happens at night, but she's also probably looking for stuff.
It's also an
God,
Altima.
how many of you guys is there?
It's also an Altima.
That's the reason for the stop. The
How many of
swerving,
you?
something else.
Five.
There's people in
one,
there.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people. What do you mean 5? Turn off your
Oh,
car.
they're
Yeah?
Mexican.
You just ran a red right in front of me. Why?
Puro mexicanos.
I didn't want us to be
Yo,
Yeah, but still, you're not supposed to be running red. Especially we have this many.
That's nostalgia.
there's a whole
Just
family
everybody
in
sit on
here.
somebody's lap.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is the white Ford Ranger of my day.
The white Ford Ranger of my
I'm
day.
telling you, y'all had the Altima. We had the white Ford Ranger.
So something else I want to point out. So you see how there's like random fingerprints inside of this? I bet you they were hotboxing it.
Could be.
When you see like that, much humidity inside of a car. Now you could also have a bad blower, right? Like the dryer in your AC's kind of boned, and it'll just make all of your windows kind of foggy. That many young people in a car, it's Halloween, right? So these kids are likely partying. Like, you already got kids out there doing nitrous. What's cheaper than that is marijuana. You hotbox it in this car.
Everyone just stay in the car, okay?
Good idea.
Vehicle is occupied by 7.
Now you want 4 officers.
I opened it and I was like, what the heck? It was like all stacked up in the back. So I can't let you guys all go in the car right now, like this.
Well, I can wait.
Okay. The refs are leaving?
Just put 2 in the trunk and let him go. Get him out of there.
Well,
I bless that.
They don't fit.
I bless that.
Unless somebody wants to
Do you
ride
have
the
your
trunk,
registration?
you know.
That's true.
And your insurance.
Then you get them for kidnapping.
So I'm going to be citing her for
Failing
to stop at the
Stop at a red
stoplight.
light, yeah.
She said she was sorry because she was just trying to get her friends home. The only thing I'm gonna give you a ticket for is running the red light, okay? Bye, ladies.
You think there's any chance in hell there's insurance in that car?
Could be parents' car.
I take it back. You know what? You're right.
I did get a speeding ticket once.
I'm out of it. I'm tired. I want to go home.
Dude, it's 4:15, bro.
Oh, this is a hard day at work.
What I want to tell my future self
4:15
is I'm proud of you, and you're doing a good job. And if you're having a bad time right now, just remember the good times, okay? Hey, your mustache is coming out good.
Really?
Yeah. But right now it looks good. Right now it looks good.
That was misconduct. That's it, right up for both of them. How dare you?
There you go. This is all it goes. This is actually like, how am I? 25 years in the making.
30? Yeah, 4:35.
And we're just doing some quick reps because the body needs to pump sometimes.
I'm not working out, okay? This guy's just...
Oh, my hair. Ass to grass, baby.
Said has to grass. What is this?
4:30 in the morning. So right now I'm gonna be uploading all my body worn camera footage into our system.
We had a cloud system for this. It was uploading as it was getting like recorded. This so that you wouldn't have somehow it broke and didn't happen or we lost it on the way. Like, this is weird that they have this type of system.
Okay, throw it and if it lands in my mouth, I'll eat it.
I took a bite of it.
It's okay.
We're literally best friends, huh?
Yeah, we are.
Dude, I'm not good at this.
I'm not good at this. Okay, wait,
Doesn't have
throw it
it.
high. Like,
It's gonna go on the floor.
Ready?
Oh, damn.
Let's go.
Never give up.
I'm unloading everything from the unit and then putting it in my cubby. Pretty much at the end of every shift, again, we take out all our equipment, clean out the unit in full, and make sure that there's nothing left, no trash.
That was a shift.
Right now,
That's pretty typical. I mean, you got a couple traffic stops at night on like a Wednesday night when there ain't nothing else going on. Like, that does happen on midnights. It is the one nice thing about midnights. So it's either nothing like this. This would be considered a nothing shift. She didn't take anybody to jail. No fights. Had to go code for like half a second and then like got called off. But then you have like the triple homicide nights and it was like a riot or a big like gang shooting or something like that. Those nights.
It does seem slow for a Halloween night.
I was gonna say.
Especially considering like in DFW we had like multiple shootings.
I didn't see a single domestic. I didn't see a single like dude like PIs like dude we would fill the jail. It would be New Year's, Halloween, Cinco de Mayo. Let me think to myself here for a second. Valentine's Day was a domestic central, dog. That was Valentine's Day was sucked. I worked 2 of them. I was very lucky I missed a couple because I had rookie days off and it just worked out. But yeah, man, February 14th was a bad time. I'm gonna give +1 to municipals. That's a pretty weak sauce shift. It was an honest take, at least on it, and I'm gonna give 10 to media because it was very well produced. For those of you that have stopped,
it was very well produced.
Fluff. We're getting to the sussier side of stream here. Yes.
Oh no, my YouTube keeps cutting out every time I'm like trying to keep up with the chat.
Military police. This is policing on easy mode because nobody has rights.
A promo.
So much of what was shown in that, like, highlight reel was not MPing. It was like machine guns and all that stuff. You ain't doing it.
I think they just probably use the same intro for all U.S. Army videos.
Oh, that's true.
It's supposed to be like their day in the life series.
Yeah, I'm Private First Class Wiggs. I'm from Alabama, 21st Military Police Company, Airborne. Basically, this is what I signed up for. I know this is what I'm getting into, so I have to keep pushing every day. This was not, required of me. This is every day I'm trying to get up and continue to drive forward and try to find the good in each little thing I do. So for mid shift is a 21 to 05 technically shift. We usually come in about.
It's not a bad shift. That's not horrible.
1700 to about 1815 for shift PT with the shift guys. I have weapons draw 1915 and 1930, so we'll come in there, draw our tasers, our OCs, our M17 pistol, M4 if you're assigned one for that day. Then we'll have a formation. Our sergeants will check us for all of our tasers, handcuffs.
I'll be honest. It's kind of adorable because all of their equipment's it's the military, so all of your equipment is like accounted for you. Like you're not trusted to do shit. Like everything down to like the bullets you're issued is like up to you, right? Or up to someone else. Policing is not that way. Like, dude, they issue you. There's so much stuff we got issued that we've just stuck with. I had these weird like electronic flares. They were like these little discs. I never once took them out of the package. They sat in a closet for 4 years. I never touched them once.
What are they for? Like
so like instead of using flares, you would use these big old bright discs. But I'm like, dude, the second that thing gets run over, it's gone, and then I'm on the hook for it because it's issued to me. I'm responsible for it, right? Technically, if you wanted to do a random desk pop, it would be very easy for me to purchase the exact same ammunition and just refill. But now, mind you, my body cam would go off if that was the case. But
make sure everything's working. Flash.
It's just weird that they do a line inspection for every shift. They do issuing of equipment for every shift. The most you might get is your car, and if you had a city issued rifle. We did have city issued shotguns if you were going to get them, so you would get those. But everything else stayed with you, like your bag, they keep like copies of paperwork and stuff, but most of it you're responsible for. This is very extra, but it's the military. What do you expect?
Slides, make sure we have everything for the shift, and then we'll march over to the LEC PMO around 1945, 1950, about 2000. We'll have a guard mount class. I'm going over paperwork we need for the shift, briefing from the last shift, what happened, what to look out for. And then PMCS in our vehicle, make sure there's no scratches.
None of that is done. Like I remember like peak, the Shanghai Shiver time. We got like emailed briefings. They didn't even want us in.
They're there.
I can't say the other word.
Sirens are working, the cameras working.
That was a good one.
The basics of our vehicle, and then we'll hit the road about 2100 and we'll start patrolling.
Assist, protect, defend.
And there's all of 10 seconds left in the video.
Hey, thanks for watching.
That was not a day in the life. That's their whole day.
That's wild.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Count your bullets.
That's what's wild is like they didn't check any of that stuff. It's a lot more lax in city, county, and state. State is probably the most lax, probably about most of that stuff. I think I did like a line inspection like once a quarter. And I remember line inspection being like my sergeant sitting at their desk kind of doing one of these. Okay, I need to see your gun, your OC, and your taser to check serial numbers. That was like it. They're like, all right, get out of my face. You got everything else. I had one guy that was a real ball buster about it. Like he's like, you need to polish your boots. Like the back of my boots, yes, it's visible. You need to polish the back of your boots. It's like, okay. Yes, sir. I'd salute him ironically, and he'd get annoyed every time. I would do like the most piss poor salute. Like 3. I would randomly do like a deuces one.
Like a Boy Scout.
Dude, I did the worst. It would offend him every single time. He's in the reserves. He's a good dude though. A very good cop though. I will say that. This is prison food.
You're looking at a typical breakfast served at a correctional facility in Oklahoma. Hot cereal, hard-boiled eggs, some potatoes, 2 slices of toast, a fortified fruit drink, milk, and the option of coffee. There are a lot of carbs, but not much protein.
I stopped at a diner in Marfa on my way back from Mexico.
Yeah.
And this food looks better than what they gave me.
Yeah.
$28. I was so angry.
Dude.
I was like, I just came from Mexico where for like $60 I could get a luxury meal for 3 people, and you guys are...
Dude.
Next time you go out there, stop in Alpine. They have one of the best steakhouses ever. Because yes, man, it is so good.
In Alpine instead, because Marfa was garbage.
Yeah, screw Marfa. Get some peanuts in Marfa and keep driving to Alpine.
They have their like 1-room size police station.
Yeah, dude.
Called 300 square feet.
Iowa brought the ideations back to me for the first time in like years with how bad their food was. Like no matter where I went, it was kind of like eating
British food.
No, it was worse. It was kind of like if an alien came down, took a picture of food and guessed what it was supposed to taste like. Texture and everything was weird. I was like, how do you mess up like toast? Like was weird. I was like, this is like somewhere between white and wheat bread. And like the outside's toasty, but like the inside, it was weird. It was like a bunch of like the butter.
They have to figure out how to make everything out of corn.
Dude, it was pretty much everything was probably just corn paste made to.
Yeah, it was corn paste, and it's like a lot of corn is their
toast
tofu.
is made out of hominy.
I tell you what, two eggs, some potatoes, that is like half a scoop. That's not even probably a full cup worth of oatmeal, and then 2 slices of what's likely white bread, just pretty like fiber.
Nice of them to toast it.
It is cool that they toast it though. The milk and the fortified water is kind of meh, but I will say this. Though this is probably not enough calories for somebody that's like north of 150 pounds, which might be a lot of prisoners, right? You're not really asked to do anything in prison. They don't have like mandatory workout time. I'm sure people do work out, but like that being said, like I'm pretty sure you can get extra food and stuff like that. I don't know how. At the very minimum, I've seen prison systems.
Yeah, they got like commissary.
Right?
Yeah, they can buy
you can get ramen noodles.
All kinds of nonsense.
So this is free, given to you no matter what, and you can eat it no matter what. This is one meal. But like, this is probably like 800 calories, maybe. It's not a lot. Maybe 1,000, depending on what's in this oatmeal, and if these potatoes aren't like just like starch.
I mean, if you get it 3 times a day, that's not bad.
Well, but this is just breakfast, right?
That's what I'm saying. Is like,
a lot of
800 calories.
I bet you're at like 1,800 if you had that 3 times, if not more. Yeah,
it's 2,400 if you're averaging 800, but I don't think that hits 800.
It might be like 6.
To be honest, because each one of those eggs is like 90.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
The bread's gonna be 70 a slice.
A slice.
You're talking like 500 calories.
So you're like 1,500 is not a lot for a grown man. That is not a lot of food.
Fortified powdered drinks, often sweetened with aspartame to make up for the lack of nutrients, but most people don't drink them. By the way, an average prison meal costs around $3.
Bro, $3 is cheap. You can't even go to like McDonald's for that now. Bro, my guy.
Here's lunch at a detention center in Seal Beach, California. A couple of hot dogs, some potatoes, mac and cheese, green beans, and water. In a national study of prison food, 93% of incarcerated people surveyed reported feeling hungry between meals, and
I'm hungry between meals.
94% said they weren't able to eat enough to feel full.
I'm a free, perfectly employed person, and I'm hungry between meals.
You're also like,
finally,
you have to eat gluten-free and
white rice,
no lactose. That's your problem. You fill up on cheese,
cornbread,
you don't get these problems.
beans,
Cheese and rice.
Applesauce and water. It's another high carb.
The applesauce is pretty weak. The peas are good. The beans, I'm sure, are pretty good. It is cornbread, which as long as it's like...
It's cornbread, yeah.
Decent cornbread. Because cornbread is one of those things, like, it can be okay and still be good. I have had at one time in my life bad cornbread, and I was in Iowa.
Yeah, that didn't happen in Texas.
No, not in Texas.
Nutrient meals. Eating
Can we
meals
need
high
Bill
in
to tell us
sugar,
the macros?
salt, and refined carbs that lack protein, fiber, and essential vitamins can lead to physical issues. Many people leave prison with lasting health problems like diabetes, hypertension, high cholesterol, and anemia. And poor quality
poisoning from shanks.
harm. Research shows that nutritional deficiencies can contribute to behavioral and mental issues, including heightened aggression, brain fog, and depression.
I would like to ask any of our service members if they would take that prison food over an MRE. I'm sure there's a mixed bag there. There's probably some MREs that are like baller. I've heard there's
also
a handful
like,
that don't suck.
Aren't MREs at least nutritionally balanced? Like
I think they're supposed to be, yeah.
To where you're not, because you don't want your soldiers to have brain fog and
yeah, I'm sure high calorie and high protein and all that fun stuff.
But hear me out. These are the same administrators that are like, can your body take 90 jumps out of an airplane with a parachute that's going to make you hit the ground at like 20 miles per hour? You know, like, it should be fine. Or you know what's better than running 10 miles? Putting 150 pounds on your body and then making you run 10 miles.
There you
Let's do that every other day for 5 years. And let's see what that does to your back and your knees and whatever. It's the same administrators. So I would think that they put the same level of like care into their nutritional needs. That's my only.
Did you ever watch the?
I want to see a side by side on this.
So you ever see Chris the Cop did I think it was a gameology video with his daughter where they ate MREs?
I don't think so.
Okay, it was good. So they have it. I always thought like of MREs as like those chocolate looking bars that you just like a bite and it's like a block.
Yeah.
That you just eat, but no, they have like fancy ones now that are like the astronaut style, where like it's a little baggie that can make you like spaghetti with pasta sauce.
Yeah.
And they just like it's a thing where like they couldn't figure it out on the video, so they had no idea how. But it's supposed to like self heat up, so you like pull the tab and do the thing and tilt it in a certain way, and then it like auto heats. Like there's some chemical reaction that probably gives you cancer. Yeah. But it'll heat up the bag with the food in it, and then you can eat.
Custodies.
Pesto one and chili mac slap.
Go up one. I think it's a mixed bag.
I'm gonna pin that for everybody.
It's a mixed bag right there. The reason I bring that up is I'm with you. I think that there's a lot of bad things in the prison system currently. Food's probably among them. However, I do believe prison is meant to be a punishment. I do think there's people that are in prison that shouldn't be. And I do think that we do a very poor job of making sure that people don't recidivate, mostly because we don't care if they do or not, because the places that are supposed to keep them from recidivating don't have any incentive to keep them from coming back. But that all being said,
I think the issue is when you think about it as like, well, prison's supposed to be a punishment. It's not supposed to be fun. But also
there's constitutional rights.
There's constitutional rights, but there's also like, it's like a self-perpetuating problem of like, okay, yeah, that's fine. But if you treat people like crap, they come out feeling like crap, acting like crap, and then they cause more problems, and you have to put them back into the system that makes them worse again, and then they come back out. And so it's like, at some point, it's not a moral argument, there's a practical argument for just feed people the nutrition, like to give them what a school meal gives them.
My point behind it is I think if you applied psychology to it, right, and let's say if you don't get in fights and you're minding your business and we're not finding contraband, you get to have like the A version of food, right? And you get to stay in like the A sections versus
I don't think you can do that I think that works, but there has to be a baseline that is still
doable.
Humans.
Right.
like a baseline of human sustainability that is not like the worst thing on the planet, right?
And I would argue also, if you think about it,
if you're real good, you get pizza and chicken wings.
Right. That's kind of what I mean. That's kind of what I mean. Yeah. I think they could probably get more calories in it. I do. And there's a lot of nutritional science behind this that you need a certain amount just at the baseline, right? Like, and yes, I can understand where carbs are going to be cheaper for the system to provide you than just straight protein. But like having some amount of protein is probably better for your brain. Having fat, there's not a lot of fat in that diet either, is good for your brain, your ligaments, all that kind of stuff. It's a mood stabilizer, whatever. But I do think that like it's one of many problems. And I think that they need to fix like why we're having so much gang violence, the fact that like gangs get more out of prison than society does. There's a lot of those other issues I think they probably could solve faster, and it might likely makes it easier because
if you want to expand this conversation, there's probably not probably, it's the link's pretty clear.
Yeah.
Criminality and all of that stuff also stems from, food insecurity.
Sure.
And,
100%.
All of that other stuff. Like you're just seeing an extension of what happened at home that caused you to get into this.
I was going to say the especially with kids. I think if you look at people under the age of, and by kids I mean under the age of 25, food insecurity, even in like our it's not just consumerism. It's like generally speaking, like people actually going hungry, people actually even being like home insecure and stuff like that. I understand the very Western idea that that's not my problem, right? But I do think as
problem.
Well, and I do think it's not your problem until it becomes your problem.
Mm-hmm.
And again, as the person who's been tasked with trying to keep the peace when we're just kind of letting people melt in society, it'll eventually come to, if you don't solve it the easier way first, and that's making sure kids are safe.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's making sure like young teens are safe, young people are safe. And as you start to create a very easy environment for them to come up and be well adjusted, you're not just putting them in front of the iPad and hitting them with SSRIs, right? Like you're actually trying to do stuff to educate them and empower them to do stuff. Like you end up having less. You're always going to have sociopaths. You're always going to have like weirdly toxic social relationships that cause crime that you can't do anything about. You can, but you also can't.
You can get people to a better baseline so they are more equipped to deal with those situations, so you have a lower percentage of them causing problems.
Yep. Well, and then it doesn't cost you much to feed them because you'll have less of them. And housing them's easier, keeping them separated's easier. All of that stuff becomes easier if you start serving the baseline issues. I'm with you.
It's also cheaper overall because those baseline issues are a lot easier and cheaper to fix.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to get food out into a community where you have all the people that can help and the whole logistic system built around it versus you got to get it to a random location in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And have a bunch of trucks show up there just for the one population that no one likes.
Right.
Like issues are, what is it? An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
Yes.
So I always say, like, the solution to all this was starting 40 years ago. Right now, you deal with the symptoms, but you can prevent the issues from 40 years from now. Right now.
Very crap. Agreed. I'm poor. I've eaten worse meals than those guys.
Police officers across the country are facing friendly fire, but they have no idea when it's going to happen. It's related to a popular service pistol, the Sig Sauer P320. This LaGrange police officer nearly died when he says his P320 went off out of the blue. As I was investigating his case.
Out of the blue. Lol.
And obtaining body camera video.
I don't know if that was on purpose or not, but it is hilarious.
It happened again to another officer. A warning tonight, the images you are about to see may be disturbing for some viewers. Frantic moments on the night of May 9th, 2024. I just obtained this body camera video showing first responders rushing to help LaGrange police officer Kevin Currington, who is bleeding out on the ground. Officer Currington was shot in the leg. You can see a brown belt a nearby resident used as an improvised tourniquet, and an officer scrambles to attach another tourniquet to slow.
Self-rescue's a thing. Keep at least two. One for you, one for someone else, or potentially a second one for someone else. If you are carrying a firearm, you should absolutely have some way of helping people that have gotten shot. Because it could be you, it could be someone else. You know what increases the likelihood of getting shot? Being around a gun. That's why you put your seatbelt on in the car when you're driving. Technically, when you're parked, you don't need it on. You don't need to have the seatbelt on when it's parked in your driveway because you're not in it.
Oh, the bleeding.
Unless you're parked on the highway and then someone's going to hit you.
Do what?
Unless you're parked on the highway and then someone's going to hit you.
Is it working? No, I can't get it. The second tourniquet is secured, but Officer Currington has already lost a lot of blood.
Hang in there, Currington.
In the confusion, an officer asks if anyone saw the shooter.
You sure there was no shooter?
Officer Currington struggles to respond.
Sir? There was a shooter?
Yeah.
There wasn't?
It just went off, okay.
It just went off, okay.
It just went off.
It went off in the holster. Here's the casing.
I wasn't even touching it. It was secure in my holster.
That's evidence. That's evidence.
Footage shows that it was in its holster. It was secured.
The officer struggles to remove the gun. He lowers the retention hood, pulls the gun from the holster,
shoots it again.
Imagine. Now, to be fair, with the hood on, the slide probably didn't cycle, so it probably didn't chamber another round. But what I don't like about what they've done here is they've ruined a lot of the evidence by clearing it. Mm-hmm. Who are you clearing it for? He's not going to take the gun with him to the hospital. Take the belt off, leave it as it is, and just place it. Word of advice from someone who's totally cleared a gun on a suicide victim.
removes the magazine, then clears the
stressed out. I've done dumber things. But
chamber.
And I wasn't
free word of advice.
Even touching it. I was just walking.
His police-issued duty pistol was a 6-hour P320.
That is a CZ75 this guy's holding, not a 6. Sorry.
I discovered
that's an important delineation.
P320 has been linked to at least 80 cases where it allegedly goes off out of the blue. This is the first case captured on video going way back to 2016.
I remember this one.
What the hell? Explain to me how a gun goes off getting out of the car.
Hello, and thank you for calling 6 Hour.
I called 6 Hour and emailed their headquarters for a response to Officer Currington's P320 going off without a trigger pull. They gave me this statement, which reads in part, the design of the 6 Hour P320 model pistol is truly innovative and safe.
The bullet is still in there, but the entrance wound went like this, going down.
But Officer Currington says he has a wound that proves this gun has a problem, and he has a message for 6 Hour.
Fix the gun so this don't happen to nobody else. I don't want anybody else to ever go through what I went through, thinking you're gonna die.
So it kind of went in like this and just went.
That's the worst way to get shot. That's
right
a
in the artery.
big, meaty chunk of your leg that's got a lot of blood that goes through it.
Sideways in.
4 months later,
And it's still in there right now?
it happened again.
It almost feels like a bad dream that you feel like at any moment you're going to wake up from.
Marble Falls School Resource Officer Hunter Galley was just
Dog, when you're sitting like this, if you have a drop leg holster, it's pointing right at that kid's dome.
starting his shift at the Marble Falls homecoming game.
The 41-yard line.
My post was going to be the visitor side gate.
As he was walking to the gate, he realized he forgot something in his patrol car.
I'm not sure. I think it was maybe my phone. Opened the door, reached inside, and at some point during this, I hear a pop.
That pop was his 6-hour P320 going off out of the blue.
So I know for a fact that when I was reaching in there, my hands were nowhere near the gun. I also had an eyewitness that also said that my hands were nowhere near my gun.
And it was all caught on a bus surveillance camera that happened to be recording at the time.
At that point, I realized that something wasn't quite right. My legs started feeling weird, and then put 2 and 2 together that my gun had somehow gone off in the holster.
Here is body camera footage of officers clearing his gun.
See, they left it and they did it afterwards. Smart. I still would have rather had someone work it. Maybe you don't do it in the middle of a field unless they're doing it right then and there. But gloves, have a camera set up, use a nice camera so it's not 240p, and demonstrate the condition it was in, as it was.
It looks like it been rejected.
Marble Falls Police issued this statement.
Like it been rejected.
It also dicked up part of the holster.
Damn.
Put 2 and 2 together that my gun had somehow gone off in the holster.
Here is body camera footage.
Yeah, you can see as they're pulling us. This is the optic, right? This is part of the retention device on the Safari Lane holster that broke off with it. I'm gonna see if I can get it in frame. Is this in frame? Yeah, all of this extra mess here shouldn't be there. Oh, did this bulge? Oh, that's sussy-wussy. If this chamber is partially open, that also means that it was an out-of-battery discharge, which means the gun... I can't show it to you guys on the internet or we'll get in trouble. But basically, the barrel's supposed to be fully seated, so the casing's fully supported. If the slide gets pulled back and the sear still falls, you have basically what's called out-of-battery. Basically, it creates like a grenade out of the casing, which is also bad. I've been tagged a few times. I shoot guns for a living for work now, where we have experimental guns, not guns getting issued to anybody, that have out-of-battery discharges. The bullet will still leave. Fortunately, they'll leave with a lot less energy, but the casing, the brass casing, because it's exposed, the explosion's going to go the path of least resistance. A thin piece of brass is less than a big old fat bullet, so it'll actually blow that piece of brass out to you like a little baby grenade. That's kind of what it looks like happened here.
Marble Falls Police issued this statement saying Officer Galley's department-issued 6-hour P320 duty pistol inadvertently discharged while secured inside the holster. The officer was not manipulating the weapon in any way when it discharged inside the holster.
Within 2 hours, they had pulled the gun from all of service, so none of patrol was using them, none of CID was using them.
I contacted 6 Hour headquarters about this new case and second misfire in 4 months. 6 Hour said claims that the P320 is capable of firing without a trigger pull are without merit and have been soundly rejected as a matter of law by 16 separate courts, including a unanimous jury verdict in 6 Hour's favor.
He continues to shoot cop after cop.
Now, we'll say this. The way that was worded is a little deceiving. So striker-fired pistols, which this one is, just not that you guys care, but it's law enforcement related, right? All of them have, if you go to a Glock, they have what's called a bladed trigger. There's like a little dingus that sits inside the trigger. It's a 2-piece part. On Smith & Wesson's, it's also like a hinged trigger. And what that does is that even if inertia causes that to go backwards, it prevents the trigger from actually following backwards unless you're physically pulling it. Something has to change the geometry of the trigger to have it come back for the gun to go off. The 6 Hour does not have that feature specifically, expressly. Conversely, also, if you look at the way the sear interface is in the back end, there's like some weirdness on that basically it can shake loose. And a sear is basically what the trigger rubs up against to get the hammer to fall, or in this case, the striker to fall. There was some complaints and concerns about that early on. People have negligent discharges, which is different. Negligent discharge means I accidentally pulled the trigger and the gun went off when I didn't want it to. This is being claimed as just a complete malfunction of the pistol, where the pistol's going off without the user actually doing anything to it. Being not accidental, there's a different word for it, but it's weird. I've actually gone to 6 Hours. I got to go to their media day. I got to go see the way that these things are manufactured. Do I believe that 6 Hour makes very good pistols? Sure. They made the 226, which was legendary. They made the 220 series prior to this, but there are a lot of firearms that get carried by a lot of people daily on the civilian world and on the law enforcement world. And most of the time when a gun goes off when it's not supposed to, it's a negligent discharge, which means somebody was messing with it and it went off. And it's very easy to prove that because it won't be in a holster. You'll see GSW on their hand and all of that. In these instances where they're going off in the holster, extra sussy. And it should be easy to show because you'll see damage, irregular damage inside of the holster. They should be able to pull the gun apart and show that the gun wasn't able to cycle, which is why I was like, be very careful about how you handle evidence, because that's a potential multi-million-dollar lawsuit that you're now ruining the body of evidence on because you're touching it. Be cognizant of that. Everything you do in law enforcement is going to be subject to some sort of investigation.
Swear, these feds be doing the most just to profile us, gang. Like, why is you searching me? I ain't got nothing. Damn. Nah, you already searched me. Why you doing it again? Andy, you rat! I swear, these feds be doing the most just to profile us,
He
gang.
said
Like,
you
why is you
rat!
searching me? I ain't got nothing. Damn.
Dog.
Nah, you already searched me. Why you doing it again? Andy, you rat!
I'm going to give, what was this, municipal? This is for sure. I'm going to give +5 to media because that was actually, it got a good actual chuckle out of me. And then we'll give +2 to municipal. It was just cute. The dog's doing his job. Randy's goated. We're moving along. We got 4 more and then we'll be done. I'm going to check my news things real quick. Okay, I'm done checking the news.
Oh, man.
Right along with RSTT. Ridge Meadows RCMP. This is in Canada.
Yes.
Impaired driving enforcement night. So
Genghis, Emu's making fun of my lingo. It's a trigger safety, to be fair.
Well, they call their money loonies and toonies, so.
Loonies and toonies.
They said they can't hear it.
Can't hear it. Let me check.
I can hear it on my end.
OBS would say otherwise.
Y'all might need to refresh if you can't hear it.
Refresh if you cannot hear me.
I just tested. You probably heard it through my microphone.
Well, Eden was so used to hearing that accent, she may not understand it.
Mounties.
It's probably blocked in Canada.
She says I can't.
It's only
Refresh.
the Canadians.
Yeah.
I have audio. Everyone's saying they have audio. Maybe refresh.
She can't refresh. I don't know why.
God, dude, look at that badge. That badge number was 65,000 something. Golly.
They must have started like 6,500 or 65,000.
Oh, it's
4 or
blurry
5
now.
digits. Oh.
Oh, it's blurry now. 654. It looks like 5 digits, dude.
They must have started at 4 then, or maybe they just
maybe. It's just an
started
old,
at 5.
It's an old
That's crazy.
department that's got a lot of people in
If
it.
it's Canada, it can't be that old.
I mean, and New York.
New York has
City
that weird
police.
system where they just
Oh,
like
that's
pass
right.
badges around. Remember?
That's right. That's right.
Like the numbers don't mean anything; they just mean your rank sometimes.
I think in this
There's those end cars again.
you or her a failed
Okay, they say they can hear us, but not the
You
video.
have an end here in the car.
What?
Check your OBS. Is it still sending?
Yeah, look.
Oh, Emu says she has audio on her phone. That's weird.
That
I'm
is
telling you,
very
man.
weird.
I hear everything just fine.
And so I'm going
It's
to put one on the
Canada
vehicle
audio
so
blocking.
that she is in compliance with her driver's license, and I'll send her on her way.
Just need to check your hearing.
All right, my notes are done, and we are
Robert,
going
I'm
to
sorry.
our patrols down Golden Ears Way. So this guy's going 95.
Bro, this is the worst
fix it somehow.
produced video I've ever seen in my life. I'm getting like motion sickness watching this.
The dude just hand holding a camera. At least get like a cheap gimbal.
Or just something with image stabilization.
Even as I'm pacing him right now, he is going 90 kilometers an hour. So
Oh no.
it basically
There's
asks
that end
why
again.
you're driving so fast.
Yeah, what is this?
I wonder if that's
That's
a requirement.
that early classification thing. You remember we were talking about end cars and it's like a Pro B driver. You know, or something.
Okay. I will take
Maybe just
5
explain that to us.
from media for the shaky cam.
And he didn't know why. I think this is probably seems like his first traffic stop ever.
Bro, set it on the
quite
freaking
nervous.
dash.
But I'm hoping the message.
Set your camera on the
makes
dash, then
sense.
you can't. You still see
The
everything.
ticket
You're not-
itself will remind people you need to slow down, especially in this circumstance. He's an end driver. He's not, like I said, he's not going to lose his license or anything, but it's going to be a good reminder.
Oh,
that
new
to
driver.
obey
That's
the
what
rules of the
Emu
road.
says.
I
And is a
mentioned
new
earlier
driver.
there are some roadblocks set up. Now, I know everybody seems to know the typical.
They seem
areas
to
we
know.
do our impaired checks. Tonight we decided to be a little bit different and experiment, I guess you could say. So
And
we're
this for
focusing on some
newbie.
back roads this evening in regards to impaired operation. Anyways, we're just at our checkpoint here, so we're just going
This beard policy is pretty liberal.
onto the shoulder.
Normally you can have like what I have. You can't have like
This
a
is
long
one of 3
beard.
checkpoints we're going to be doing this evening. Some of the
These
questions
are
we're asking
unconstitutional,
is,
but
we're
they're in
informing
Canada,
who
so
we are for the most part.
I really
Just
don't
letting
like
them know why
DWI
we're
checkpoints.
why we're stopping them and just having a
So you don't have reasonable suspicion. Why are you impeding my drive?
Mm-hmm.
I don't like it.
Well, just reading about a case. It might be the one that made it unconstitutional. I forget. But where the guy saw there was a DUI checkpoint up ahead, so he took the previous exit. But it turns out the sign for where it was gonna be was a fake. It was a trap. The actual checkpoint was at that exit. So they were tricking people because they knew people would exit, so they would get them off at that one and then do the checkpoint at the
Clever
exit.
girl.
Respect.
That's pretty clever.
Yeah.
You're like, well, why were you evading our checkpoint?
Exactly. Like, there's
Come on
my
down.
piece of
You're next,
suspicion.
sir.
Yeah.
124-hour prohibition from driving. Basically, what that means is you went from either have between 0.05 to 0.059 alcohol in the system, so they would lose their license for 24 hours and impounded the vehicle as well. So now that it's dark outside, it's 10 o'clock. The roads sort of kind of start to open up a lot more, less traffic. Okay, we're just gonna be driving by here.
Shout out to the earpiece.
Make a couple turns by a couple well-known pubs to us here in Maple Ridge. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna drive really slowly past.
I see a lot of wasted money.
We'll drive into the parking lot of the Haney pub. Hopefully, it catches people's attentions. Usually, they'll let their friends know, hey, there's police in the area.
There's
Don't
police.
drive. So, I just saw a vehicle.
There's the police.
Driving out. We're just gonna make sure that it's sober, or that the driver is sober. We're just gonna do some driving observations. They're very well aware that I'm behind them. They're coming out of the parking lot. That's well.
I used to call this mad dogging people. I would just follow them, just to see what the driving behavior was going to be. Or if I thought they were being sussy, I would just follow them till I got home.
Known for being the over.
By sussy wussy, it's they would sit out of like around trap houses, and they were going around where I knew there was prostitutes. And I was like, go home, stop being a criminal. But I don't want to pull you over.
Flow for the wolf and the Haney. So we're just gonna stop them here and just make sure that they're sober to drive. She let me confirm that she was sober to drive, and she's now on her way.
Anymore, the feds are municipal. Yeah, I needed to know.
People always say, "Oh,
Feds are feds."
No,
RCMP, right? They're feds.
Yeah, they're federal police.
Fed boys.
Or national police.
or whatever the case might be. And
Fed boys.
the fact is, we are targeting individuals. We're targeting individuals that are breaking the Motor Vehicle Act. We're targeting people who are not sober while driving. We're targeting people who are a safety hazard to other road users, to pedestrians. Like, yes, we are targeting you because you are not driving. You're not driving in a safe manner.
That's profiling.
Do that.
That's profiling.
So right now, this
said
it's an 80 km/h zone. We're stopping the number 1 lane. And it was right now
Number
we're basically
1
vehicle
lane.
in the
Did you use the numbering system? I bet you did, Keith. You were a number system kind of guy for lanes. I would say left, center, right, or second from the left or second from the right if it was like 4 or more.
Yeah, if it had anything over 2 lanes was number 1 was silver on the 3 lane it's inside lane was 1, middle 2, and 3 is the outside lane.
Yeah. So it was like right to left, basically.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Go.
Never remembered.
1 lane.
My dyslexic.
There's
So
about
I would just say
102
left or right. I'd have to specify which direction to travel too, so I think I figured it out.
And you know, that right there is another successful traffic stop. No impaired driving. It's sending a clear message to our drivers, motorists in the area. Oh, there's police in the
Visibility,
area. We need to
baby.
make sure we slow down. We need to make sure we're abiding by the rules. And that's
Oh,
literally
feds
all I
suck
want.
regardless of country.
So we've done
I've been happy
a
with
few
this guy so
traffic
far.
stops tonight. We did our sobriety checkpoint.
Profiling is still a novelty.
Downtown core area though, and I just want everybody to understand we're doing it for a reason.
I'm gonna take 20 points for profiling. Fed boys profiling. That's how bad arrests happen. More RCMP. This is the same video. That's the same video. 2 more left.
There's another RCMP.
Oh.
It's a short one. The emergency response training.
They're kind of drippy.
My name's Anthony Stewart. I'm a constable with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. I am on the emergency response team, and on our unit we attend calls that are high risk or have the potential to be high risk. They'll call us out to help use our tools, tactics, and techniques to
It's a new driver. We got to get after it.
resolve that issue. Because we train those tactics, we have the ability to provide a safer way of bringing things to a conclusion.
Top priority would be anybody in imminent harm. So if we...
Bro, these are some dripped out gun. What, Lancer mags, aim points, PEC 15s, Surefire lights. Like, this guy's rifle right here is like $6,000 or more. Jeez. Probably after you look at like the accessories and everything, it's probably like $8,000.
If we go into any type of situation, that's our top priority.
That's like double.
We have to respond to areas on the water, areas at height.
Even like their helmets,
rural areas.
These are like, what? Hold on. We're going to take 10 from media.
I'm glad I got early points. Damn, media.
We're taking 10 here.
Media in Canada,
areas.
what are y'all doing?
These helmets, the helmets are like $1,200, and then the ear pros like another like $1,000.
So we do try to train in all those different types of venues so that we're accustomed to operating and able to do the jobs that we need to do.
But these guys also got like Spiritus vests. Bro, these guys are spending all the money.
We have other
They got night vision. What is going on here?
teams in the RCMP that we
Bro,
call upon.
Canada,
So we
you're
have
paying
the
for that top tier
snipers,
goodies with the
breachers,
RCMP.
explosives disposal unit, police dog services. They'll come out to almost every single call with us. We have air services. They provide an aerial platform for us. Great asset. to have
Canadian
on the
Air
team.
One.
Yeah.
So today's training, we're going to be working with our breachers. When we get a day and we get a venue like this, we like to maximize our training as best we can. So we'll bring everybody together
Oakley
and
safety
work on a
glasses.
few different tactics and techniques
This
so that we
is
can
like-
get better and
Let's
stay
not name
proficient,
brand, I don't want
so that we can keep the community safe.
I'm so glad. That's a safe abandoned road. Bro, check out this boat.
It's pretty sharp, isn't it?
Favorite training is the Marine training. It's a very dynamic environment and things can change very quickly. The type of boats that we use, I believe they're about 11 meters long. They have the capability to move quickly to a location, and with the sponson, or it's the rubber inflatable part on the exterior of the boat, we can actually touch up against other boats, and that's something that we need to be able to do in case we need to get on a boat that somebody has, again, done something on that boat that we need to go on and deal with. Within our region is one of the largest ferry structures in North America. If there's any type of risk or any high-risk situation that evolved on a ferry, we would be responding to that. So we have to have the capacity and the capability to get to the ferry, get on it.
Dan,
and
he's
then
like, I
deal
might
with
have just
whatever
submitted some
problem or
videos.
whatever is happening
This is y'all's
on the ferry
fault.
that needs to be dealt with.
RCMP.
My favorite part about working with the emergency response team was the diversity of teams and work that you could do. If I
No, I'm out. He said
Yeah,
the
who
team.
cares?
Dumb. I'm gonna take another 10 from the Fed boys for having too much money.
Too many toys.
Dude.
Learn to use your
Way
hands.
too many toys. JSO releases body cam foot. Oh,
this is what we've been waiting for right here.
This is a spicy meatball, boys and girls.
Yeah.
Buckle up if you've made it this far. Drop a like.
It's a long one, but we're gonna skip around
So good
probably.
evening. Today, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office is releasing information regarding the circumstances of the arrests of Walter Brown, Michael Long, Alexander Long, and Brandon Boley at the 2024 Georgia-Florida football game at Everbank Stadium.
Georgia, Florida.
Since Saturday afternoon, cell phone camera footage of these incidents has been circulating on social media, as everyone knows. JSO immediately began administrative reviews of the involved officers' actions. These administrative reviews are ongoing, but to date, our Professional Standards Division has not found any of the involved officers violated JSO policy.
It's kind of mega based that they came out this quickly and were like, you know what, we're going to come out and say this didn't violate policy. because they could have very easily done the opposite. The day of, no, we're gonna just fire him.
Yeah, or put him on administrative leave while we investigate.
Even though the administrative reviews has yet to be completed, we are releasing the body-worn camera footage today due to the significant public interest surrounding these incidents.
Golly, dude, look at the shiner on this guy. Good.
I mean, if you saw those,
I know
videos,
we're about to watch, but these guys got tagged.
As JSO's leader, I have vowed to be open and transparent with the public that we serve. Whether the information shared reflects well on this agency or not, I've always done my very best to tell the public exactly what's going on within this agency. When there are allegations of officer misconduct, our agency thoroughly investigates those allegations, and we provide punishment to the officers that are involved in misconduct if they're sustained. And we hold our officers accountable. In this case, the cell phone camera footage that has been circulating since Saturday does not comprehensively capture the circumstances surrounding these incidents.
To me, that's a city cop. It's not a...
Part of that stems from the...
It's really Hidden County. This it should be a shield.
Yeah, because I mean, if you look at it, it says Office of Sheriff, Jacksonville Police Sheriff. That's...
The whole thing's weird.
It's like saying straight fire guy, but no,
yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Also, this like Third Reich eagle looking thing here is kind of weird.
Yeah.
So if you ever look up just like a
cell phone cameras.
stock image of a police badge, like a ton of them are just that. I think they probably just went on like a free website for the designer.
One on Etsy.
Moreover, cameras can only capture what can be seen and heard. So much context and depth are absent from recorded footage because a camera simply cannot capture a piece of evidence, opinion turns, and such errors from these. I am coming. We share JSO's Commander of Public Accountability section to deliver the currently available information, which carries a dubious, and 35 people were ejected from the game. The officers who arrested Brown, Michael, and Alexander Long and Bowley are officers E.D. Kelly, officers D.J. Bowers, officer J. Anthony, Sergeant J.S. Beasley, and officer A. Cantino.
Okay, so Jacksonville Sheriff's Office is a joint city-county law enforcement agency, so they do both.
Okay, so yeah, they're Metro. They're like Miami-Dade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes more sense.
Two of the arresting officers had the same skin
Jacksonville
color.
and Duval
They
County,
were not,
Florida.
in fact, the same person, as many have suggested and outright lied about in some cases. Completely misrepresented.
Outright
When
lied
JSO
about.
officers work games such as Georgia, Florida, they are there to support the safe workers, the civilian security workers from the stadium. When a safe worker observes a spectator failing to follow stadium behavior protocol, that safe worker will ask that person to leave. If that person refuses to leave the stadium, that safe worker will then request the presence of JSO officer to assist in ejecting that individual or person from the stadium. JSO does not patrol the stadium and engage in proactive policing on site, unless, of course, there's an emergency that they observe. Our agency is there in a supportive role. These two
The ass face. Another example of the taser not working.
It's also kind of not a great distance for it, right? Like,
Yeah.
seems like the spread's gonna be like this.
I tell you what, my boy's getting tuned up already.
Yep.
Now, what I will say is what makes this a little bit sketchier is because they're getting into this altercation in bleachers.
They're pretty high up, I think.
Officer, well, the problem is like it's kind of like a hill. You start falling, you keep falling with how steep a lot of these get.
Oh yeah.
And so the level of force is sketchy. They did do the ask portion, they did the tell portion, and they did start with taser, completely non-compliant and then combative at that point. They tried pulling him. That didn't happen. The only thing where I see this gets a little sketchy is the fact that he has handcuffs in his hands.
Yep.
He's using them like a knuckle duster.
Knuckles. Yep.
Well, so, and if you look at, he's grabbing him by the chain, so I don't know that I think they pulled him out way too early, and there's no handcuffs.
That's what I was going to say.
Suspect.
Right.
And now they're in their hands. So what are you going to do? Now you're throwing punches, cuffs in your hand.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to dump my cuffs I mean,
no.
Our training was, if you got stuck in that situation, was to dump them, but not dump them at your feet. You were chucking them. Like, you were just assuming those were gone. You don't want them used against you, and you don't want like some random person to pick them up. So you just chuck them. You'll get them later. But I will say that that's maybe where I could see. But because, like, imagine if you had a baton in his hand, a baton strike to the head would be considered inappropriate right now. The same way I don't think lethal force is authorized at this point. He's only being resistant. Even if he's a little bit assaultive resistant, you have numbers. I could see maybe if this guy pulls a weapon, or if the threat
he does have his hand on.
Oh, he's got it on his gun. I'd be curious. We'll play it to see if it looks intentional.
But it's also
right?
could be like just trying to get his.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, there it is.
Now he's pulling on it.
Now he's pulling.
Yeah.
This is where a VNR makes a lot of sense. I will say that, mostly because of the danger of the situation, and it's the only way to get this guy to stop fighting long enough to actually get him into a handcuffing position. However, like anything, just like a taser, you do run the risk of potentially having, if the guy's got heart problems, honestly, just fighting him is dangerous, right? But like getting a VNR to be applied correctly is hard enough. Getting it applied correctly and safely is hard. I can see that. He did get tagged.
So context is important, and we're going to start by talking about how this whole incident began. So around 4:20 p.m., there was an employee with Safe who was working her assigned section of the stadium. At that time, she's making sure people that are coming have the appropriate tickets for where they're going. Some children approached her to go to the section they didn't have tickets for, so she asked them to go find their parents.
Did he say 420?
Come back with a ticket. There was some discussion back and forth about getting a ticket.
He smokes marijuana because he's got glaucoma. That soundbite. Dumb, that soundbite's pretty good.
Walter Brown arrived and pushed the Safe worker out of the way, accused her of kidnapping his children and threatened to kill her, and then grabbed one of his children and dragged them along up the stadium stairs and told his other kids to follow him. At this point in time, the stadium worker decided that she did not want to be the victim of a crime of a battery, which did occur. However, she did want JSO to respond and evict the attendee from the stadium. So Officers Bowers and Kelly responded and spoke to the Safe employee. After getting the information from her, they then proceeded to go up to the section. So the first video we're going to watch is going to be body-worn camera footage that has been combined from Bowers and Kelly. It's going to begin with them ascending the stairs to when they make the initial contact with Brown. And we just want to point out, for the sake of brevity, we have cut the footage from one officer to another because Officer Kelly initially makes contact with Brown, then steps back, and he's not close enough to capture the conversation between Officer Bowers and Brown, so we will then switch to Officer Brown's body-worn camera footage. And as a reminder, the first 30 seconds of body-worn camera footage is not recorded for audio, but is recorded for video.
That's for the dumb people.
Why is there no audio? Why'd they mute their body cams?
That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
Muting your body cam should be illegal.
I'll tell you what, at a college football game, you really got to earn it to get PD response. Maybe it's different in other states, but in Texas, like, you would have had to do some pretty unruly stuff. Like, the amount of stuff we let slide post-Cowboys games in bars and stuff like that, we're like, no, like, as long as you aren't beating each other, you're fine. Yell all you want. Well, my boy knows they're coming for him, too. So ironically too, here in this instance, this is a private stadium. So this is a college football game that you have to pay tickets and there's controlled access to. They do have the right to refuse service, even if you've paid for said service, just like a restaurant, just like anything else. He's effectively criminal trespassing now. They probably told him he needs to leave. He said no. I believe this had to do with like the guy going into the wrong seats. He wasn't supposed to be in that area or whatever it was, and then got confrontational with the lady who's just assigned with like basically like an usher to go and figure out who needs to sit where and all that kind of stuff. I think that's who this lady is that's on the right, not the lady in the center of the screen.
I think she's probably the one that got battered.
This first lady, these name tags, right? She's clearly in uniform. She's badged as staff. Contacted PD because the guy yelled at, right?
Well, I think they said he pushed her.
Yeah.
Because they said there was battery.
Got muted because they watched show. Happy Blanksgiving. Thank you. He consented to taser.
Yep.
This is girlfriend thinking about all of her life thought or her life choices, or wife. That'd be even
Or
worse.
daughter.
Ooh,
Because
or
supposedly he was with
daughter.
his kids. Yeah, bro.
Dad, chill. Daddy, chill. Who's Ken doll melting? If you truly believed your kids are being, now mind you, this guy's probably drunk, so let's lower our expectations here, right? But if you truly believe somebody was trying to kidnap your kids, why weren't you contacting police?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You wouldn't just.
Also, why didn't you leave?
That's what I was kind of getting at.
Well,
Like,
they
if
tried to
it's that-
kidnap my kids, but I want
Right.
to watch the rest of the game, and I'm
Right.
not going to look at my kids at all. They're nowhere near me.
Right. You were occupying a seat that you reserved for a monetary thing that does not belong to you.
Also, I don't think he's in the seat that he paid for. Part of the issue was they were trying to get to an area that they're not supposed to be in. Although maybe this is where they're supposed to be in, and they try to get closer to, I guess.
Yeah.
But the point is, like,
The right way is for me to tell you what happened. I'm not leaving with all 5 of my kids. I'm not leaving. Go with
Where are your
kids
children?
can go with you, bro.
I better get DJ back. I will do that. I'm trying to find out going to jail. She tried to kidnap my kids. She tried to kidnap my kids. You're not touching me.
I think maybe the taser deployment was maybe a little fast. They could have
Little
tried
fast.
the verbal way of doing it a little quicker. The guy probably didn't like that he was yelled at and pulled away from. But
And
again,
counselor.
I that too, right? Which also, if you're gonna be difficult, understand that the court of public opinion is the one you're gonna want to think about. Our squirrel friend from earlier in the stream, right? They're winning in the court of public opinion, which helps their cause, right?
Mm-hmm.
Randomly yelling racial slurs will not help your cause in the court of public opinion, which ultimately a jury of your peers are going to be who decides that.
Yep.
Yeah, it was not a good.
Yeah, well, that's what are you gonna do? Just yank him with the handcuffs out?
So I'll be honest, man, a nut punch would have gone a long way here. Just. You're already tasing him. You're already going to be doing the whole hand clubbing with the cuffs thing. Like, just take a punch him at that point.
Question on the taser deployment.
Yes.
I just thought of this. Was it your policy that you have to tell them, like threaten them with the taser? Or
Yes.
do you just,
we
you
have
have
to
to tell them, I'm going to tase you?
Yeah.
if
Unless
you do
there's
not stop?
exigency for it, right?
Mhm.
I have to at least threaten. And so we would train it that way. If you don't comply, you're going to get tased. It was always said. Also, we would say taser, 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 so that other officers didn't just hear a pop, because it is a loud pop when a taser goes off. And they're not like, oh, are we getting shot at? Because you got to think, like, it's already stressful. Let me take all the stress, or let me at least take the confusion of what's going on. The taser deployment did surprise this officer, so some pretty poor communication. I will give them the only caveat of it is a college football game. So it's likely a loud area, even all the way up here. There's probably other people yelling. It's all this other kind of stuff. Not the armchair quarterback it too much. But from a taser, I'm still not a huge fan of the taser deployment either way.
And from a liability standpoint, if your bleachers are up that high, like what if he falls down the bleachers when you tase him?
Right. I got a discussion, let's say, at a
Sucks to be him.
He
He had plenty of options to just stand up like a civilized person. I understand he's from Georgia, but he could have just stood up and just complied.
Yeah.
But
So
now
you can just sweep the face, you know?
Yeah, sweep everything off.
I will say I think though it's not unjustified, I do think at the very minimum you have to start placating as a police officer here. You have to placate towards even for the suspect. Play it up for the camera, dog. Like, but don't put yourself in a situation where, one, you look like the jackass, or two, it's going to be easier to disagree with you on the back end. If they would have threatened with the taser a little bit more and said, hey, I don't want to have to touch you, but you're going to have to leave. And obviously he said no, he's not going anywhere, so they're in the make phase. I'm okay with the taser deployment as long as they threaten it a bit more, but at this point, no handcuffs should be out because he's not complying with anything. And I think a swift nut punch would have worked really, really well.
Absolutely.
Also, let's see it. This comment right here is probably not helping you. This taser deployment did not work.
Yeah.
Good job.
There you go. Got him off balance. There you go. Just.
But yeah, I don't know why second officer had his thumbs out when they're just getting in the way right now. Like,
yeah, this is not a handcuffing position.
And it's getting in the way of you being able to subdue the suspect.
I
'Cause
also
you have one hand that you can't do anything with.
Yeah, I'd also be Judge Josh. A purry of your jeers, you will judge you. Judge you. I would also have liked to have seen the staff evacuate that section while you handle that, just so that you're not having to contend now with everybody else potentially getting involved. We're past come on, dude. This handcuff does not help you.
Put your hand behind your back. I'm trying to help you on this, but you're not helping yourself. Put your hands behind your back. I haven't done anything. I haven't done anything. You're going to run out and do it.
I've seen night vision from the 70s look better than this. And mind you, it's like right up against the guy, but still.
You see? Get your hand behind your back.
So on the punching side of it, where the punching gets weird is because you have your handcuffs in your hand. It took what would have been painful to an immediate cut. Handcuffs are here. I kind of show you. I have a set.
I was looking for mine earlier. I don't know where I put them.
Here's my set of handcuffs. Here we go. So my fist, or even an open palm strike, which I'm a much bigger fan of open palm strikes, mostly because getting your hands cut is a bad time. Also, breaking your hand is a really bad time. An open palm strike, you get all of this surface area that's spreading out that, even if it's just the heel, it really should just be the heel of your hand, which really is very painful. And even a punch, right, if you have a broader hand, that's a lot of surface area. This is not a lot of surface area, so the same amount of force is getting hit. Also, because you're hitting with this first, you're going to swing way harder because you're not worried about breaking your hand. I have seen people grab them like that and do it. The only other downside is if they're unlocked like they're supposed to, they will actually close on you, and that is a good way to break your finger. I'm just not a fan of, again, having them in your hands unless this guy's on the ground. The punches wouldn't have done as much had they not had handcuffs in their hands. That's why that should be taught. I don't know that I make it policy per se, but should be taught that you're not pulling these things out until you're ready. But I would, the punches would have looked less bad because he would have been less messed up if they would have been swinging at him without him. It's kind of middling as to whether or not he was doing assaultive resistance. Theoretically, and there's actually very good body cam evidence of this, when he did have a hold of that officer's holster. One, if it was a 320, apparently would have gone off. But two, right?
Just shot himself.
Yeah, exactly. But you could argue that he then presents a deadly threat. In that case, the punching was a mercy, even with handcuffs in your hands, because you could have got a gun pointed at him. I've pointed a gun at somebody for less. You just have to be cognizant of that stuff. But fights are messy. And again, there's also, you can see how steep these things are. It's like a 2-foot drop off every 2 feet. So you do the math. That's a straight fall, and that's if you're going to fall into other people and all that kind of nonsense. And so you take a chest kick here, it's a bad time. Why do you got handcuffs? Why, Josh? Wait. Talking about handcuffs. There it is. Let's go. I don't need to answer. I don't. Here's one. I don't answer questions.
I don't answer questions. I don't talk to cops.
I don't talk to cops.
I didn't speak a word to Josh until he quit.
Exactly. Then we spoke too much. Bro, now you gotta get him down. What a bad time. Oh, he took one in the Peter.
Or the Keith way.
What a good time. This is so sketchy too. Is now you gotta walk him down this steep ass. Whoa, this is what sucked about apartments and condos. Because you would get some like 3 or 4 story ones and you had to go down like stairs. And basically the rule here, because this guy was likely to get combative again, was no one was allowed to be on the stairs without holding onto the railing. And so basically all of us would only have to contribute one hand because one of us has to be attached. Or if you had both hands on, an officer actually physically grabbed your duty belt to make sure you didn't fall. You think walking out of a stadium sucks? Doing it
At that
with
point,
the
they
suspect
proceed
sucks
to
more.
escort Brown down to the security offices in the stadium and proceed to take him to get treatment for his injuries. So it's important to note that we, for the sake of viewing audience at home, we had to censor some of the words that were said, but in case it wasn't clear, he repeatedly was using the N-word directed at the black officer.
I will say this.
Verbal provocation is not. Anyway, go
I
ahead.
was going to say exactly what you were about to say. Like, you are not allowed to change your use of force because of verbal provocation. I don't care what they tell you. I had people threaten to go to my house and kill my wife in the middle of me having to deal with them, and that did not change the level of force that was appropriate or not appropriate.
Really?
Yes, Keith. In the day and age of body cams, yes.
Well,
Now,
yeah, I guess it's
I could articulate a charge for that. I could go and say, well, let's charge him with retaliation because he's specifically saying he's going to cause harm to my family, right, or whatever, and there's a potential means for that. But, like, if he's not resisting, I don't get to now go up and punch him in the face just because of what he said. They're including it as a bit of defamation, in my personal opinion. Did he say it? Is that factually correct? Yes. But that is an attempt at, like, winning in the court of public opinion in the same way that it was totally the case in a lot of officer-involved shootings during a certain time. Depending on the color of the skin of the officer, it either got traction or didn't. And again, the news would mention it because brownie points. I get the marketing need for it. I find it kind of
Brownie
gross.
points.
Ironically.
And I will say it did work because I saw the Reddit comments, and the difference between this one and the one they're going to show here in a second, drastically different response to very similar videos.
It shouldn't be the case, and it's why I like to kind of speak out against a lot of that stuff on both sides of the fence. That should not be the case. However, that's the reality of today's day and age. These guys are administrators. It's their job to have these discussions. It's their job to sit there and try to explain to the public. Public be dumb. Public needs to be reminded the first 30 seconds for whatever. Yes?
Oh. Look at this. Dan HRT says, I'd be able to say it was aggravated assault of an officer here if you are shouting racial slurs while fighting an officer.
No kidding.
So Britain does allow you to...
Unless I sustain an injury or it's a very obvious attempt at an assault, like and they actually like punch me in the face or something, I can't even... There was so many times I got punched and kicked that it wasn't like assault on a peace officer. Like, dog, y'all are soft.
We want to highlight
No,
some
just
points
kidding.
that have some points of emphasis and 2 specific threats to the officers.
Okay. 2 specific threats. What are you going to say? I'm either going to... Well, I mean, he's threatening, you know. Again, there theoretically is a First Amendment here in America that does protect speech. However, where this is a little different is they are standing in stands, right? They're going to have to go hands-on with him. that will change the level of force you're likely going to be approached if you're already... It'd be the same different... Like him saying that and him actually physically gesturing up to do it is relatively similar because of means. If I say, Juan, I'm going to slap you in the face, but right now we're hours apart, right? He can't charge me with assault by threat. But if I'm standing in the room with him, even if I've never touched him, 100%, he can say that that's harassment because what I said is able to be acted on. And it's not conditional. It's not like, well, if you don't drop a like on this video, I'm going to slap you in the face. That's conditional.
And I will.
Yeah, in Texas, if I'm just saying I'm going to do it. He's actually...
Mine's ready to like the... There it is.
Juan! Wow.
And then he can send it to Taze.
Not going back to jail.
So at this point, officers...
That's neither here nor there.
He had a weapon in his hand.
No. They're trying to showcase that he pulls away.
That's a gun.
So this is effectively resisting. It's not effective. It's just he's resisting.
Police officer to de-escalate. While this happens, Officer Bowers, while the subject is under...
Oh, he's going to say de-escalate. That's dumb.
This is terrible tactic.
Yes.
What is his justification for
Officer Bowers, Officer Kelly deploys his taser. While this happens, Officer Bowers, while the subject is under incapacitation from the taser, attempts to put a handcuff on him,
moving.
And Brown still continues to resist at that point.
Okay, he didn't try to compliment him on the handcuffing, so God bless it.
Mm-hmm.
That is how it's taught theoretically. Effective. And that use of force, we used to have to, anytime we do some sort of force, like threaten with a taser, used hands-on technique, pointed a gun at him, we'd have to say if it was effective or not. I would say not effective.
Now Brown stands and verbally challenges, and by his body language, challenges the officers that he's still not going to go to jail. He's still going to resist. The officers at this point have no reason to believe that he's not going to use physical violence, that he's not going to attempt to kill them, as he already stated he would, and this attempt to mobilize resistance. Brown, Bauer.
Yeah, the suggestion I would give people is get into a fight standing on flat ground and then go climb a ladder and then try to get on a fight, or like try to shove somebody on a flight of stairs, right? Even a shove, which on flat ground is maybe offensive provocative contact, could easily be articulated as attempted murder, or like, just because of the danger that poses to you. So the bleachers, if you've never been in a stadium like this, especially the higher you get in bleachers, the more steep they make them. Standing like that's very uncomfortable. You'll notice almost nobody wants to like lean over or step to get involved. It is a very... Articulating the reasonable fear would be easy. That I will say. If this is on flat ground and it went down this way, I'd have different feelings.
You see, why the handcuffs? What do you think you're doing with them?
Zero reason to have them. Machine gun, the taser. You just keep pushing them.
Now in that video, 4 times where they attempt to use hand control to take him into custody, and he's been tased
That was
twice.
not hand control. That was handcuffs.
Boom!
So, if I were to pull my handcuffs out and prepare to use them, I would grab them in this manner right here so that I can quickly deploy them on the wrist of a subject I'm trying to take into custody.
Agreed.
If I then am in a dynamic situation and I have to use force to strike someone, I'm not going to drop my handcuffs because I may need them. I'm instead going to...
You should have a second pair of handcuffs.
Use strikes with the object in my hand, which is the situation that Officer Kelly found himself in.
As normally I'm not team admin and I get like real bitchy about this, but I could see where specifically in my department that's not taught. If anything, that would be like specific. We're actually taught to do the opposite. We are taught to ditch our handcuffs because we need both of our hands to fight. All of our fighting techniques and all of our hands-on techniques, all the way up to like doing elbows and stuff, require both hands to be free. The only time where I could see it being appropriate is in a deadly force confrontation, where if I have my pistol and a punch is going to do better than a shot, then sure. Or if I am going from shooting, like I think he's a deadly threat, but he drops the knife as he's closing the distance, and he could still be a deadly threat, I'd pistol whip the guy as opposed to shoot.
Heck yeah.
That's kind of there's Kiki's like, yeah. But like that would make, I've multiple times with a rifle deployed had to go into an apartment or a car or something like that, where someone then became assaultively resistant and got the muzzle of that rifle straight to their sternum, and that was a good enough to attitude adjust them right. Not trying to hit him in the face because they could do way more damage. But yeah, you hit him right in the sternum, and
yeah, you want to hit him right in the throat, so it just takes him out.
Don't do that. No. But it can, again, the level of force that's appropriate can change a lot in a given fight, right? And it's going to get broken down just like we're doing here. But I'd say that's very cool of them for backing up their officers. I think you'd be really hard pressed to find somewhere where that would be a taught thing. And so, like, I would have just said that it's unreasonable to expect the officer to ditch his equipment and under stress used them. Though it's not taught, we don't think that this was an inappropriate amount of force is what I'd rather have the official statement be, rather than saying, well, I mean, of course you'd punch him with the cuffs. Because what if they were on flat ground? And there wasn't this bigger risk, and you had 4 officers there. If randomly he showed up with those in his hand, that'd likely not go as well. Or again, the dynamics of the racial comments were different, right? And let's say the kids are there crying, or that this is a woman, or something like that. I think that the comments would change. Stay objective when you're making these types of determinations as a police department for both sides of the fence. But I don't think it was an appropriate force.
So simultaneously, while this has happened, you can see that Brown becomes off balance from the taser deployment. While he's able to defeat it, it does apply. In this combat situation,
punched in the face.
Walter Brown continues to pull at the officer's shirt, so the officer can't disengage even if he wants to. Close to him, so the officer cannot disengage even if he so chose.
Good job. Oof. He took one there.
Just cuff his belt and yank him.
Yeah. Nut shot right there. It's right there. Just do it.
And then as the struggle continues, you're going to see that
Take
Walter
the fight
Brown
out
then
of him.
attempts to grab the officer's gun off of his gun belt. And we'll show you
This
that
is
in the next
kind of
video.
where this guy boned himself, even if it was accidental. Yes.
I was gonna say OC spray into the cut.
Stop.
Take the fight out of him. I mean into
Yeah.
his eyes.
Yeah. And that's a hold of that gun. I will say that, like, because the holsters.
That's him trying to pull that sucker.
Yeah, duty holsters. I have actually watched break. We were doing retention work, and if you grab the pistol grip on it, and you pull hard enough on, not Safariland holsters, but certain holsters of which manufacturer I won't try to disparage too much. Blackhawk. They will snap, and I have completely holster and all had my gun taken from me in training. And that was discussed within training circles. And training staff was like, we didn't pick these. And got me a new one. But this can break it. Shout out to Safariland for making good equipment. I'll tell you what, though. You see something getting held like that. Let's say, again, handcuffs are still in your hand. Even if you pulled out the handcuffs and started doing it, perfectly appropriate because at this point he does represent deadly force. Also, again, VNR.
Could you get an effective VNR in the, because if you, well, I guess you have to climb up behind him on the bleachers and then like.
So typically what ends up happening is
just from the level difference between the levels and the bleachers being in the way.
One of you would end up pulling his head a little bit towards you to try to keep him occupied. The other person would get behind him to do it. You'd have to change positions though. It's very hard.
You have to like jump on him piggyback ride style to get around him.
Yeah.
Just because of the bleachers being in the way.
Yeah.
Here's where, in this type of situation, you've got, because of the odd surface, because of the limited room, pressure points.
Dude,
I
pressure
throw people
points.
think, yes, man.
Bro, this
I'd
like
put him
little
up on his toes.
like notch up here sucks.
Yep.
Yep. I've done the one
Mandibular
right
angle,
behind the,
jugular
right
notch,
behind-
yes,
oh.
anti-toes. You take him, pull his
Those
jaw forward, yeah, he's gonna squeal.
Oh, they're very painful.
The video you saw just with it slowed.
And again, it's still there, nut punch. Yeah, he's got a hold of that thing. Also, a Kimura here, so you got a hold of the wrist here, right? Literally, it's set up here, over the river and through the woods, to your wrist, and that Kimura would be very effective. You're in a perfect position for it.
He had something in his hand that he then put in his other hand. Go back, just to see.
Probably his phone. He's probably still holding on to his phone.
Oh yeah,
He's holding on to his cuffs.
No. Oh, that's his cuffs.
Let go of your handcuffs. He's trying to take your gun. It's important. Your gun's way more dangerous than some handcuffs. Oh, what is this guy doing? Just chilling.
He's the bro that was trying to calm him down
Officer
for
Kelly's
all of
ensuring
2
that his gun
seconds
was
and
in
it
fact
didn't
not
work.
taken out of the holster.
I'll tell you what.
Well, he's about to grab your cuffs, cut you back.
So,
Fights are messy. Oh hell yeah!
Oh, I haven't seen that one. I haven't seen that
and
angle.
they then proceeded to take him into custody without further incident.
Well, they just held him down. Good on them. I'll be honest, that's pretty good for being in the stands. They got him like
so they're
ghetto pro
So
down.
if they'd gone to the left there a bit, there's just
that's death.
What? Death, yeah.
Literally death. They might have like a catching net down there. Sometimes they have some in stadiums, but a lot of times they don't.
Not the ones I've been to.
This is like probably a 200-foot drop to death.
That's also probably not. I mean, look how it's. You can kind of see it shaking a little bit, like the fencing.
Oh yeah.
That's not super
But like I said,
secure.
look at how much higher this guy is than these people are, and he's only 5 rows away. Even falling 2 or 3 rows, you could easily injure yourself, like severely.
So you can
Broken
see,
neck,
even
broken
after
arm.
a very violent encounter, neither Officer Kelly or Bowers are issuing any more strikes. They're not utilizing any of their force because he's now complying and the force is stopped.
Empty hand techniques. Effective. Eventually. So this is the other one. He's getting after it here. Okay, so the only downside to these hammer
Checking the
fists,
oil.
yeah, he is indeed checking the oil. The only downside to these hammer strikes is a lot of these can land in the back of the head. If you're in a deadly force situation, it doesn't matter. Whatever, use a pencil, I don't care. In this instance, this is just assaultive resistance at best. I don't know if this constitutes a deadly force. I really don't think it, unless there's something I can't see. Like, let's say he's going for his gun or something. I can't see that, right? We don't know. Blows to the back of the head have permanently paralyzed people. They're called rabbit punches. But everything back in here, that's why they're illegal in boxing, where you're perfectly allowed to break someone's orbital bone. You are not allowed to punch back here. Even in combat sports, even MMA will get salty with you for that. That's my only fear about this hit specifically is from a liability standpoint, and I'm looking at you officers, try to avoid this type of punch unless you're in a deadly force situation, because that is a lawsuit waiting to happen if you paralyze somebody. Like big lawsuit. Same thing with soccer kicks to the face with handcuffed people. Not a good idea for reasons. Right? He was an old guy.
So this all began around 6:30 to 6:50 p.m. when again a safe worker was working their assigned area of the stadium, and they had some fans that were causing issues with other fans. Specifically, these 3 men, Michael Long, Anthony Long, and Brandon Boley, were making threats towards other fans. They were getting in people's faces, creating an unsafe environment. There were fans that complained to SAFE that they felt like they were unsafe sitting in their seats. They went up to the upper deck. The SAFE employee engaged them multiple times, gave them warnings to stop, warned them they could be ejected, and they still continued on with their behavior. While this is taking place, and the SAFE employee is dealing with them, one of the fans actually took it upon themselves to go up to try to find a police officer to come help the SAFE worker because of how unruly they were becoming. So what we're going to see is we're going to see the body-worn camera footage of the 3 officers involved. The first video we're going to see is going to be from Officer Anthony, and it's going to be of the footage right whenever he's flagged down by the fan that was there, and it will proceed on to the encounter from that point. Once again, first 30 seconds is not recorded via audio until they activate their camera.
Of course not.
Because that's when all the illegal stuff happens.
Exactly. Over the river and through the woods. To Camorra House we go. I'm scared. I'm nervous. He kind of touched me, and like I wasn't cool with it because like this is an inclusive space.
You had the accent perfect.
Oh, the game's going, so this is very loud. Good luck doing verbal commands. They're all like, there. I hated this so much about working in Arlington because it was such a heavily populated area when we had events going on. And you're the uniformed officer, that's all you would see is everyone going like that. They'd look at you and do that, and you're like, man. Go ahead and give me the channel. Go beat this guy. It was a bad time. This guy's walking down here now. He's probably going to fight somebody. It's a good time. God, you're surrounded by people. With your luck, it's a Georgia person. You're like, shit. Is it a bowl game, or is this just like a home game?
No, it's just a regular season game.
Dude,
it's a
if
conference game.
The wrong kind of fan, you might have a very bad time.
Oh yeah.
Especially if it's like the student section and everyone's drunk. Over the river and through the woods to come to the house again. Out of here. Let's see what he does. This guy's acting like he's not getting ejected.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't move, they can't see him.
That's how it works, actually. Oh boy.
The guys in front of him were like, oh.
So I'm also a fan of a zero tolerance policy just to avoid this. If you're involved whatsoever in an altercation, everybody's gone. I don't care what your involvement was, what your whatever, everybody's gone.
Pretty much.
Because what's happening here is instead of trying to figure out who did what or who did whatever, just take everybody out. Because you're going to get them in a situation now they feel it's unfair, and now they feel like you're taking bias, and depending on the demographics of what you're doing here and the demographics of the officers involved in it, these guys are a little drunk. They're probably upset because, like the Cowboys, they're getting disappointed again. Let's try to eliminate as much of that as possible and just say, screw it. You're going to have a zero tolerance policy. Everyone else in the stadium's making it work. Just these handful of... I'll lose 20 fans that day. That's fine. Just from an administrative standpoint. But we're picking these three because reasons. Oh. I still make... No, we're not talking about it. We're past talking about it. Let's go. He's just going deeper. We're past I still make. Make them move. If they're not involved, get them to move. You say, go stand at the top of the stairs. When I'm done, you can come back. Make them move. This guy, Florida guy here, make him move. Make him move. Make. We're at make. We're at make. We're at make. This is not make. Come on, Big Sarge.
Mm-hmm. He's a make.
We're so close. We're so close. See, it keeps line stepping because you're not making him do it.
Yep.
He's been emboldened now 4 different times. I'm counting on line stepping because if I talk my way out of it, I get to stay. Kids do this. Dogs do this. Cats do this. Like, think back. This guy's drunk. He's thinking with the lizard part of his brain. Like, come on now.
I'm also looking at Sarge or whoever back here that's just kind of standing there with his hands behind his back, doing jack shit, while homeboy with the Miller Lite is engaging again with the dudes that were the problem or that they have a problem with, probably getting taunted.
100%. Oh, dude,
Probably
you
getting more
imagine if
pissed.
this was like a European soccer game?
Mm-hmm. If it's even just any kind of rivalry, like, it doesn't even have to be a big rivalry. Just like 40 years ago, they cared. Like
Every Philly game, dog. Every time the New York Giants were in town, bro, even the Washington Redskins, and they sucked back then. Even them, it was fights. That's right, the Commanders. Big Sarge, my dog. Oh, the shove made it assaultive resistance. Okay. Well, I mean, that's why you got punched. Bro, Big Sarge. Okay, he's also getting
there goes
grabbed.
the camera.
Yeah. Axon. We're going to take points from admin for Axon. I'm going to take 5. Gotta love society. Hold on. We're going to take...
hammer strike.
Let's see his hammer strikes.
Yes.
Bro, we're going to town, old boy. The taser deployment. My dog.
Point blank.
Bro, we're getting a weird upskirt here. Hold on. Let's move here. Hold on. I don't need that on stream. I took the points from admin. Oh, society I was going to take 10 points from. For everyone just being like, oh my god. Axon on, Axon off. Or axe off.
Axe on, axe off.
What do we get?
Oh, that's a foot. Okay. I look real sussy for a second. I'm guessing we got a 4th officer randomly?
Are we not getting a better camera angle here?
Apparently not. Apparently only one of them's wearing one.
This is interesting. Okay, this guy's getting made to move. Bro, ask tell make. This is all line stepping here. Ask tell make. Bro, Big Sarge just went in there and grabbed him. He was so done with this. Probably a quick escalation, which probably didn't need to happen, but the second he started pushing and punching back, he was going to get the business. These are over pretty quickly. I want that other view. This didn't take very long. This ended pretty quickly. Just shout out to that guy. Crowd control.
Officer that responded to this incident used force.
So he shows up. There's already a tussle. Hey, you see these grabbing, dude? Bro, straight. Bro, fight dirty at this point.
Yeah. Real dirty.
Bro, shout out to Red Shirt Guy. Okay, hold on. Give him points back to society, baby. Plus 10. Let's go.
He was waiting for that.
He was like, I'm a Gators fan anyways, or whatever. Or I'm a Georgia fan. I have reason.
They were Gators fans.
I'm gonna get a medal. Hold on.
I'm gonna be a freaking hero.
Bro, what a G.
Held him down. I do like that the dude could only fight with one hand because he was so worried about his Miller Lite.
Amen. And Miller Lite of all things.
I know. It's like dude with the handcuffs. Just toss it.
Videos and the others as it plays. There were multiple fans that thankfully stepped into.
Very lucky. We were the wrong section. That had gone very poorly. Oh, chill. Daddy, chill. He played himself. This is close to a handcuffing position.
As you saw, the 3 gentlemen, whatever you want to call them, they were asked to leave multiple times without any use of force. Repeatedly, they stayed in their seats. They wanted to negotiate the situation. They did not want to obey the officer's commands to leave the stadium, which they had a lawful authority to do. Only then did it escalate as far as the JSO's use.
Big Sarge just went in there and grabbed him. He could have started with like a gentle or a friendly but firm escort position that if they pulled away from, they got the business, which is fine.
Use of force. When Sergeant Beasley attempted to grab
him.
Michael Long to physically remove him, Michael Long pulled his hand back and then assumed a fighting stance, which we're going to see in this picture right here. Go back one. As you see right there, he's in a fighting stance, his right hand cocked back.
I tell you what,
fighting stance that Sergeant Beasley.
You take an overhand, you do. Give me that posture. You're gonna take a whoop right over the top.
Yeah.
Was presented.
I got a folding chair. You're gonna take that to the face.
Sergeant Beasley delivered 2 strikes, grabbed Michael Long, and pulled him, trying to pull him out of the crowd into the stairway. At that point, in the next photo, you'll see Anthony Long jumps on Sergeant Beasley in a bear hug and is so forceful in his grabbing of Sergeant Beasley that if there was not a bar behind Sergeant Beasley right there, he would have been taken to the ground. but because there wasn't, he was able to maintain his footing, and then begins to enter into a physical confrontation with Anthony Long, which we saw in his body-worn camera footage.
I'd be pissed.
So, okay, quick question here.
Yes.
Why wouldn't Big Sarge here go after striped shirt guy instead?
So
get him out.
Yeah, somebody
and then
else I think ended up getting involved. Anybody that starts to get involved is getting after, right? But they have to.
I mean, instead of going after the old, because you know he goes and reaches for the old dude.
Yeah, I mean he should have started peeling him out. Peel out the first one, peel out the second one.
Because other Miller Light guy's already out. There's another officer over there to deal with him. This guy's second in the row. You have to get past him to get to the old dude. So you're going in behind to grab the old dude, as opposed to, and now this is what can happen because of that. Yeah. That's what that was.
Blank.
And also now you are blocking the other officer who was initially making contact from getting in to do anything.
100% agreed. Blank, I will give chat 5 points. I'm not just giving blank points for him saying point blank.
This is an attack.
I should get that because I said it.
Physical force is being used against the officers that they were responding to. All right. The next clip we're going to play is going to be of.
Get shoved. Now it's getting shoved time. How many punches he gets in here? Kimini! Why don't cops use riot gear in America rugby games? Because it looks bad.
And also, rugby fans are basically a terrorist organization. That's why. Exactly. They are organized. They are angry.
Yeah, generally,
they are very drunk.
Yeah, generally, most
they want to fight.
Most police departments don't like putting on riot gear because it sends a bad message and gives for bad optics. Secondarily, I think as a police officer, riot gear is very cumbersome.
Yeah,
like, you got to spend the whole night in that if you're going to wear it. And most of the time, like, these are pretty rare. These are pretty infrequent if you're working a ball game. I never did it because I did real police work. But when typically in a Cowboys game, which is a very big stadium, or even a Rangers game, you might get like one of these every other game. Sometimes if it was a rivalry game, you get a bunch. But typically they were self-policed.
So there's an important distinction to be made. It's one thing to say you're not doing something wrong whenever you may actually be doing something wrong. Your words do not equal your actions. At this point, Anthony Long continued to resist Sergeant Beasley after grabbing him. He was putting his hands on him. He does not have the ability or the lawful reason to do so, so Sergeant Beasley was using force to combat the force that was being used against him. Again, you can't just touch an officer and then say you're not doing anything wrong, and that's what Sergeant Beasley was responding to. So we'd like to address another video that was posted on social media
European
that
sports
captured
fans
a different angle of this encounter.
You want to talk about America having problems? We can have rivalry games and nobody gets hospitalized.
Well,
for the most part.
I don't know. When's the last time that actually happened?
That's what I'm saying. No, but I'm saying like, bro, like a soccer game doesn't go right, and I'm not correcting myself. A soccer game goes wrong across the pond, bro. Like, it's an insurrection in certain places, right? Like, I'm not saying we don't have like our debauchery. You go up north and look at like hockey games. Like, that stuff gets really out of pocket periodically, or anything positive happens in Detroit and they have to like offset it because they remember that they're just kind of like,
Dodgers win.
Yeah.
Or the Eagles win.
Yeah. Anywhere up
Olsen
there,
Burns.
It's a whole different ball game. But generally speaking, in the first part of the first world part of America, that doesn't happen.
Michael Long, and we'll show you in this next video right here.
Yeah, these rabbit punches. He didn't do too many. I think he figured out he didn't need to use that much force. I don't like the taser.
Same guy from earlier.
Deployment was weird.
Yeah, I don't like the
that's the
taser
old dude.
deployment when you're grappled. Once you're grappled, you're grappled. Like, that thing might as well not exist to you. Unless they're fishing for it. If they start to grab it, because getting a taser out of a taser, like, holster is very easy. It's not like a pistol. That guy was like, oh no, I'm too old for this. He figured it out. My dog. Put it up. He's just trying to get it. He's just trying to get it.
He's gonna go burn his back the blue shirts.
No kidding, right?
It trimmed off, and it was later circulating on social media. We'll show you that in this next video.
Yeah, he's still attempting to do some sort of scrubbing. That makes sense here. This makes more sense why this was his reaction.
Mm-hmm. Oh, his sunglasses go flying. You see that?
I'm going back. Bro, he's getting it. Now, he is also hitting him at, like, the nape of his neck. He's not really hitting him in the back of the head. That's what it looks like.
It's more like upper.
It's kind of like right
back.
up here.
Yeah.
Which aren't effective, but at the very least, it's better than rabbit punches.
I mean, on a dude that old, potentially they should be.
It still hurts. It's pain compliance at the very least. I'm trying to go back to what was he trying to do here?
So he's trying to push the face away.
I'm trying to see. So the officer had him. Why did this guy swim his hand over? He's just holding him, basically. This is a pretty calm exchange so far. And even this guy doesn't look terribly, like, amped. I'm sure good. That swim could have easily been perceived as like a... You'll have what's called raking. And when people try to rake for your eyes, like, one, it's very dangerous because they could scratch your cornea or something like that. Or, like, misperceived as, like, a hand push or a slap or a punch. And in that case, it's assault of resistance. You're going to get the business out of it.
The fact that the camera turns is annoying because we can't see what else happened either.
And at least he went, like, after a couple strikes, he went to try to get him in a handcuffing position, so it's not just him assaulting the guy.
Of those, if you go back, there weren't...
Let's see.
Do frame by frame on kind of the strikes here.
One,
that one may have been to the back of the head, but the rest of these seem to be like...
Two, that's his shoulder.
Kind of shoulder.
Three's definitely back.
Yeah. Sunglasses go flying.
Four might have been the back of the head.
That one was iffy. That was very iffy.
Five's
that one's
definitely
more shoulder.
Yeah. 5 is like the side.
Yeah.
He kind of punched his own hand there. It's a scrum. It happens. And then so 5 punches is reasonable, and they happened in like a second and a half. And then he went to a handcuffing
it could also be like he gets hit in the back of the head because he's squirming more so than because that's where the officer's aiming.
Sure.
Just to give benefit of the doubt there.
It's a scrum.
But he could also have been aiming for the neck and ended up hitting shoulder because the guy was moving. We don't really know.
And I'll be honest, him pulling out the taser, as much as I think it's dumb, is an attempt to use a lesser amount of force. Because they like the way that they're going to see a punch, especially a punch to the head, versus a taser deployment, is the taser deployment is going to be seen, at least perceived, as less force than be going up and Spartan kicking a dude or whatever. Like, it'll be perceived. It's not, but it'll be perceived. It is, however, less effective. This guy had it.
So you see the original clip had Michael Long engaging with the officer, grabbing him, moving his hand to the officer's face, physically engaging the officer, but the officer then utilizes force to take him into custody. And if you look at the slow motion clip we have, he's putting his officer on his hand on the officer's face, near his eyes, near his face.
That's it. That I could see being a problem. At the very least, annoying.
Well, simultaneously in other videos that we've seen, he's grabbing the officer's gun belt. He is engaged with Officer Anthony. It's not a simple matter that
It's
Officer
grappled.
Anthony pulled him out of the crowd and decided to unnecessarily start attacking him. He was with force.
That's actually a good use of force evaluation. I'm not mad at it. He's actually grabbing onto his vest. There's like a back piece to your vest that he's kind of grabbing onto. But this is still getting clenched, though. This is a fighting posture. There's no difference in between being clenched like this and someone squaring up to you to take a punch. This is actually what's taught. Ironically, if you go back in the stream and look at all the jiu-jitsu stuff we were looking at, this is a fighting position. So I would agree. This is actually taught. That's what he's getting in business.
He's grabbing that stuff on the belt. That's what. Okay, so go back. Might be why he goes for the taser, maybe, because it looks like if you'll notice on the right there, he's starting to grab at stuff.
That's actually his taser. So that is his taser holster that he's grabbing.
Yeah.
He said, whatever. If I expend it, you can't use it. Like how his hand pieces is toast. His radio is toast.
Yeah, I went flying early.
I am team keeping him on the ground. Hey, shout out to Orange Shirt Guy
Yeah,
for helping.
man. He's like, you're making us look bad.
He's like, no, dude, on the ground. I'm going to give 10 more to society for helping. They're basically fighting in a phone booth, though. This is pretty tight quarters.
Little duck, you're getting a pin.
Use the damn safe for half.
With all the other ones, you see that
They have more than 2 officers.
They do.
Ransom different methods.
Yeah, good luck with the safe right there.
Real social media to drive a false narrative. Workers that are in your ass footage. I didn't see as investigated by our professional accountability.
Specifically to strike for compliance.
Yes, so I 100% believe that. And that is why we stood up here today and we want to try to explain this as best.
Says, do you teach them to strike for compliance? Which, I mean, at that point, what do you got?
We can, not excuses. If they were wrong, I would say they're wrong. But when it comes to a situation like this, you saw even citizens that were at the game that were assisting. I believe one gentleman in a red shirt grabbed a guy and pulled him down to help the officer subdue him. So I can see how that's difficult for people to understand. But we're not playing games here. This is not a game. This is real life. These things turn ugly really, really quickly.
Yeah.
So the best.
They're very lucky nobody got like paralyzed from falling or breaking an arm or whatever like that. In that specific, it's kind of why like vehicle interactions are very dangerous. We talk about it like when somebody tries to go and drive. I'm like, screw that. I'm going to snap his arm in half. Like once you start to make it from just, again, a flat-footed encounter with a drunk person on a curb is one thing. But if there's a car or you're on a ladder or you're on a staircase or whatever, like it gets more complicated. The presence of a weapon, the presence of being a bunch of people versus a handful of officers, right? But you have to intervene. Like it changes the game.
Best that we can. We try to control them as quickly as possible.
It's a pretty good press
what I think is
briefing,
very,
actually.
very important for the public to note, this is extremely important, is that when it's time to stop, they stop. It's done professionally.
I was going to say there was no lectures, there was no cussing or them like where normally like you would see officers be very amped afterwards. All of them actually had very good demeanors once it was done. Like the guys were in handcuffs and they were very cool about it. There was no, why'd you do that? Or you fucked up, you're going to jail now. Like there was none of that. So that I will give him that. That also makes it easier for your command staff to defend when you don't look like a jacket.
I'm sure there will be. There's no question in my mind, but that's not going to stop us from doing what for it. The actors. This
going.
is for gain.
That work escalated word.
35. Gain compliance, and this is what we want the public to understand.
Sheriff, you mentioned there was a total number of incidents. How many did you say that were escalated word?
35.
35.
Yeah. 35 ejections. You know, this was a different game. I've been here for a long time, seen a lot of games. They're not always like this. Check the this for. Yeah. No, he was probably busted to do.
Over a college football.
As for all the officers, like there were drones in the area. Were those all the JSO officers, or were those?
Who cares about drones? Good press briefing. I'm impressed.
They can use a drone to subdue them.
Yeah, no kidding, right? I'm gonna give admin points for once. I'm gonna give them +5. This is a very good briefing. Shout out to them for backing up the officers and explaining. The only explanation I had that I thought was kind of weak sauce was the whole like handcuffs in the hands kind of thing. If anything, I would be having a discussion with those officers about handcuffing techniques, and that shouldn't be like that should be corrected if you can. But I'm not giving discipline for that. And I'm glad that they came out and said as much. But they released the names, they released the footage, they released all the associated footage. And they gave what we normally do. That's an explanation of what they're seeing. So shout out to them for not saying it's going to take us 4 months to investigate it internally and we're not going to release the body cam. Like, shout out to them. That is a master class on how to do it. Great press briefing. Did I flip it? I did, of course. I with E.
Yep. Briefing.
50-50 shot. Anyways, that's our stream for today. We are going to... I'll hang out for a little bit in the after party. We'll see if we get any news today. But hopefully the world is a wonderfully peaceful place tomorrow, as I believe it should be, and it will be. and that we can have
Everybody behave.
less
no matter what
annoying-
happens. Y'all chill.
less annoying ads.
Don't burn things
on TV. It is regardless of what happens.
Don't take over any federal buildings.
Yeah, don't do that.
Chill out.
Yeah, be responsible adults. You don't get to complain if you didn't vote.
Don't call SWAT on squirrels.
No kidding, dude.
Leave
Anyways.
Harambe alone.
Leave Harambe
etc.
alone. I love you all. Drop a like if you get a chance and feel so inclined. And or you can join our Patreon group for as little as $1 a
Bro,
month.
this was 5-hour stream.
Dog, we went hard in the paint. But
Let's
welcome.
go.
Welcome. I've been doing them all month.
I like it.
More than anybody, thank you for staying up with us.
Yes, sir.
But we will see you guys on Thursday for our Thursday stream, which I'm sure will be a spicy meatball. But we'll go watch it and hopefully get to distract you guys from anything. Dan's really torn up about Peanut. But anyways, I love you all. I will see you guys soon. Go join our Patreon group or become a member here. And for as little as $1 a month, you can join our Discord where we do after party stuff.
Hell yeah.
I love you all. And until next time, peace.
Peace.
State boys on the highway. They stopping everything.